Robert E. Lee. The very name evokes images of the American Civil War, of divided loyalties, of battles fought with a ferocity seldom seen. Lee stands as a towering figure in this epic conflict, a man whose decisions shape the destiny of a nation. His story is not just about battles won and lost, but about duty, honor, and the struggle for a nation's soul. Born into a Virginia steeped in tradition, Lee's life was intertwined with the tumultuous events of his time. He was a product of the South, yet his allegiance to his home state would pit him against the nation he had sworn to serve. Understanding Robert E. Lee is to understand the complexities of the American Civil War itself. Lee's life has been the subject of countless books, articles, and documentaries. He has been both revered as a hero and vilified as a traitor. Separating the man from the myth is a daunting task, one made even more challenging by the passage of time. Yet, it is a task we must undertake if we are to truly understand the man who led the Confederacy in its darkest hour. To comprehend Lee's decisions, we must delve into his upbringing, his education, and his unwavering belief in duty and honor. Only then can we begin to grasp the weight of his choices and the impact they had on a nation divided. Our story begins in Westmoreland County, Virginia, a region steeped in history and tradition. It was here, amidst the rolling hills and fertile fields of Tidewater, Virginia, that Robert Edward Lee was born on January 19, 1807. The Lee family, prominent and influential, cast a long shadow over the young Robert. His lineage traced back to the earliest days of the colony. Robert's father, Henry Lighthorse Harry Lee, was a renowned hero of the American Revolution, a cavalry officer whose daring exploits earned him the admiration of George Washington himself. The elder Lee served as governor of Virginia and a U.S. congressman, embodying the very essence of Virginia aristocracy. Young Robert grew up surrounded by tales of his father's wartime heroism, stories that would leave an indelible mark on the boy's imagination. The Lee family's wealth, however, had waned by the time Robert was born. Financial setbacks and ill-advised investments left the family struggling to maintain their once grand lifestyle. Despite these challenges, the Lees clung to their status, their pride, and their unwavering belief in the Southern way of life. This complex legacy, a blend of privilege and hardship, would profoundly shape Robert E. Lee's character and destiny. Robert's mother, Anne Hill Carter Lee, also hailed from a distinguished Virginia family. The Carters were among the wealthiest and most politically connected families in the state. Their plantation, Shirley, stood as a testament to their prosperity and influence. Anne Hill instilled in her children a deep sense of duty, honor, and religious piety. These values, deeply ingrained in the Southern aristocracy, would become the cornerstones of Robert's moral compass. Despite their lineage and connections, the Lees faced their share of adversity. Henry Lee's political career faltered, and he eventually fled to the West Indies to escape his creditors. The family relocated to Alexandria, a bustling port city across the Potomac River from Washington, D.C. There, Robert witnessed firsthand the complexities of a nation grappling with westward expansion, slavery, and the growing sectional tensions that would eventually lead to civil war. Robert's childhood was marked by both privilege and responsibility. He received a classical education studying Latin, Greek, and mathematics. He was a bright and eager student, displaying a thirst for knowledge and a keen intellect. Yet the weight of his family's legacy, the expectation that he would live up to the example set by his illustrious father, rested heavily upon his young shoulders. As Robert grew older, the shadow of his absent father loomed large. Henry Lee had returned to the United States but died in 1818 when Robert was just 11 years old. The loss of his father left a void in Robert's life, a void he would strive to fill with his own accomplishments. He became increasingly serious and reserved, determined to restore honor to the Lee name. The burden of responsibility fell upon Robert's shoulders as he helped his ailing mother manage their household. He displayed a deep sense of loyalty and devotion to his family, qualities that would define his relationships throughout his life. His siblings, though closer in age to their mother, looked up to him as a surrogate father figure. Robert's quiet strength and unwavering commitment to duty provided a sense of stability in a time of uncertainty. Despite their financial struggles, the Lees recognized the importance of education. Robert attended the Alexandria Academy, where he excelled in his studies. He demonstrated a particular aptitude for mathematics and engineering, subjects that would serve him well in his future career. His teachers recognized his intelligence, his work ethic, and his unwavering integrity. Robert E. Lee was, by all accounts, a model student, a young man of impeccable character and boundless potential. In 1824, at the age of 17, Robert E. Lee received an appointment to the United States Military Academy at West Point. Founded in 1802, West Point was the nation's premier military academy, a rigorous institution dedicated to producing the next generation of Army officers. The academy, perched on a bluff overlooking the Hudson River, was a world away from the familiar comforts of Tidewater, Virginia. For Robert, it represented a chance to forge his own path, to escape the shadow of his father's legacy and carve his own name in the annals of history. Life at West Point was demanding, both physically and intellectually. Cadets followed a strict regimen of military drills, academic studies, and character development. The Academy's curriculum emphasized engineering, mathematics, and military science, subjects essential for success on the 19th century battlefield. Competition among cadets was intense, as each young man sought to prove himself worthy of the honor of leading men in combat. Robert, accustomed to hard work and discipline, thrived in this challenging environment. He excelled in his studies, consistently ranking near the top of his class. His professors recognized his intelligence, his attention to detail, and his unwavering commitment to excellence. But it was his character, his integrity, and his sense of honor that truly set him apart. West Point instilled in its cadets a deep sense of duty, honor, and country. These values, already deeply ingrained in Robert's character, were reinforced through the Academy's rigorous code of conduct. Hazing and other forms of misconduct were strictly forbidden, and cadets were expected to hold themselves to the highest standards of personal conduct. Robert, a young man of impeccable morals, embraced this ethos wholeheartedly. He formed close bonds with his fellow cadets, many of whom, like him, came from prominent Southern families. Among his classmates were future Confederate generals such as Joseph E. Johnston and John Magruder, as well as future Union officers like George McClellan and Ulysses S. Grant. These young men, bound together by their shared experiences at West Point, would soon find themselves on opposing sides of a bloody conflict that would tear the nation apart. But for now, they were simply cadets, united by their ambition, their patriotism, and their unwavering belief in the Union they had sworn to defend. They studied together, drilled together, and dreamed of glory on distant battlefields. Robert, despite his reserved nature, earned the respect and admiration of his classmates. They recognized in him a natural leader, a man of unwavering integrity and quiet strength. Robert's time at West Point was not without its challenges. He missed his family and the familiar comforts of home. He struggled at times with the demanding academic workload and the relentless pace of military life. But he persevered, driven by his sense of duty, his desire to honor his family's legacy, and his unwavering determination to succeed. He excelled in both academics and military exercises, demonstrating a natural aptitude for leadership and a keen understanding of military strategy and tactics. He was a skilled horseman, a crack shot, and a gifted engineer. His professors praised his intelligence, his work ethic, and his unwavering commitment to excellence. Robert E. Lee, it seemed, was destined for greatness. Throughout his 4 years at the Academy, Robert remained committed to his studies and his military training. He never received a single demerit, a testament to his discipline, his character, and his unwavering adherence to West Point's strict code of conduct. His classmates, recognizing his exemplary conduct and his impeccable character, bestowed upon him the nickname, the Marble Man. In 1829, Robert E. Lee graduated second in his class of 46 cadets. His performance earned him a commission as a second lieutenant in the United States Army Corps of Engineers, a prestigious assignment reserved for the most promising graduates. The Corps of Engineers, responsible for the nation's fortifications, harbors, and other infrastructure projects, offered both challenge and opportunity for advancement. It was a fitting career path for a young man of Robert's intellect, ambition, and unwavering dedication to duty. After a brief furlough to visit his ailing mother, Robert embarked on his military career. He was assigned to Fort Pulaski, a newly constructed fortification on Cockspur Island near Savannah, Georgia. It was there, amidst the humid marshes and coastal breezes of the Deep South, that Robert would begin to hone his engineering skills and develop the leadership qualities that would later make him a legend. Fort Pulaski, a massive brick fortress designed to protect the strategically important port of Savannah, was still under construction when Robert arrived. His duties included overseeing construction crews, managing supplies, and ensuring that the project remained on schedule and within budget. It was demanding work, requiring both technical expertise and the ability to manage men from diverse backgrounds. Robert, with his characteristic diligence and attention to detail, excelled in his role. As Robert E. Lee diligently performed his duties at Fort Pulaski, the nation he had sworn to serve teetered on the brink of momentous change. The issue of slavery, a festering wound on the soul of America, was driving a wedge between North and South. Abolitionist fervor was growing in the North, while Southern states clung ever tighter to their peculiar institution. The Missouri Compromise of 1820, a fragile agreement meant to maintain the balance of power between free and slave states, was coming under increasing strain. Westward expansion, fueled by the allure of cheap land and new opportunities, was exacerbating sectional tensions. Each new territory that applied for statehood reignited the debate over slavery's expansion. Robert E. Lee, a product of the slaveholding South, could not escape the maelstrom of these political crosscurrents. His own family owned slaves, and he had grown up surrounded by the institution of slavery. Yet his time at West Point, with its emphasis on duty, honor, and national unity, had instilled in him a deep sense of patriotism and a belief in the importance of the Union. The seeds of internal conflict, the struggle between his loyalty to his home state and his oath to defend the Constitution, were already taking root. Robert E. Lee's early military career was marked by engineering assignments that tested his skills and commitment. After Fort Pulaski, Lee was transferred to Fort Monroe, a massive stone fortress at the Chesapeake Bay. Fort Monroe was designed to be a formidable coastal defense. Lee supervised construction, managed budgets, and oversaw the fort's development. With diligence and attention to detail, Lee excelled in his role. He earned the respect of his superiors, becoming a rising star in the Army Corps of Engineers. Lee's reputation for excellence followed him to his next assignment, St. Louis, Missouri. There, he tackled the challenge of improving the navigation of the Mississippi River, a vital waterway for the nation's burgeoning westward expansion. Lee's work involved surveying the river, designing and constructing jetties and other structures to control erosion and improve navigability, and managing the complex logistics of a major infrastructure project. The Mississippi River project presented Lee with a new set of challenges. He had to contend with unpredictable weather, treacherous currents, and the logistical difficulties of working in a remote and often unforgiving environment. Lee, however, rose to the occasion. He drew upon his engineering skills, his unwavering determination, and his ability to inspire and lead men to overcome every obstacle. His work on the Mississippi River cemented his reputation as one of the most capable and innovative engineers in the Army Corps. Lee's time in St. Louis was not solely devoted to work. He took advantage of the city's cultural offerings, attending theater performances and socializing with prominent local families. He also made time for personal pursuits, indulging his love of reading and his interest in the natural sciences. Through it all, Lee maintained his characteristic reserve and his unwavering commitment to duty, honor, and the highest standards of personal conduct. In 1831, while stationed at Fort Monroe, Robert E. Lee's life took a momentous turn. He fell deeply in love with Mary Custis, the great-granddaughter of Martha Washington. Their courtship faced challenges, as Lee had to win over Mary's father, who sought a more financially secure future for his daughter. Lee's character and promising military career eventually won over George Washington Parke Custis. The couple married on June 30, 1831 at Arlington House. The marriage united two prominent Virginia families, steeped in history and tradition. Mary provided Lee with unwavering love, support, and guidance throughout their many years together. Their union was blessed with 7 children. In 1846, the Mexican-American War erupted, testing Lee's mettle in combat. Lee joined General Winfield Scott's army and distinguished himself during the siege of Vera Cruz. His performance earned him the admiration of General Scott and showcased his tactical mind and courage. Lee's engineering skills proved invaluable as Scott's army advanced inland. He participated in key battles, including the Battle of Cerro Gordo, contributing significantly to the American victory. Lee's courage and tactical brilliance shone during the Battle of Contreras. His nighttime reconnaissance mission provided crucial intelligence for a successful flanking maneuver. Lee's actions earned him a brevet promotion to major and the admiration of his fellow officers. He continued to distinguish himself in battles like Churubusco and Chapultepec Castle. Lee's valor and military skill earned him 3 brevet promotions. The Mexican-American War profoundly impacted Lee, establishing his reputation as a brilliant engineer and courageous soldier. Despite his success, Lee harbored no illusions about the brutality of war. He expressed sorrow at the loss of life and hoped for a peaceful resolution to the nation's divisions. Following the war, Lee resumed his engineering duties and surveyed newly acquired Mexican territories. Through it all, Lee remained a devoted husband and father. In 1852, Lee became superintendent of the United States Military Academy at West Point. His tenure focused on academic rigor, discipline, and character development. Lee strengthened the curriculum, expanded the library, and introduced new courses. He emphasized physical fitness and military bearing, mentoring cadets and instilling values of duty, honor, and integrity. Lee's leadership solidified West Point's reputation as a premier military institution. As Lee performed his duties at West Point, the nation edged closer to civil war. The issue of slavery continued to divide North and South. The Compromise of 1850 and the Kansas-Nebraska Act reignited sectionalism. Abolitionist fervor grew in the North, while the South defended its institution. Lee, a Virginian and slaveholder, watched with growing unease. The storm clouds of war were gathering, and Lee would soon face a choice that would shape his destiny. The year 1861 dawned heavy with the specter of war. Secession became a stark reality as Southern states severed ties with the Union. The Confederate States of America was born, founded on states' rights and the preservation of slavery. For Lee, the secession crisis was both personal and national. Torn between loyalty to Virginia and his oath to the United States, he opposed secession but couldn't take up arms against his home state. President Lincoln offered Lee command of the United States Army. Lee, however, couldn't reconcile leading an army against his own people. The nation teetered on the brink of war, and Lee faced a fateful decision. His choice would shape his destiny and the fate of a nation. In April 1861, after agonizing deliberation, Lee resigned his commission in the United States Army. He chose loyalty to Virginia over service to the Union. Lee's decision was a blow to the Union and a cause for celebration in the Confederacy. He traveled to Richmond, where he was greeted as a hero and offered a senior command in the Confederate Army. Lee accepted his duty with a heavy heart, vowing to defend his native state. His words reflected the sentiments of many Southerners who felt compelled to defend their homes. Lee's initial assignments in the Confederate Army focused on organizing and training volunteers. He traveled throughout the Confederacy, transforming volunteers into a disciplined fighting force. Lee's reputation as a strict but fair disciplinarian served him well. His leadership quickly transformed the Confederate Army, emphasizing drill, discipline, and soldier commitment. Despite his efforts, Lee faced an uphill battle against the industrial might of the North. The Confederacy would rely on superior military leadership and soldier spirit to overcome material disadvantages. In July 1861, the First Battle of Bull Run erupted into open warfare. The battle was a resounding Confederate victory, shattering Northern illusions of a quick victory. Lee played a key role in coordinating Confederate defenses and rallying reinforcements. The victory emboldened the South but masked deep-seated challenges. The stage was set for a long and bloody conflict. Lee's struggles in Western Virginia did not diminish his standing with Confederate President Jefferson Davis. In March 1862, Davis tasked Lee with advising on the war's conduct and overseeing Richmond's defense. Lee accepted his new responsibilities with a sense of duty, despite the difficulties ahead. The Confederacy faced mounting pressure on multiple fronts. Lee reorganized Richmond's defenses, improved training, and urged a more aggressive strategy. He believed the Confederacy couldn't win a war of attrition against the North. In spring 1862, General McClellan's Army of the Potomac advanced on Richmond. Lee devised a daring plan to counter McClellan's offensive. The 7 days' battles were brutal but a strategic victory for the Confederacy. Lee's aggressive tactics and ability to inspire his troops saved Richmond and bolstered Southern morale. The battles marked a turning point in Lee's career and the Civil War. Lee emerged as the South's most revered military leader. Emboldened by his success, Lee led his Army of Northern Virginia into Maryland in September 1862. He hoped to win a decisive victory on Northern soil and demoralize the Union. Lee's campaign was bold but fraught with risk, operating in unfamiliar territory with limited supplies. Despite challenges, Lee remained confident, believing a victory could tip the scales in favor of the South. He also hoped to rally support among Maryland's pro-Southern population. Lee's Maryland campaign culminated in the Battle of Antietam, fought near Sharpsburg, Maryland on September 17, 1862. The battle, the bloodiest single day in American history, ended in a tactical draw, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. Although Lee's army had held its ground against a larger Union force, the Battle of Antietam proved to be a strategic setback for the Confederacy. Lee's invasion of Maryland had been halted, and he was forced to withdraw his battered army back across the Potomac River. The Confederate failure to achieve a decisive victory at Antietam dashed any hopes of European recognition or intervention in the war. Despite the setback at Antietam, Lee's reputation as a brilliant military tactician remained intact. He had once again demonstrated his ability to outmaneuver and outfight a larger Union army. However, the staggering losses at Antietam, coupled with the growing realization that the war would be a long and bloody conflict, cast a pall over the Confederacy. Following the Antietam campaign, Lee's Army of Northern Virginia went on the defensive, regrouping and preparing for the inevitable Union counteroffensive. In December 1862, Union forces under the command of General Ambrose Burnside launched a major offensive against Lee's positions at Fredericksburg, Virginia. The Battle of Fredericksburg, fought on December 13, 1862, was a resounding Confederate victory. Lee's army, well positioned on the heights overlooking Fredericksburg, inflicted a crushing defeat on the attacking Union forces. The Union assault, poorly planned and executed, resulted in staggering casualties. Fredericksburg was a much-needed victory for the Confederacy, boosting Southern morale and solidifying Lee's reputation as a military genius. Throughout the grueling campaigns of the Civil War, Lee's Army of Northern Virginia earned a reputation as one of the most formidable fighting forces in American history. Composed primarily of volunteers from Virginia and other southern states, Lee's army was a reflection of the South itself, fiercely independent, deeply devoted to its cause, and determined to fight to the bitter end. Lee's soldiers, though often poorly equipped and lacking in formal military training, were united by a shared belief in the righteousness of their cause, a fierce loyalty to their comrades, and an unwavering faith in their commander. They endured incredible hardships, marching for miles in all types of weather, subsisting on meager rations, and facing overwhelming odds on the battlefield. Lee, deeply respectful of his men's sacrifices, shared their hardships whenever possible. He ate the same food, slept in the same conditions, and shared their dangers on the battlefield. He knew that his men's morale was as important as their muskets, and he went to great lengths to maintain their spirits. Lee's letters from the front lines of the Civil War provide a poignant glimpse into the man behind the myth. Written to his wife, his children, and his fellow soldiers, these letters reveal a man of deep faith, unwavering devotion to duty, and profound compassion for the human cost of war. In his letters, Lee shared his anxieties about the war's progress, his concerns for his family's well-being, and his hopes for a swift and just peace. He wrote of his admiration for his soldiers' courage and his sorrow at their suffering. He also expressed his belief in the righteousness of the Southern cause, while acknowledging the horrors of slavery and the need for national reconciliation. "I pray that God may speedily restore peace to our distracted country," Lee wrote to his wife in 1863. "But I will be content to fight on so long as he gives me strength, and our brave soldiers continue to defend our homes and firesides with their accustomed courage and devotion." In the summer of 1863, Lee, emboldened by a string of Confederate victories, decided to launch another invasion of the North. He hoped to relieve pressure on the besieged Confederate garrison at Vicksburg, Mississippi, and perhaps even force the Lincoln administration to sue for peace. Lee's target was the strategically important town of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. The Battle of Gettysburg, fought from July 1st to 3rd, 1863, proved to be a turning point in the Civil War. After 3 days of fierce fighting, Lee's army was defeated, suffering heavy casualties and forced to retreat back to Virginia. Gettysburg was a crushing defeat for the Confederacy, shattering its aura of invincibility and marking the beginning of the South's long decline. The defeat at Gettysburg weighed heavily on Robert E. Lee. He took full responsibility for the Confederate defeat, blaming himself for the loss of so many Southern lives. In a letter to Confederate President Jefferson Davis, Lee offered his resignation, writing, "I have not been able to accomplish what I expected. I feel that I am not now the man to command these troops." Davis, recognizing that Lee was irreplaceable, refused to accept his resignation. The Confederacy, reeling from the defeat at Gettysburg and facing mounting pressure on all fronts, needed Lee's leadership now more than ever. Despite the setbacks at Gettysburg and Vicksburg, the Confederacy fought on. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia, though battered and depleted, remained a formidable fighting force. Lee, his spirit undimmed, continued to inspire his men and to devise new strategies to counter the growing might of the Union Army. Following Gettysburg, the Civil War entered a new and even more brutal phase. In the East, Lee's Army of Northern Virginia faced a new and relentless Union commander, General Ulysses S. Grant. Grant, a veteran of the Western Theater, brought to the East a determination to wage a war of attrition, using the Union's superior manpower and resources to grind down the Confederate Army. Grant's strategy, though costly in terms of Union casualties, proved effective. He relentlessly pursued Lee's army, engaging it in a series of bloody battles in the wilderness, at Spotsylvania Courthouse, and at Cold Harbor. Each battle, though tactically inconclusive, chipped away at Lee's dwindling manpower reserves. Lee, a master of defensive warfare, inflicted heavy casualties on Grant's army. However, he knew that the Confederacy could not long sustain such losses. The South's manpower pool was shrinking, its industrial capacity was limited, and its transportation networks were crumbling under the strain of war. In the spring of 1864, Grant launched a massive offensive aimed at capturing Richmond and ending the war. Lee's army, outnumbered and outgunned, fought desperately to defend the Confederate capital. The fighting raged for weeks, from the Wilderness to Spotsylvania Courthouse to Cold Harbor, each battle a testament to the courage and tenacity of both armies. Lee's tactical brilliance was evident throughout the campaign. He repeatedly outmaneuvered and outfought Grant's larger army, inflicting heavy casualties and delaying the Union advance. However, Lee's victories were Pyrrhic. Each battle further depleted his dwindling forces, and he could not replace his losses. Despite Lee's valiant efforts, Grant's relentless pressure began to take its toll. The Confederate Army, exhausted and depleted, was slowly being ground down. The fall of Atlanta in September 1864, a major Union victory in the Western Theater, further demoralized the South and sealed the fate of the Confederacy. The Overland Campaign, a series of brutal battles fought in the dense woodlands of Virginia in the spring of 1864, exemplified the grinding nature of the war's final years. Grant's relentless pressure and Lee's stubborn defense resulted in horrific casualties on both sides. The Battle of the Wilderness, fought in dense undergrowth that rendered traditional tactics useless, degenerated into a bloody melee. The Battle of Spotsylvania Courthouse, marked by hand-to-hand combat at a place known as the Bloody Angle, was one of the most savage encounters of the war. And at Cold Harbor, Grant launched a frontal assault against entrenched Confederate positions, resulting in thousands of Union casualties in a matter of minutes. Despite the staggering losses, Grant refused to relent. He had Lee's army pinned down, and he knew that time was on his side. The Union could replenish its ranks and its resources, while the Confederacy was nearing exhaustion. In June 1864, Grant, unable to dislodge Lee's army from its defenses around Richmond, laid siege to the strategically vital city of Petersburg, Virginia. Petersburg, a major transportation hub, was essential to the defense of Richmond. Its capture would cut off the Confederate capital's supply lines and spell doom for the Confederacy. The siege of Petersburg, which lasted for 9 long months, was a grueling test of endurance for both armies. Confederate soldiers, trapped in trenches and under constant bombardment, endured dwindling rations, disease, and the ever-present threat of death. Union soldiers tasked with besieging the city faced similar hardships. Lee, recognizing the hopelessness of his situation, continued to fight on, hoping against hope for a miracle or a shift in Northern public opinion. He knew that the Confederacy was living on borrowed time. In the spring of 1865, with his army depleted and his supplies exhausted, Lee could no longer hold off the inevitable. On April 2, 1865, Grant launched a massive assault on Petersburg, breaking through Confederate lines and forcing Lee to abandon both Petersburg and Richmond. The fall of Richmond, the Confederate capital, sent shockwaves through the South. For 4 years, Richmond had been a symbol of Confederate defiance and a beacon of hope for Southern independence. Its capture signaled the Confederacy's impending demise. Lee, his heart heavy with sorrow, led his battered army westward, hoping to escape Grant's relentless pursuit and join forces with Confederate forces in North Carolina. However, Lee's escape route was blocked by Union cavalry, and on April 9, 1865, he was forced to surrender to Grant at Appomattox Courthouse. The surrender at Appomattox Courthouse marked the end of the Confederacy and the beginning of a long and painful process of national reconciliation. The terms of surrender, negotiated between Grant and Lee, were generous, reflecting Grant's desire to heal the wounds of war and reunite the nation. Lee, his face etched with fatigue and sadness, met with Grant in the parlor of a private home in Appomattox Courthouse. The two generals, Once comrades in arms, now adversaries in a bloody conflict, treated each other with courtesy and respect. Grant, sensitive to Lee's humiliation, offered generous terms of surrender, allowing Confederate soldiers to return home with their horses and personal belongings. Lee, deeply moved by Grant's magnanimity, accepted the surrender terms. The Confederacy, he knew, was no more. His thoughts now turned to the future and the daunting task of rebuilding a shattered nation. The Civil War was a defining moment in American history, a tragedy that tested the nation's soul and left an enduring legacy of sacrifice, loss, and division. Robert E. Lee, a central figure in this epic conflict, remains a complex and controversial figure, his legacy debated and reinterpreted by each succeeding generation. To his supporters, Lee was a brilliant military strategist, a man of unwavering honor, and a symbol of Southern resistance to Northern aggression. To his detractors, he was a traitor who took up arms against his own country in defense of slavery. The truth, as is often the case with historical figures, lies somewhere between these two extremes. Lee's legacy is a reminder of the enduring power of memory and the importance of engaging with the complexities of history. He was a man of his time, shaped by the values and beliefs of the society in which he lived. Understanding Lee's choices, both admirable and tragic, requires us to grapple with the legacy of slavery, the meaning of citizenship, and the enduring challenges of national unity and reconciliation. The spring of 1865 found Robert E. Lee a defeated general, stripped of his cause and facing an uncertain future. The South lay in ruins, its economy shattered, its social order upended. Yet, amidst the ashes of defeat, Lee clung to the principles that had guided him throughout his life: duty, honor, and a deep faith in God's providence. He had surrendered his army, but he refused to surrender his spirit. With the war over, Lee returned to a life he had not known for 4 long years, that of a private citizen. Gone were the trappings of military command, the roar of cannon fire, the weight of a nation's hopes resting on his shoulders. Instead, he faced the daunting task of rebuilding his own life and setting an example for a defeated people, struggling to come to terms with the war's devastating consequences. Lee's first priority was his family. The war had scattered the Lees, forcing them to flee their beloved Arlington estate, now transformed into a national cemetery for Union war dead. Lee yearned to reunite with his wife, Mary, and their children, to offer them comfort and support in the aftermath of their shared ordeal. He also sought solace in the familiar rhythms of Virginia life, the rolling hills, the quiet dignity of the countryside, the enduring spirit of its people. In the autumn of 1865, amidst the turmoil of Reconstruction, Robert E. Lee received an unexpected offer. The Board of Trustees of Washington College offered him the position of president. Though hesitant, Lee saw an opportunity to shape young minds and rebuild Virginia. He accepted, viewing it as a duty and service. In a letter, Lee wrote, "I have a self-imposed task which I must accomplish. I shall devote my life now to training young men to do their duty in life." Lee wasted no time in reviving Washington College. The college had suffered during the war. Lee implemented reforms to restore the college. Lee's tenure as president of Washington College left an indelible mark on the institution and its students. He believed education was essential to the South's recovery, equipping young Southerners with necessary skills. Under his leadership, the college underwent remarkable transformation. Lee expanded the curriculum to include engineering, agriculture, and business. He instilled values of honor, integrity, and self-discipline in his students. To his students, Lee was a mentor and a role model. He believed the college could help heal the wounds of war and foster reconciliation. While Robert E. Lee dedicated himself to educating a new generation at Washington College, the nation grappled with the complexities of Reconstruction. Lee emerged as a voice of moderation, urging reconciliation and a restoration of Southern autonomy. His vision differed sharply from the Republicans in Congress, who sought to punish the South and ensure the rights of formerly enslaved people. Lee argued for a lenient approach, emphasizing forgiveness and self-government. He believed the South's future depended on rejoining the Union as an equal partner. The years following the Civil War were a time of great social and political upheaval. The assassination of President Abraham Lincoln in 1865 cast a pall over the nation. Rebuilding the nation and integrating formerly enslaved people was a daunting challenge. Radical Republicans clashed with President Andrew Johnston over Reconstruction. The South struggled with defeat and the loss of its peculiar institution. The plantation economy lay in ruins, and white Southerners grappled with emancipation. The rise of the Ku Klux Klan sowed terror throughout the South. Robert E. Lee's voice became a plea for unity and reconciliation. As the years passed, Robert E. Lee's health began to decline. The stresses of war, the burdens of command, and the challenges of leading Washington College took a toll on his once robust constitution. He suffered from heart trouble and other ailments, his once erect posture stooping with age and fatigue. Yet Lee remained committed to his duties at Washington College, finding solace in the rhythms of academic life and the company of young minds eager to learn. He took pride in the college's progress, witnessing its growth in enrollment, its expanding curriculum, and its growing reputation as a center of learning in the post-war South. Lee's public appearances became less frequent as his health deteriorated. He withdrew from the political fray, declining invitations to speak at public events and avoiding involvement in the contentious debates over Reconstruction. He yearned for peace and quiet, for the opportunity to spend his remaining days with his family and to reflect on a life lived in the crucible of history. Despite his declining health and his withdrawal from public life, Lee remained a revered figure in the South. Veterans of his army, who had fought and bled under his command, continued to hold him in high esteem, their loyalty unwavering. For them, Lee embodied the best of the Southern ideal: courage, honor, and unwavering devotion to duty. On October 12, 1870, surrounded by family and friends, Robert E. Lee breathed his last. The news of his death spread quickly throughout the South, casting a pall over a region still grappling with the legacy of war. For many Southerners, Lee's passing marked the end of an era, the final curtain falling on the Confederacy. Lee's funeral was a solemn affair, a testament to the respect he commanded even in death. Thousands lined the streets of Lexington as his coffin, draped in the Confederate flag, was carried through the town. He was laid to rest in a vault beneath the chapel at Washington College, later renamed Washington and Lee University. The South began the long task of rebuilding after Robert E. Lee's death. Physical scars faded, but social wounds ran deep. Lee's image loomed large over the new South. He became a symbol of the lost cause, romanticizing the Confederacy. Monuments to his memory stood as silent sentinels. Yet, a different reckoning was taking place. African Americans refused to accept a history that celebrated their oppressor. They remembered Lee as a symbol of bondage. Their voices kept alive a more truthful account of Lee's legacy. The civil rights movement challenged the romanticized view of the Confederacy. Historians re-examined Lee's life, revealing a complex figure. Their work revealed a more complex and contradictory figure than the marble man of Southern myth. Today, Robert E. Lee stands as a towering and enigmatic figure in American history. He is both revered and reviled, a symbol of Southern pride and a reminder of the nation's enduring struggle with its racist past. The debate over his legacy has spilled into the public square, fueling protests and counter-protests. The removal of Confederate monuments, including statues of Lee, has become a flashpoint in the ongoing debate over how to commemorate the Civil War and its legacy. For some, these monuments represent a celebration of white supremacy, a painful reminder of the South's history of racial oppression. For others, they are symbols of Southern heritage, testaments to the courage and sacrifice of Confederate soldiers. The debate over Lee's legacy is ultimately a debate about the meaning of America itself. It is a debate about who we are as a nation, what we value, and how we choose to remember our past. The year was 1822. Spring had arrived, painting the Ohio River Valley in vibrant hues of green. On a crisp April day in the modest village of Point Pleasant, Ohio, a future president and Civil War hero drew his first breath. His name was Hiram Ulysses Grant. Born into a family of modest means, young Ulysses entered a world far removed from the grandeur of the White House or the clamor of battlefields. His father, Jesse Root Grant, was a tanner, a man who worked with his hands, transforming animal hides into leather. His mother, Hannah Simpson Grant, was a quiet, devout woman who instilled in her son a strong sense of morality and a deep-seated aversion to slavery. The Grant household, though humble, was filled with the warmth of family. Ulysses, the eldest of 6 children, grew up amidst the familiar smells of the tannery and the comforting rhythms of rural life. Little did anyone suspect that this unassuming boy, born in a small Ohio village, would one day lead a nation through its darkest hour and shape the course of American history. His early childhood, spent amidst the rolling hills and quiet tranquility of Point Pleasant, offered little hint of the extraordinary destiny that lay ahead. Ulysses, despite his quiet demeanor, possessed a strong will and a remarkable aptitude for handling horses. Stories abound of his equestrian prowess. This skill would later serve him well on the battlefields of the Civil War. His education was rudimentary, but he was an avid reader. He developed a keen interest in history and military strategy. These early influences began to shape the future general within him. He assisted his father in the tannery, learning hard work and responsibility. This experience instilled in him a deep respect for the working class. The quiet boy from Point Pleasant was being molded into the man who would one day command armies and lead a nation. In 1839, a pivotal moment arrived in the life of young Ulysses. He received an appointment to the prestigious United States Military Academy at West Point. This opportunity would prove to be transformative, shaping him into a soldier. West Point's rigorous curriculum and training presented a stark contrast to his previous life. He excelled in mathematics and horsemanship. Despite challenges, he persevered with quiet determination. The academy instilled in him military skills, discipline, and a code of honor. He learned strategy, logistics, and military leadership. These lessons proved invaluable in his future military career. West Point forged within Ulysses the steel of a soldier. It transformed him into a disciplined officer, ready to serve his country. The Mexican-American War, a conflict that erupted in 1846, provided Ulysses S. Grant with his first taste of real combat. Fresh out of West Point, he served under General Zachary Taylor, witnessing firsthand the horrors and the heroics of war. This experience, a baptism of fire for the young lieutenant, would prove to be a crucial chapter in his development as a military leader. Grant's performance in Mexico earned him recognition for his bravery and his resourcefulness. These qualities, honed in the crucible of war, would later serve him well as he rose through the ranks of the Union Army. A curious anecdote from Grant's early life involves a clerical error that ultimately led to a change in his name. Upon entering West Point, his name was mistakenly recorded as Ulysses Simpson Grant, a combination of his middle name and his mother's maiden name. Rather than correct the error, Grant adopted the new name, and it became the moniker under which he would achieve his historic accomplishments. This seemingly minor incident, a simple bureaucratic blunder, had a lasting impact on Grant's identity. Following the Mexican-American War, Grant experienced a period of instability and uncertainty. He was stationed at various military posts, including some in remote and desolate locations. The peacetime army offered little excitement or opportunity for advancement, and Grant struggled to find his place in the post-war world. He married Julia Dent in 1848, and the couple started a family. However, financial difficulties plagued them, and Grant struggled to provide for his growing family. He tried his hand at farming, a venture that proved unsuccessful, adding to his mounting frustrations. The years following the Mexican War were a period of personal and professional challenges for Grant. He grappled with feelings of restlessness and a sense of unfulfilled potential. He longed for a purpose, a challenge that would allow him to utilize his talents and make his mark on the world. The post-war struggles, though difficult, served as a crucible, forging within Grant a resilience and a determination that would prove invaluable in the years to come. The lessons learned during this period of hardship, the lessons of perseverance and the importance of family, would shape his character and inform his decisions as he navigated the turbulent waters of the Civil War and the presidency. Grant returned to his family's trade, working as a tanner in Galena, Illinois. These years, though marked by hardship, provided valuable family time. He relished the role of husband and father. The tannery offered stability but couldn't satisfy his ambitions. The smell of leather reminded him of his humble beginnings. Despite hardships, the Galena years offered reflection and introspection. He learned the value of hard work and family. These lessons would serve him well in extraordinary circumstances. As the nation hurtled towards civil war, Grant watched with growing unease. The escalating tensions between North and South, fueled by the issue of slavery, threatened to tear the country apart. Grant, a man who had witnessed the horrors of war firsthand, understood the devastating consequences of armed conflict. The political landscape of the late 1850s was a maelstrom of conflicting ideologies and escalating rhetoric. The debate over slavery raged, dividing families, communities, and the nation itself. Grant, a man of few words, observed the unfolding crisis with a quiet intensity, his mind grappling with the implications of a divided nation. The eve of the Civil War found Grant in Galena, a seemingly ordinary citizen caught in the undertow of extraordinary events. He was a family man, a tanner, a former soldier, a man searching for his place in a world on the brink of chaos. Little did he know that the coming storm would sweep him up and carry him to the center of the conflict, where he would play a pivotal role in shaping the destiny of the nation. Ulysses S. Grant, the once obscure tanner from Galena, felt the pull of duty. The attack on Fort Sumter ignited a fire within him to defend the Union. He faced bureaucratic hurdles but persevered. Grant volunteered his services to Illinois, his West Point training making him valuable. He approached each task with diligence, earning respect and attention. The call to arms reawakened the soldier within him. Grant embraced the opportunity to serve and contribute to the Union. Grant's early command in Cairo, Illinois, a strategically important location at the confluence of the Ohio and Mississippi rivers, provided him with his first opportunity to demonstrate his military acumen. He quickly grasped the importance of controlling the waterways, recognizing their crucial role in supplying and transporting troops. His first significant victory came at Fort Henry in February 1862, a relatively swift and decisive capture that boosted Union morale and signaled Grant's potential as a commander. This success paved the way for a more challenging objective, Fort Donelson, a Confederate stronghold guarding the Cumberland River. The siege of Fort Donelson, a grueling and bloody affair, tested Grant's resolve. Faced with a determined Confederate defense, he refused to retreat, famously declaring, "No terms except an unconditional and immediate surrender can be accepted." This resolute stance, which earned him the nickname Unconditional Surrender Grant, became a hallmark of his leadership. The capture of Fort Donelson, a major victory for the Union, catapulted Grant into the national spotlight. His unwavering determination, his tactical brilliance, and his refusal to accept defeat marked him as a rising star in the Union Army, a commander who could deliver much-needed victories in the fight to preserve the nation. The Battle of Shiloh, fought in April 1862 near Pittsburgh Landing, Tennessee, proved to be a brutal and costly test for Grant and his army. The initial Confederate onslaught caught the Union forces by surprise, pushing them back towards the river. The fighting was fierce and relentless, resulting in heavy casualties on both sides. Grant, under immense pressure, remained calm and resolute. He rallied his troops, reorganized his lines, and stubbornly refused to concede defeat. He displayed a coolness under fire that inspired his men and earned him the admiration of his superiors. The arrival of reinforcements under General Don Carlos Buell bolstered the Union lines, turning the tide of the battle. The Confederate assault faltered, and the Union forces launched a counteroffensive, driving the Confederates back. Shiloh, though a Union victory, was a bloody affair, the scale of casualties shocking the nation. Shiloh, a baptism of fire for Grant, solidified his reputation as a tenacious and resourceful commander. He had faced adversity head-on, weathered the storm, and emerged victorious. The lessons learned in the blood-soaked fields of Shiloh would shape his approach to future battles and contribute to his eventual success in leading the Union Army to victory. The capture of Vicksburg, Mississippi, a Confederate stronghold controlling the Mississippi River, became Grant's next major objective. The city, perched on bluffs overlooking the river, presented a formidable challenge. Grant's initial attempts to take the city by direct assault proved unsuccessful. Undeterred, Grant embarked on a daring campaign of maneuver and siege. He cut off the city's supply lines, bombarded its defenses, and gradually tightened his grip. The siege of Vicksburg, a masterpiece of military strategy, lasted for 6 weeks, testing the endurance and resolve of both armies. The Confederate defenders, trapped and starving, finally surrendered on July 4, 1863, a momentous victory for the Union. The fall of Vicksburg, coupled with the Union victory at Gettysburg the day before, marked a turning point in the Civil War. The Confederacy was split in two, and the Union gained control of the vital Mississippi River. Vicksburg, a testament to Grant's strategic brilliance and his unwavering determination, solidified his reputation as one of the Union's most capable commanders. The capture of the Gibraltar of the Confederacy elevated Grant to national prominence and paved the way for his eventual appointment as General-in-Chief of the Union armies. Following his success at Vicksburg, Grant was tasked with relieving the besieged Union Army at Chattanooga, Tennessee. The city, strategically located in the heart of the Confederacy, was crucial to the Union war effort. Grant, with his characteristic decisiveness, quickly assessed the situation and formulated a plan of attack. The Battle of Chattanooga, fought in November 1863, was a resounding Union victory. Grant's forces, bolstered by reinforcements, stormed Missionary Ridge and Lookout Mountain, breaking the Confederate grip on the city and securing control of the vital railroad lines. Chattanooga, a brilliant display of Grant's tactical skill and his ability to coordinate complex military operations, further enhanced his reputation as a masterful commander. The victory opened up a pathway for the Union advance into the heart of the Confederacy, setting the stage for the final campaigns of the war. The liberation of Chattanooga, a strategic triumph for the Union, demonstrated Grant's ability to overcome challenging terrain and a determined enemy. His leadership at Chattanooga solidified his position as one of the Union's most important commanders and earned him the trust and confidence of President Lincoln. In March of 1864, President Abraham Lincoln appointed Ulysses S. Grant to the position of General-in-Chief of the Union armies. This appointment, a testament to Lincoln's faith in Grant's abilities, placed him in overall command of the Union war effort. Grant, the once obscure tanner, now held the fate of the nation in his hands. Lincoln, recognizing Grant's tenacity and his unwavering commitment to victory, saw in him the leader who could bring the war to a successful conclusion. Grant's unconditional surrender approach resonated with Lincoln's determination to preserve the Union at all costs. Grant, upon assuming command, immediately set about implementing his strategy for defeating the Confederacy. He recognized the importance of coordinating the Union armies, of applying relentless pressure on the Confederate forces, and of targeting the resources that fueled the Southern war effort. Grant's appointment as General-in-Chief marked a turning point in the Civil War. His leadership, his strategic vision, and his unwavering resolve would guide the Union armies through the final bloody campaigns of the war and ultimately lead to the Confederacy's defeat. Grant's Overland Campaign, launched in the spring of 1864, was a series of brutal battles fought in Virginia against General Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia. The campaign, a grueling test of endurance and resolve, resulted in heavy casualties on both sides. Grant, with his characteristic aggressiveness, relentlessly pursued Lee's army, engaging in a series of bloody encounters at the Wilderness, Spotsylvania Courthouse, and Cold Harbor. The fighting was fierce and unrelenting, a war of attrition that tested the limits of both armies. Despite the heavy losses, Grant refused to be deterred. He understood that the Union, with its superior resources, could sustain the fight, while the Confederacy could not. His determination to press the attack, even at great cost, gradually wore down Lee's army. The Overland Campaign, though costly in terms of human life, marked a significant turning point in the war. Grant's relentless pressure on Lee's army, his refusal to retreat, and his willingness to absorb heavy losses gradually eroded the Confederacy's ability to resist. Following the Overland Campaign, Grant shifted his focus to Petersburg, Virginia, a vital railroad hub supplying the Confederate capital of Richmond. The siege of Petersburg, a protracted and bloody affair, lasted for 9 months, further depleting the dwindling resources of the Confederacy. Grant, with his characteristic patience and determination, gradually tightened his grip on Petersburg, cutting off supply lines and extending his siege lines. The Confederate defenders, facing starvation and dwindling ammunition, fought with desperate courage, but their situation was hopeless. In April 1865, with Petersburg about to fall, Lee abandoned Richmond and attempted to escape westward. Grant, anticipating Lee's move, pursued him relentlessly, finally cornering him at Appomattox Courthouse. On April 9, 1865, Lee surrendered his army to Grant, effectively ending the Civil War. The surrender at Appomattox, a moment of profound historical significance, marked the end of the Confederacy and the beginning of the long and difficult process of national reunification. The meeting between Grant and Lee at Appomattox Courthouse was a moment of reconciliation, a symbolic closing of a chapter of immense national division and bloodshed. Grant, magnanimous in victory, offered Lee generous terms of surrender, allowing Confederate officers to keep their sidearms and horses and permitting soldiers to return home to their families. Grant's respect for Lee, a fellow West Point graduate and a respected military leader, was evident in his treatment of the defeated Confederate general. He understood the pain and suffering caused by the war and sought to heal the wounds of a divided nation. The image of Grant and Lee meeting at Appomattox, captured in paintings and photographs, became an iconic representation of the end of the Civil War. It symbolized the reunification of the nation, the healing of wounds, and the beginning of a new era in American history. The surrender at Appomattox, a moment of both triumph and tragedy, marked the culmination of Grant's military career. He had led the Union armies to victory, preserved the nation, and earned a place among the greatest military leaders in American history. The quiet tanner from Galena had become a national hero, his name forever linked to the preservation of the Union and the end of slavery. The Civil War's echoes reverberated across a shattered nation. The South lay in ruins, its economy devastated, its social fabric torn asunder. The task of rebuilding, of reconciling a divided nation and integrating formerly enslaved people into society, was a monumental undertaking. Ulysses S. Grant, the victorious general, found himself at the forefront of this daunting challenge. His reputation as a decisive leader and a man of integrity made him a natural choice for a prominent role in the post-war era. He understood the complexities of the situation, the deep-seated resentments, and the need for a balanced approach to reconstruction. Grant's military experience, his first-hand knowledge of the South, and his commitment to justice positioned him to navigate the treacherous waters of Reconstruction. He believed in a firm but fair approach, seeking to balance the need for accountability with the imperative of reconciliation. The aftermath of war presented a unique set of challenges, unlike anything Grant had faced on the battlefield. The battlefields of Reconstruction were political and social, demanding a different kind of leadership, a different kind of strategy. Grant, with his characteristic determination and his unwavering commitment to the nation's well-being, embraced this new challenge, seeking to forge a path toward a more just and unified future. President Andrew Johnson, Lincoln's successor, appointed Grant as Secretary of War ad interim in 1867. This position placed Grant in the midst of the tumultuous political landscape of Reconstruction, a period marked by clashes between the executive and legislative branches over the direction of the nation's recovery. Grant, though a military man, found himself navigating the complexities of political maneuvering. He attempted to maintain a neutral stance, seeking to implement Reconstruction policies while avoiding entanglement in the escalating conflict between Johnson and Congress. Grant's tenure as Secretary of War ad interim was a period of learning and adaptation. He gained valuable experience in the workings of government, the intricacies of policymaking, and the challenges of balancing competing interests. Despite his efforts to remain above the political fray, Grant increasingly found himself at odds with Johnson's policies, which he viewed as too lenient towards the former Confederacy. This growing disillusionment with Johnson's approach to Reconstruction would ultimately lead Grant to seek the presidency, where he hoped to implement his own vision for the nation's future. In 1868, Ulysses S. Grant, the war hero and former Secretary of War ad interim, emerged as the Republican nominee for president. His popularity, stemming from his military successes and his perceived integrity, made him a formidable candidate. The nation, weary of war and political strife, looked to Grant for leadership and stability. The Democratic Party nominated Horatio Seymour, the former governor of New York. The election, held in the shadow of Reconstruction, focused on issues of race, reconciliation, and the future of the South. Grant's campaign emphasized his commitment to a just and lasting peace, while Seymour advocated for a more lenient approach to Reconstruction. Grant won the election decisively, capturing the popular vote and securing a comfortable majority in the Electoral College. His victory, a testament to his national stature and the public's desire for strong leadership, ushered in a new era in American politics. The election of 1868 marked the ascension of a war hero to the highest office in the land. Grant, the quiet tanner from Galena, had risen to become the commander-in-chief of the armed forces and now assumed the mantle of commander-in-chief of the nation. His presidency, fraught with challenges and controversies, would shape the course of Reconstruction and leave a lasting impact on American history. Grant's presidency was dominated by the challenges of Reconstruction. He faced the daunting task of rebuilding the South, integrating formerly enslaved people into society, and protecting the rights of newly freed African Americans. He pursued a policy of reconciliation, seeking to heal the wounds of war while upholding the principles of justice and equality. Grant supported the passage of the 14th and 15th Amendments, which granted citizenship and voting rights to African Americans. He also worked to establish and protect the Freedmen's Bureau, an organization dedicated to assisting formerly enslaved people in their transition to freedom. Despite Grant's efforts, Reconstruction faced fierce resistance from white Southerners who resented federal intervention and sought to maintain white supremacy. The rise of white supremacist groups like the Ku Klux Klan undermined efforts to protect the rights of African Americans and enforce federal laws. Grant's commitment to Reconstruction, though commendable, faced formidable obstacles. The legacy of slavery, the deep-seated racism of Southern society, and the political machinations of those who opposed racial equality created a climate of violence and intimidation that hampered efforts to rebuild the South and integrate African Americans into the fabric of American life. The 15th Amendment, ratified in 1870, guaranteed the right to vote regardless of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. This landmark achievement, a culmination of the struggle for civil rights, represented a significant step forward in the pursuit of equality for African Americans. Grant, a strong advocate for the 15th Amendment, recognized its importance in securing the gains of Reconstruction. He believed that the right to vote was essential for African Americans to exercise their full citizenship and participate fully in American society. The passage of the 15th Amendment, though a major victory for civil rights, did not fully eliminate barriers to voting for African Americans. Southern states implemented various tactics such as poll taxes, literacy tests, and grandfather clauses to disenfranchise black voters. Despite these obstacles, the 15th Amendment remained a powerful symbol of progress. It represented a formal recognition of the fundamental right to vote, a right that would continue to be fought for and defended in the decades to come. Grant's administration faced significant economic challenges, including the Panic of 1873, a financial crisis that triggered a severe depression. The panic, caused by a combination of factors, including overspeculation in railroads and a decline in international trade, had a devastating impact on the American economy. Grant's response to the panic, though criticized by some, reflected his commitment to sound fiscal policy. He signed legislation to resume specie payments, a move aimed at stabilizing the currency and restoring confidence in the financial system. The Panic of 1873 and the subsequent Depression had a profound impact on the nation's economy and on Grant's presidency. The economic hardship fueled social unrest and contributed to a decline in public support for Reconstruction. Grant's economic policies, though designed to address the crisis, were not universally popular. Critics argued that his focus on fiscal conservatism exacerbated the economic downturn. The Panic of 1873 and its aftermath cast a long shadow over Grant's second term, adding to the challenges he faced in navigating the complex political and social landscape of the era. Grant's Native American policy, aimed at promoting peace and assimilation, faced numerous challenges and generated considerable controversy. He advocated for a peace policy which sought to replace corrupt Indian agents with Christian missionaries and reformers. Grant's approach, though well-intentioned, was often undermined by conflicting interests and bureaucratic inefficiencies. The encroachment of white settlers on Native American lands, the discovery of gold in the Black Hills, and the resistance of some Native American tribes to assimilation led to ongoing conflict. The most notable conflict during Grant's presidency was the Great Sioux War of 1876, sparked by the discovery of gold in the Black Hills of South Dakota. The war, which culminated in the Battle of Little Bighorn, highlighted the tensions between Native American tribes and the expanding United States. Grant's Native American policy, though aimed at achieving a peaceful resolution, ultimately proved ineffective in preventing conflict and protecting Native American rights. The legacy of his policy remains a complex and contentious issue in American history. Grant's presidency was plagued by scandals involving members of his administration and close associates. While Grant himself was not directly implicated in these scandals, his perceived tolerance of corruption tarnished his reputation and undermined public trust in his leadership. The Credit Mobilier scandal, involving bribery and fraud in the construction of the Union Pacific Railroad, exposed corruption at the highest levels of government. The Whiskey Ring scandal, which involved tax evasion by distillers and government officials, further eroded public confidence in Grant's administration. Grant, though personally honest, was criticized for his loyalty to friends and associates, even when they were accused of wrongdoing. His reluctance to remove corrupt officials from office, coupled with his tendency to trust those around him, contributed to the perception of widespread corruption within his administration. The scandals that plagued Grant's presidency though not directly attributable to his own actions, cast a long shadow over his legacy. The perception of corruption, whether accurate or not, tarnished his image and detracted from his accomplishments in other areas. Despite the scandals and controversies that plagued his first term, Grant secured re-election in 1872. He defeated Horace Greeley, the editor of the New York Tribune, who ran as the candidate of the Liberal Republican Party and the Democratic Party. The election of 1872, held against a backdrop of economic hardship and political scandal, highlighted the deep divisions within American society. Grant's supporters praised his leadership during the war and his commitment to Reconstruction, while his critics accused him of tolerating corruption and mismanaging the economy. Grant's victory, though decisive, was marred by the controversies surrounding his first term. His second term would be dominated by efforts to address the ongoing economic crisis and to restore public trust in his leadership. The election of 1872, a referendum on Grant's first term, reaffirmed his popularity and his hold on the presidency. However, the controversies that swirled around his administration continued to cast a shadow over his second term, adding to the challenges he faced in leading the nation through a period of economic and social upheaval. Grant's legacy as president is a complex and often contradictory one. He is remembered for his commitment to Reconstruction and civil rights. However, his presidency was marred by scandal and economic hardship. His achievements include the 15th Amendment and the Department of Justice. He also reformed the civil service. Yet, his administration was tainted by scandal. His Native American policy failed to protect rights. Reconstruction failed to achieve racial equality. Grant's legacy is a mixed bag of achievements and shortcomings. In 1877, after 8 years in the White House, Ulysses S. Grant bid farewell to the presidency. Weary from leadership, Grant embarked on a world tour with his wife Julia and son Jesse. He had no fixed itinerary, only a desire to see the world and experience different cultures. He was simply Ulysses S. Grant, a private citizen on an adventure. The world tour offered Grant a chance to reflect on his life and legacy. Grant's world tour was a triumphal procession. He was hailed as a hero, a liberator, and a symbol of American democracy. From Europe to Asia, Grant experienced international acclaim. In England, he met with Queen Victoria, receiving a royal welcome. In Japan, he was received by Emperor Meiji. In China, he met with Li Hongzhang, discussing trade and diplomacy. He marveled at the wonders of the world. After more than 2 years abroad, Grant returned to America in 1879. He was greeted with a hero's welcome, his travels having further enhanced his reputation. Grant's return marked a transition from world traveler to private citizen. He settled in New York City, eager to reconnect with friends and family. Grant's post-presidency life was a mix of public appearances, business ventures, and personal pursuits. The return to America marked a new chapter in Grant's life. Grant's post-presidency life took a dramatic and devastating turn when he became entangled in a fraudulent investment scheme orchestrated by Ferdinand Ward, a young and seemingly successful financier. Grant, trusting and inexperienced in the world of high finance, invested heavily in Ward's firm, Grant and Ward, believing he was securing his family's financial future. Ward's scheme, a Ponzi scheme built on lies and deception, eventually collapsed in 1884, leaving Grant financially ruined. He lost his entire fortune, his life savings wiped out by Ward's treachery. The financial devastation was a crushing blow, threatening to tarnish his reputation and leave him destitute in his old age. Grant, facing financial ruin, refused to succumb to despair. He was determined to repay his debts and provide for his family. He turned to his one remaining asset, his reputation as a war hero and former president, seeking opportunities to earn income and rebuild his financial standing. The financial collapse, a shocking turn of events, tested Grant's resilience and his character. He had faced adversity before, on the battlefields of the Civil War and in the political arena. But this personal crisis demanded a different kind of courage, a different kind of strength. Grant, facing the prospect of poverty and disgrace, refused to be defeated. He embarked on a new battle, a fight to regain his financial footing and preserve his honor. The Grant and Ward scandal, a shocking betrayal, sent shockwaves through American society. Ferdinand Ward, a trusted partner, defrauded Grant and countless investors. The scandal tarnished Grant's reputation, raising questions about his judgment. Though honest, Grant was criticized for his association with Ward. He had trusted Ward implicitly, failing to see the warning signs. The scandal threatened to overshadow his accomplishments. Grant maintained his innocence, insisting he was duped by Ward. He cooperated fully with investigators to clear his name. The scandal exposed the dangers of misplaced trust. In the aftermath of the Grant and Ward scandal, Ulysses S. Grant faced a new and daunting challenge: throat cancer. Diagnosed in 1884, the disease progressed rapidly. Despite the illness, Grant remained resolute, determined to provide for his family. He embarked on a literary endeavor, racing to complete his memoirs. His personal account of the Civil War would be a valuable historical document. He poured his energy into the project, writing tirelessly despite the pain. Grant's writing process was a testament to his discipline and determination. He worked diligently, often dictating his memories to a stenographer. He pushed himself to the limits of his endurance, driven by a desire to complete his memoirs. The race against time revealed Grant's indomitable spirit and commitment to his family. He faced his mortality with courage and dignity, determined to leave behind a legacy. The memoirs, a literary and historical triumph, would become a testament to his resilience and enduring place in American history. Grant's memoirs, completed just before his death, became an instant sensation. The two-volume work offered a unique perspective on the Civil War. Praised for their clarity and honesty, they secured Grant's place among key chroniclers. The memoirs provided insights into his strategies and leadership. He shared thoughts on battles and interactions with Lincoln. Essential for historians and students, the memoirs are a literary achievement. The book's success provided financial security for his family. A masterpiece, the memoirs cemented Grant's legacy as a soldier, president, and writer. As Grant's illness progressed, he sought refuge in the peaceful surroundings of Mount McGregor. He moved to a cottage there in the summer of 1885. Mount McGregor became his final sanctuary, a place where he could find solace in the beauty of nature. The cottage at Mount McGregor became Grant's final home. He spent his days surrounded by his loved ones, continuing to work on his memoirs. He found comfort in the quiet rhythm of mountain life. Grant's presence at Mount McGregor attracted visitors from near and far. People came to pay their respects to the dying hero. The small mountain community became a focal point of national attention. Mount McGregor provided Grant with a much-needed sanctuary in his final days. He found comfort in the tranquility of the mountains and the presence of his family. The small mountain cottage became a place of pilgrimage for those who wished to honor the life and legacy of a national hero. Grant's final battle was not fought on a battlefield, but against the relentless advance of cancer. He faced his mortality with the same courage and dignity that had characterized his military career and his presidency. He endured the pain and discomfort of his illness with stoicism, refusing to let it define his final days. He continued to work on his memoirs, pushing himself to complete the project despite his weakening condition. He maintained his interest in current events, reading newspapers and discussing political issues with visitors. He remained engaged with the world, refusing to retreat into despair or self-pity. Grant's strength and resilience in the face of death inspired those around him. His family, his friends, and his doctors marveled at his fortitude, his unwavering spirit, and his determination to make the most of his remaining time. Grant's final battle, a testament to his character and his indomitable spirit, was a fight against the inevitable. He faced death with the same resolve he had shown in facing the challenges of war and the burdens of leadership. His final days, though marked by suffering, were also marked by courage, dignity, and a deep appreciation for the life he had lived. On July 23, 1885, Ulysses S. Grant succumbed to throat cancer. His death, a national tragedy, plunged the nation into mourning. Grant's funeral, a grand and solemn affair, was a testament to his stature. He was laid to rest in Grant's tomb, a magnificent mausoleum overlooking the Hudson River. Grant's legacy, a complex and enduring one, continues to be debated and reevaluated. The news of Ulysses S. Grant's death reverberated around the world. From Europe to America, people mourned the passing of a military hero and former president. Newspapers carried lengthy obituaries, recounting Grant's life and impact. In the United States, the reaction was profound grief. Flags flew at half-staff, businesses closed, and communities held memorial services. Political leaders eulogized Grant, praising his leadership and integrity. The outpouring of grief was global, underscoring his international impact. He was mourned as a champion of democracy and a symbol of resilience. His passing marked the end of an era and the loss of a historic leader. Ulysses S. Grant's funeral was a spectacle of national mourning. The elaborate ceremonies provided a fitting tribute to a national hero. The funeral cortege wound its way through New York City. The somber atmosphere reflected the nation's profound sense of loss. Grant's body lay in state in City Hall. Thousands filed past his coffin, a silent testament to his impact. The final journey marked the end of a remarkable life, a majestic mausoleum overlooking the Hudson River in New York City, designed to evoke the grandeur of ancient Roman architecture, a place of pilgrimage to honor his memory. The design reflects Grant's military and civilian roles, massive granite structure with intricate carvings, inside the sarcophagi of Grant and his wife. The quiet solemnity creates an atmosphere of reverence, a symbol of national unity and remembrance, a place to connect with the past and reflect on leadership, a testament to Grant's enduring place in American history. In the immediate aftermath of Grant's death, early assessments of his life and legacy began to take shape. These initial narratives, often influenced by personal relationships, political affiliations, and the prevailing social climate, shaped public perception of Grant and laid the groundwork for future historical interpretations. Some early accounts, written by those who knew Grant personally, emphasized his military genius, his unwavering determination, and his personal integrity. They portrayed him as a humble and unassuming leader, a man of action who had risen from obscurity to lead the Union to victory in the Civil War. Other accounts, often penned by political opponents or those critical of his presidency, focused on the scandals that had plagued his administration, portraying him as a naive and ineffective leader who had allowed corruption to flourish. These early criticisms, though often based on partisan biases, contributed to a mixed and often contradictory image of Grant in the public mind. The early assessments of Grant's legacy, a mix of praise and criticism, reflected the complexities of his life and the challenges he faced as a military leader and a president. These initial narratives, though often incomplete and sometimes inaccurate, laid the foundation for future historical inquiries and shaped the ongoing debate about Grant's place in American history. Howdy, folks, and welcome to the Valley. These rolling hills, these whispering rivers, they hold a story of courage, of tragedy, of a man named Thomas Jonathan Jackson, a man history would come to know as Stonewall. Join me now as we journey back to the tumultuous days of the 19th century. Walk with me through the life of a man who became a legend. Our story begins not on a battlefield shrouded in smoke, but in the quiet town of Clarksburg, Virginia, a place where life moved at the pace of a horse-drawn carriage, where the seasons turned slow and sure. Here, amidst the rolling hills of what would become West Virginia, a legend was born. It was a cold January day, the 21st to be precise, in the year of our Lord 1824, when a son was born to Jonathan and Julia Jackson. They named him Thomas, little knowing the mark he would leave on history. This is his story. Life in the early 1800s moved at a different pace. The air was filled with the clatter of horse hooves on cobblestones, the scent of wood smoke and freshly baked bread. It was a time of expansion, of exploration, of a young nation finding its footing. But it was also a time of deep division. The issue of slavery cast a long shadow over the land, driving a wedge between North and South. The winds of change were blowing, carrying with them the threat of a storm that would tear the nation asunder. It was into this world, marked by both hope and uncertainty, that Thomas Jackson was born. His family, though not wealthy, held a respected place in their community. His father, a lawyer and businessman, instilled in him a strong sense of duty and a deep faith in God. Little did they know that their young son, quiet and unassuming, would one day be called upon to play a pivotal role in the unfolding drama of American history. The world into which Thomas Jackson was born was far removed from the grand halls of power and the roar of cannon fire. His was a childhood spent in the rural backcountry, surrounded by the rugged beauty of the Allegheny Mountains. Life was hard, resources scarce. Tragedy struck early when his father and baby sister died of typhoid fever within days of each other. Thomas was just 3 years old. The loss left a void in his life, a shadow that would follow him for years to come. His mother, Julia, was left to raise her 3 young children alone. A woman of remarkable strength and resilience, she instilled in her children the values of hard work, perseverance, and faith. These values would serve Thomas well in the years to come. Even as a child, Thomas possessed a quiet intensity, a seriousness beyond his years. He was a solitary boy, more comfortable in the company of books than people. He devoured every volume he could get his hands on, his mind soaking up knowledge like a sponge. Life dealt Thomas another cruel blow when he was just 7 years old. His beloved mother, Julia, succumbed to tuberculosis, leaving him orphaned. He and his siblings were separated, sent to live with various relatives. For young Thomas, life became a series of difficult adjustments. He found himself shuffled from one relative to another, never quite feeling at home. He worked long hours at a grist mill owned by an uncle, enduring harsh treatment and grueling labor. Through it all, Thomas clung to his faith and his determination to make something of himself. He understood the value of hard work, the importance of perseverance. He continued to educate himself whenever possible, borrowing books and teaching himself whenever he could. He may have been an orphan, cast adrift in the world, but Thomas Jackson refused to be defined by his circumstances. He carried within him a spark of something extraordinary, a spirit waiting to be kindled. For a young man of Thomas Jackson's limited means and uncertain prospects, a formal education seemed like an impossible dream. Yet fate, as it often does, had other plans. In 1842, at the age of 18, Jackson received an appointment to the prestigious United States Military Academy at West Point. It was a world away from the rural backwoods of his youth. Life at West Point was rigorous, demanding, a constant test of physical and mental endurance. The Academy's strict code of conduct, its emphasis on discipline and honor, resonated deeply with Jackson's own personal values. Jackson, initially self-conscious and uncertain, threw himself into his studies with characteristic zeal. He excelled in mathematics and engineering, his sharp mind quickly grasping complex concepts. He proved to be a quick study on the parade ground as well, displaying a natural aptitude for military tactics. While he respected his classmates and formed a few close friendships, Jackson remained a solitary figure. He preferred the company of books to the boisterous camaraderie of the barracks. He was driven by a deep-seated desire to succeed, to prove himself worthy of the opportunity he had been given. Jackson's time at West Point coincided with a period of growing tension between the United States and Mexico. In 1846, war erupted, and Jackson, eager to prove himself in battle, received his commission as a brevet second lieutenant in the United States Army. The Mexican-American War would prove to be a crucible in which Jackson's military skills were forged. He served with distinction, fighting in several key battles, including the Siege of Veracruz and the Battle of Chapultepec. He quickly earned a reputation for his bravery, his coolness under fire, and his keen tactical mind. It was during the Battle of Contreras that Jackson's actions earned him a promotion to brevet captain. Under a hail of enemy fire, he rallied his men and led a daring charge that helped secure a crucial victory. His courage and leadership under fire did not go unnoticed. The Mexican-American War, though controversial, provided Jackson with invaluable experience. He learned the art of command, the importance of discipline and morale, and the unpredictable nature of battle. He returned from the war a decorated veteran, his reputation as a capable and courageous officer firmly established. Following the Mexican-American War, Jackson resigned his commission and accepted a position as a professor of artillery tactics at the Virginia Military Institute in Lexington, Virginia. The transition from battle-hardened soldier to academic was not an easy one. Jackson, accustomed to the strict discipline of military life, struggled to adapt to the more relaxed atmosphere of academia. His rigid teaching style and strict adherence to rules and regulations earned him the nickname Tom Fool Jackson from his students. Despite the initial challenges, Jackson remained committed to his duties at VMI. He saw teaching as an extension of his service to his beloved Virginia, a way to shape the minds of the young men who would one day lead the state. His personal life during this period was marked by both joy and sorrow. He married Eleanor Junkin, the daughter of a college president, but their happiness was short-lived. Eleanor died in childbirth the following year. Devastated by the loss, Jackson found solace in his faith and his work. He would later remarry, finding happiness with Mary Anna Morrison, with whom he would have a daughter. The year is 1860. A shadow falls across the land, a shadow of discord and division. The issue of slavery, that festering wound on the soul of America, has brought the nation to the brink of war. In the North, the election of Abraham Lincoln, a man who vowed to limit the spread of slavery, ignites a firestorm of controversy. The Southern states, fearing for their way of life, their very identity, see secession as their only option. One by one, they lower the stars and stripes, raising new banners of independence. South Carolina, Mississippi, Florida, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, Texas. A new nation is born, the Confederate States of America, founded on the principle of states' rights and the preservation of slavery. The die is cast. A nation once united now stands divided, poised on the precipice of a conflict that will test the very fabric of its being. For Thomas Jackson, the news of secession weighs heavily on his heart. A Virginian by birth, a West Point graduate, a veteran of the Mexican-American War, he is a man of divided loyalties. Can he in good conscience take up arms against the nation he has sworn to defend? He seeks solace in prayer, wrestling with his conscience. The decision he knows will have profound consequences, not only for himself but for the future of the nation. His heart aches for peace, yet he senses the inevitability of war. When Virginia secedes, Jackson's mind is made up. He cannot in good conscience stand idly by while his home state prepares for war. He resigns his commission in the United States Army and accepts a commission as a colonel in the Confederate Army. It is a decision he does not take lightly. He knows the horrors of war firsthand. He understands the sacrifices that will be demanded of him, of his men, of the nation. Yet he believes he has no other choice. He must answer the call of duty even if it means taking up arms against his former comrades. The war that engulfs the nation divides not only states, but families, friends, and neighbors. In Virginia, the western counties, with their ties to the Union, refuse to secede, forming a new state, West Virginia. The eastern counties, where slavery is more deeply entrenched, remain loyal to the Confederacy. At the Virginia Military Institute, Jackson's former students flock to enlist in the Confederate Army. They are eager to prove themselves in battle, to defend their homes and families. Jackson, now a brigadier general, is given command of the 1st Brigade of the Army of the Shenandoah. He is a stern taskmaster, demanding discipline and obedience from his men. He drills them relentlessly, instilling in them the importance of precision and order on the battlefield. He believes that victory is achieved not through reckless charges, but through careful planning and strategic maneuvering. But Jackson is more than just a disciplinarian. He is also a man of deep faith, and he shares his beliefs openly with his men. He holds prayer meetings before battles, seeking divine guidance and protection. He believes that God is on their side, that their cause is just. In the spring of 1861, the war is still young, and both sides are jockeying for position. The Confederacy establishes an arsenal at Harper's Ferry, Virginia, a town of strategic importance located at the confluence of the Shenandoah and Potomac rivers. Colonel Robert E. Lee, a distinguished Virginian and former superintendent of West Point, is sent to assess the situation. He is impressed by Jackson's efficiency and military bearing. Lee recognizes in Jackson a kindred spirit, a man of unwavering conviction and military acumen. Under Jackson's command, the Confederacy quickly fortifies the town, transforming it into a formidable defensive position. He understands the importance of controlling the high ground and the vital rail lines that pass through the area. The Union Army, under the command of General Robert Patterson, advances on Harper's Ferry, determined to capture the vital arsenal. A tense standoff ensues, but Jackson, outnumbered and outgunned, refuses to yield. He will hold the town as long as possible, buying precious time for the Confederacy to gather its strength. As the summer of 1861 wears on, the focus of the war shifts to Manassas Junction, a vital railroad hub just south of Washington, D.C. Control of Manassas would give the Confederacy a strategic advantage, threatening the Union capital itself. Confederate forces, under the command of the charismatic General P.G.T. Beauregard, dig in around Manassas, preparing for the inevitable Union assault. Among Beauregard's commanders is Brigadier General Thomas Jackson, his brigade stationed on Henry Hill, a strategically important rise overlooking the battlefield. On July 21, 1861, the Union Army, under the command of General Irvin McDowell, attacks. The First Battle of Bull Run, as it comes to be known, is a chaotic and bloody affair. Both sides fight with tenacity, but the Union forces, believing they have the advantage, launch a series of poorly coordinated assaults. The tide of the battle begins to turn as Jackson's brigade, standing firm on Henry Hill, repels wave after wave of Union attacks. The fighting is fierce, hand to hand, but Jackson's men hold their ground, their resolve unbroken. As the Union forces press their attack, another Confederate brigade, commanded by General Barnard B., falters under the relentless onslaught. B., desperate to rally his men, points to Jackson's brigade, still holding firm on Henry Hill. "There stands Jackson like a stone wall," B. shouts, his voice ringing out over the din of battle. "Rally behind the Virginians." The name Stonewall sticks, instantly becoming a legend. Inspired by Jackson's unwavering courage, the Confederate lines hold. Reinforcements arrive and the tide of the battle turns. The Union assault, once so full of promise, crumbles. Panic sets in, and the Union troops, routed and demoralized, retreat back towards Washington. The First Battle of Bull Run is a Confederate victory, a much-needed boost to Southern morale. But the victory comes at a high price. Thousands lie dead and wounded on both sides. The war, once a distant rumble, has arrived in all its fury. In the spring of 1862, the Union Army launches a massive offensive, aiming to capture the Confederate capital at Richmond, Virginia. General George B. McClellan, the Union commander, plans a two-pronged attack, with one force advancing up the Virginia Peninsula and another striking from the Shenandoah Valley. Stonewall Jackson, now a major general and a hero of the Confederacy, is given command of a relatively small but highly mobile force in the Shenandoah Valley. His mission is to prevent Union forces from reinforcing McClellan's main army, tying down as many Union troops as possible. What follows is a brilliant campaign of maneuver and deception. Jackson's foot cavalry, as his men are known, marches at an astonishing pace, covering vast distances in a short amount of time. They strike quickly and decisively, appearing where they are least expected, disappearing before the enemy can react. Jackson's Valley Campaign is a masterpiece of military strategy. He defeats 3 separate Union armies, larger than his own, in a series of swift and decisive engagements. His victories send shockwaves through the Union High Command, forcing McClellan to divert troops from his main army to deal with the Stonewall threat. Jackson's Valley Campaign is a testament to his military genius and the tenacity of his troops. He has achieved the seemingly impossible, keeping a much larger Union force off balance, buying precious time for the Confederacy to prepare its defenses of Richmond. His name becomes synonymous with victory, his exploits inspiring awe and admiration throughout the South. He remains a deeply religious man, attributing his successes to divine providence. He cares for his men, sharing their hardships and inspiring them by his own example of courage and self-sacrifice. The bloodiest battles are yet to come, and Jackson, ever the faithful soldier, will be there, leading his men with unwavering courage. The Union Army of the Potomac, under General McClellan, inches closer to the Confederate capital of Richmond, Virginia. Confederate forces, outnumbered but determined, prepared to defend their capital to the death. Among them is Stonewall Jackson, his Valley Campaign a resounding success, but his men exhausted from their rapid marches and relentless fighting. General Robert E. Lee, newly appointed commander of the Army of Northern Virginia, recognizes the threat posed by McClellan's advance. He summons Jackson from the Shenandoah Valley, placing his trust in the general whose reputation for audacity and military brilliance has spread throughout the Confederacy. The 7 days battles, a series of brutal engagements fought in the swamps and forests outside Richmond, commence. Jackson's men, though weary, fight with their usual ferocity, but the Union Army, better equipped and supplied, proves a formidable foe. Throughout the 7 days, Jackson's name becomes a rallying cry for the Confederates, his presence on the battlefield, a source of both fear and inspiration. Union soldiers, having heard tales of his lightning strikes and relentless attacks, view him as an almost mythical figure. Despite some tactical setbacks, Jackson's aggressive actions contribute to the Confederate defense, slowing McClellan's advance and sapping the morale of his troops. Gaines's Mill, Savage's Station, Fraser's Farm, Malvern Hill. Each engagement leaves its mark on the landscape and the souls of the men who fight there. Exhausted Confederate soldiers tend to their wounded comrades. The cost of defending Richmond is high, but their spirits remain unbroken. The 7 days battles, though tactically inconclusive, proved to be a strategic victory for the Confederacy. McClellan, his advance stalled, his army bloodied and demoralized, withdraws from the peninsula, abandoning his campaign to capture Richmond. A portrait of Jackson, his face etched with fatigue but his eyes still burning with determination, reflects the fierce fighting spirit of the Army of Northern Virginia. The Confederate capital is saved, but at a terrible cost. With McClellan's threat to Richmond contained, Lee turns his attention to a new objective: driving the Union Army out of Virginia altogether. He conceives a daring plan, relying on the element of surprise and the swift, decisive action that has become Stonewall Jackson's hallmark. Jackson, his men rested and resupplied after the grueling 7 days battles, is eager to take the offensive. Lee's plan calls for Jackson to lead his corps on a wide flanking march, circling around McClellan's army and striking his supply depot at Manassas Junction. Jackson's men, their spirits high, march with renewed purpose. They are the hammer to Lee's anvil, tasked with delivering a decisive blow against the unsuspecting enemy. The march is grueling, the summer heat oppressive, but Jackson's men, accustomed to hardship, drive themselves forward. They march with a sense of purpose, knowing that the fate of the Confederacy may rest on their shoulders. Jackson's audacious maneuver takes the Union Army completely by surprise. His men fall upon the unprepared defenders of Manassas Junction, capturing vast quantities of supplies and equipment, burning what they cannot carry. The raid on Manassas Junction sends shockwaves through the Union High Command. McClellan, caught off guard, frantically orders his forces to converge on Jackson's position, determined to crush the audacious Confederate general and his men. On August 28, 1862, the Second Battle of Manassas begins. Jackson's men, outnumbered but fighting with the fury of cornered wolves, hold off wave after wave of Union attacks. The summer of 1862 fades into a crisp autumn. Emboldened by their recent victories, Lee and his Army of Northern Virginia cross the Potomac River, carrying the war into the North. The Confederacy's hopes ride high, their sights set on a decisive victory that will force the Union to the negotiating table. For the Southern soldiers, crossing the Potomac is a symbolic act, a turning point in the war. No longer content to defend their own land, they are now the invaders, carrying the fight to the heart of the enemy's territory. Maryland, a border state with deep ties to both North and South, greets the Confederates with a mixture of apprehension and cautious welcome. Lee, ever the strategist, hopes to persuade Maryland to secede, a move that would deal a significant blow to Union morale and bolster Confederate hopes for foreign recognition. As the Confederate Army advances deeper into Maryland, a thick fog descends, shrouding the countryside in an eerie silence. The fog, a metaphor for the uncertainty of war, conceals both friend and foe, adding an element of confusion and danger to every move. Communication becomes difficult, orders are delayed, and scouts struggle to penetrate the veil of mist that hangs heavy over the landscape. In this atmosphere of uncertainty, a single misplaced order, a missed opportunity, could spell disaster. A copy of Lee's marching orders detailing the disposition of his forces falls into Union hands, a stroke of luck that will have far-reaching consequences for both sides. Lee, outnumbered and outmaneuvered, finds himself in a precarious position. His army, divided by the Potomac River, faces the prospect of being destroyed piecemeal by McClellan's larger force. Stonewall Jackson, his men exhausted from their capture of Harper's Ferry, rejoins Lee's main force near the small town of Sharpsburg, Maryland. Lee, recognizing the gravity of the situation, makes a daring decision. He will stand and fight, making a desperate stand against the advancing Union Army. On September 17, 1862, the Battle of Antietam begins. The fighting is fierce, the bloodiest single day in American history. Throughout the day, Jackson's men, fighting with their usual tenacity, hold the left flank of the Confederate line against overwhelming odds. Time and again, they repulse Union attacks, inflicting heavy casualties and buying precious time for their comrades. As the sun begins to set, a final, desperate Union assault threatens to break through the Confederate lines. Just when it seems all is lost, General A.P. Hill arrives from Harper's Ferry with fresh troops, striking the flank of the attacking Union forces and driving them back in disarray. The Battle of Antietam ends in a tactical draw. Neither side is able to claim a decisive victory, but the cost of the battle is staggering. Over 23,000 men lie dead or wounded, a grim testament to the human cost of the war. In the aftermath of Antietam, Stonewall Jackson's reputation as a brilliant and audacious commander reaches its zenith. He is the Confederacy's sword arm, a general whose name strikes fear into the hearts of his enemies and inspires confidence in his own men. But Jackson is more than just a military tactician. He is a man of deep religious conviction, attributing his successes to the will of God. He believes that God has chosen him to lead the Confederacy to victory, and he approaches his duties with a sense of divine purpose. He is a stern taskmaster, demanding discipline and obedience from his men. He drills them relentlessly, instilling in them the importance of precision, order, and unwavering courage under fire. Jackson's mind is always at work, analyzing past battles, studying maps, and planning future campaigns. The fall of 1862 brings a brief respite from the fighting. The armies, exhausted from the campaigning season, settle into winter quarters. For Stonewall Jackson, this is a time for reflection, for tending to his spiritual needs, and for spending precious time with his beloved wife, Mary Anna. Their daughter Julia, born in November of 1862, brings Jackson immeasurable happiness. He is a devoted husband and father, finding solace in the love of his family amidst the horrors of war. In letters to Mary Anna, he shares his hopes and fears, his unwavering faith in God, and his deep love for his family. These are rare moments of peace and tranquility in a life consumed by war. Spring of 1863 arrives, bringing with it the promise of renewed fighting. The Army of the Potomac, now under the command of General Joseph Hooker, has been reinforced and reorganized, eager to avenge its earlier defeats. Hooker, a confident and aggressive commander, plans a daring campaign to outmaneuver Lee and capture Richmond. He will send a portion of his army on a wide flanking march, threatening Lee's rear, while the main body of his force attacks the Confederates head-on. Lee, facing overwhelming odds, knows that he cannot hope to defend every inch of ground. He must take a calculated risk, a gamble that will rely on the swift action and tactical brilliance of his most trusted lieutenant, Stonewall Jackson. On May 2nd, 1863, Jackson's corps, consisting of some 28,000 men, sets out on its secret mission. They march through the dense undergrowth of the wilderness, a vast and tangled expanse of trees, thickets, and narrow winding trails. The wilderness, a place of eerie beauty and hidden dangers, muffles the sounds of battle, making it difficult to distinguish friend from foe. Confederate scouts, their movements concealed by the thick foliage, range ahead, searching for the enemy and relaying vital information back to Jackson. The element of surprise is crucial to the success of Lee's plan, and Jackson takes every precaution to ensure that his movements remain undetected. As the sun begins to set, Jackson's men reach their objective, the exposed right flank of Hooker's unsuspecting army. The Confederate attack, when it comes, is swift and devastating. Jackson's men, emerging from the cover of the wilderness, unleash a fury of musket fire and artillery, smashing into the unprepared Union lines. The 7th Corps, caught completely by surprise, crumbles under the ferocity of the Confederate assault. Jackson, ever eager to press his advantage, rides ahead with a small party of officers to reconnoiter the enemy's position. He is determined to exploit the breakthrough, to roll up the Union flank and drive Hooker's army into a rout. As darkness falls, Jackson and his party are mistaken for Union cavalry by their own men. A volley of musket fire rings out and Jackson falls from his horse, grievously wounded. Night falls on the battlefield at Chancellorsville, filled with the groans of the wounded. Stonewall Jackson has fallen, carried from the field by his aides. One arm shattered beyond repair, a bullet lodged near his lung. Surgeons amputate the limb, uncertain of his survival. Word reaches Robert E. Lee, striking him like a physical blow. The Confederacy faces overwhelming odds as Jackson hovers between life and death. The following day, Jackson, his condition stabilized but still extremely fragile, is carefully transported from the makeshift field hospital to Guinea Station, and then by train to a nearby plantation house, where he can receive more attentive care. The house, known as Fairfield or Chandler, offers a brief respite from the harsh realities of the battlefield. Mary Anna Jackson, informed of her husband's wounding, rushes to his side. Her arrival brings a glimmer of hope and a sense of normalcy to the beleaguered general. He greets her with a weak smile, his voice a mere whisper, but his eyes reflecting the deep love and affection he holds for his wife. For a few days, Jackson appears to rally, his strength slowly returning, his spirits lifted by the news of the Confederate victory at Chancellorsville. He speaks of his men with pride, of his faith in God, and of his hopes for a swift end to the war. But fate, it seems, is not so kind. Unbeknownst to those who tend to him, pneumonia, a common complication of surgery in that era, has taken hold. Jackson's condition deteriorates rapidly, his fever spiking, his breathing labored. On May 10, 1863, 8 days after being wounded, Stonewall Jackson succumbs to pneumonia. He dies peacefully, his wife, Mary Anna, by his side. The news of Jackson's death sends shockwaves through the Confederacy. The South, still celebrating its victory at Chancellorsville, is plunged into mourning. Jackson's body lies in state in Richmond, where thousands file past his coffin, paying their respects to the fallen hero. Stonewall Jackson is laid to rest in Lexington, Virginia. Silence fell over the Confederate camp as news of Stonewall's passing spread like a chilling breeze. The victory at Chancellorsville now tasted like ashes in their mouths. Their general, their hero, their Stonewall, was gone. The men huddled together, seeking solace in shared grief. Some wept openly, while others stared blankly into the fire. The man who had seemed invincible had been brought low by fate. General Robert E. Lee received the news with stoicism. He had lost more than a general. He had lost a friend. As dawn broke, the Confederate Army prepared to move, their hearts heavy with loss. The withdrawal from Chancellorsville was a somber affair. Gone was the usual swagger and confidence. The men moved with a leaden weariness. The spring air seemed to amplify their sense of loss. The wounded slowed the army's progress. Each jolt of the wagons was a grim reminder. Even victory came at a terrible price. General Stuart shouldered the responsibility with a heavy heart. His usual exuberance was tempered by the somber mood. As they crossed the Rappahannock River, a sense of foreboding settled upon them. They had lost their Stonewall, and with him, a part of their invincibility. June, 1863. Emboldened by their recent victory at Chancellorsville, the Confederate Army marches north once more. General Lee, ever the gambler, believes a victory on northern soil is the Confederacy's hope. The men, eager to avenge their fallen comrade, answer Lee's call with determination. Yet, a shadow hangs over the army, a void left by Jackson's absence. Lee aims to concentrate his forces at Gettysburg, hoping to crush the Union Army. And so the armies converge on Gettysburg, a quiet farming community about to become a battlefield. History, as we know, offers no rewind button. We can only speculate on what might have been had Stonewall Jackson been present at Gettysburg. Would his presence have tipped the scales in favor of the South? Could he have altered the course of the war? Military historians have long debated Jackson's potential impact at Gettysburg. Some believe his aggressive nature could have led to a decisive Confederate victory. Others argue he might have counseled Lee against Pickett's charge. Ultimately, we can never know what might have been. Jackson's absence left a void in the Confederate command structure. The defeat at Gettysburg marked a turning point in the war. The Confederacy, its armies battered and depleted, would never again be so close to achieving its goal of independence. The loss of Stonewall Jackson loomed large over the South's dwindling fortunes. As the war dragged on, the South's military situation grew increasingly desperate. General Lee fought brilliant defensive battles, but the tide had turned. The North, with its industrial might, tightened its grip on the Confederacy. One by one, Confederate strongholds fell: Vicksburg, Chattanooga, Atlanta. In the decades following the Civil War, the nation struggled to heal the wounds of its bloody past. Reconstruction, a period of social, political, and economic upheaval, sought to rebuild the South and integrate freed slaves into American society. As the nation grappled with the legacy of slavery and the meaning of freedom, Stonewall Jackson's image took on a complex and often contradictory life of its own. To some, particularly in the South, he remained a hero, a symbol of Southern valor, military genius, and the lost cause mythology that sought to romanticize the Confederacy and downplay the horrors of slavery. Others viewed Jackson as a tragic figure, a brilliant military mind whose talents were wasted in defense of a cause that was morally bankrupt. His legacy, like that of the Confederacy itself, became a subject of debate and reinterpretation, a mirror reflecting the evolving understanding of the war and its consequences. Today, Stonewall Jackson's legacy continues to fascinate and challenge us. His story reminds us of the complexities of history, the enduring power of myth, and the importance of engaging with the past in all its messy, contradictory glory.
The name William Tecumseh Sherman echoes through the halls of American history, a name whispered with reverence and revulsion. a name forever linked to the fiery crucible of the Civil War. He was a man of contradictions, a brilliant military strategist who waged war with a ferocity that shocked even his own side. A complex figure, Sherman was both revered and reviled. His legacy a tapestry woven from threads of victory and destruction. Born in the heartland of a young nation, Sherman's life would become inextricably linked to its tumultuous journey. Sherman's story is America's story, a tale of westward expansion, of a nation grappling with its identity, of a people torn apart by the sin of slavery. It is a story of courage and conviction, of resilience and reinvention, of a man who rose from humble beginnings to leave an indelible mark on the course of history. To understand Sherman, we must first understand the world into which he was born, a world on the cusp of transformation. Join us now as we journey back in time, to the early days of the 19th century, to the bustling streets of Lancaster, Ohio, where on a cold winter's day, a legend was born. His name was William Tecumseh Sherman, and this is his story. Lancaster, Ohio, in the early 19th century, was a town on the move, a microcosm of a nation caught in the throes of westward expansion. On February 8, 1820, William Tecumseh Sherman was born, the 11th child of Charles and Mary Sherman. Little did she know, Cump would become a pivotal figure in history. The death of Charles Sherman left a void in young Cump's life, a void that would never be fully filled. He was described by those who knew him as a bright and inquisitive child, but one prone to bouts of melancholy and restlessness. The loss of his father had instilled in him a keen awareness of life's fragility, a realization that would stay with him throughout his days. Despite the hardships they faced, the Sherman family remained determined to provide for their own. Cump, along with his siblings, learned the value of hard work, taking on odd jobs to contribute to the family income. He developed a reputation for being quick-witted and resourceful, traits that would serve him well in the years to come. Cump's education was of paramount importance to his mother. Recognizing his intellectual curiosity, she ensured that he received a well-rounded education, first at a local academy and later under the tutelage of Thomas Ewing, a prominent Lancaster lawyer and family friend. Ewing, a rising star in the Whig Party, took a keen interest in the young man, recognizing his potential and providing him with invaluable guidance and mentorship. It was Ewing who would play a pivotal role in shaping Sherman's destiny, securing him an appointment to the United States Military Academy at West Point. For Cump, it was an opportunity to escape the confines of his small town, to test his mettle against the best and brightest, and to forge a path of his own. Little did he know that this fateful decision would set him on a course that would forever alter the course of his life and the destiny of a nation. In the fall of 1836, 16-year-old William Tecumseh Sherman arrived at West Point. The journey from Lancaster, Ohio to the imposing granite edifice above the Hudson River marked a pivotal turning point. Here, amidst the rolling hills and rigorous traditions, Sherman began his transformation into a disciplined soldier. Life at the academy was governed by strict rules, instilling discipline, honor, and duty. For Sherman, the transition was jarring, testing his resolve and strengths. The curriculum was demanding, blending academics, military science, and physical training. Sherman thrived, showing aptitude for mathematics and engineering. Among his classmates were future Confederate generals who would face Sherman on the battlefield. Life at West Point was not all drills and studies. Sherman, like his fellow cadets, found time for moments of camaraderie and recreation, forging bonds that transcended the rigid hierarchy of military life. He participated in debates, played cards, and engaged in spirited discussions about literature, politics, and the future of their young nation. Despite the shared experiences and friendships forged at West Point, A palpable tension underlay the camaraderie. A growing awareness of the sectional differences that threatened to tear the nation apart. The issue of slavery, a festering wound on the soul of America, cast a long shadow over the academy. Fueling heated debates and testing the limits of friendship, Sherman, with his Midwestern upbringing, found himself torn between the abolitionist sentiments of his native Ohio and the pro-slavery views held by many of his Southern classmates. He witnessed firsthand the growing polarization of American society. The hardening of positions that would ultimately lead to the cataclysm of civil war. Yet, amidst the growing tensions, the cadets of West Point clung to the shared bonds of duty and honor instilled in them by their alma mater. They were, above all, soldiers, sworn to defend their country, no matter the cost. Little did they know that their oaths would soon be tested on battlefields soaked with the blood of their countrymen, their friendships shattered by the forces of history. So, life at West Point was a crucible that tested the mettle of even the most determined young men. The Academy's strict code of conduct and demanding schedule pushed cadets to their physical and mental limits, instilling in them the discipline and resilience required of military leaders. Every aspect of a cadet's life was governed by rules and regulations, from the moment they awoke at dawn to the time they retired to their Spartan barracks. Punishments for even minor infractions were swift and often humiliating, designed to reinforce the importance of obedience and attention to detail. Sherman, with his naturally restless nature and occasional flashes of temper, chafed at times under the rigid constraints of academy life. Yet, he recognized the importance of discipline, both on the parade ground and in the larger context of military leadership. He applied himself diligently to his studies and drills, mastering the intricacies of military strategy and tactics. The lessons learned at West Point extended far beyond the classroom and parade ground. Sherman, through his interactions with his instructors and fellow cadets, began to develop the leadership qualities that would define his military career. West Point's curriculum extended beyond textbooks and theoretical exercises. Cadets received practical training in a wide range of military skills, preparing them for the realities of battlefield command. They learned to handle firearms, master horsemanship, and navigate difficult terrain, honing their skills through rigorous field exercises and simulated combat scenarios. Sherman, with his keen intellect and natural athleticism, excelled in these practical aspects of military training. He displayed a particular aptitude for engineering and artillery, skills that would prove invaluable in the years to come. His instructors recognized his potential, praising his quick grasp of complex concepts and his ability to apply theoretical knowledge to real-world situations. Tactical training formed a core component of the West Point curriculum. Cadets studied the campaigns of great military leaders throughout history, analyzing their strategies and learning from their successes and failures. They participated in war games and simulated battles. Applying their knowledge in a dynamic and challenging environment, Sherman, with his analytical mind and growing understanding of military history, thrived in this environment. He relished the opportunity to test his strategic thinking, to anticipate his opponent's moves, and to outmaneuver them on the simulated battlefield. These exercises honed his tactical acumen, preparing him for the day when he would be called upon to lead men in actual combat. The years at West Point passed swiftly, each day a blend of rigorous training, intellectual stimulation, and the forging of lifelong bonds. In the summer of 1840, William Tecumseh Sherman, along with his fellow cadets, stood on the precipice of a new chapter in their lives. Excitement buzzed in the air. Graduation day arrived, a culmination of years of hard work and sacrifice. The moment was electric. Sherman graduated 6th in his class of 42 cadets, a testament to his intelligence, dedication, and unwavering commitment to his studies. He received his commission as a second lieutenant in the United States Army, a symbol of his transformation from a restless youth into a disciplined soldier, ready to serve his country. The future was full of promise. His first assignment took him far from the familiar landscapes of Ohio. Mystery awaited. He was ordered to report for duty with the 3rd U.S. Artillery, stationed in Florida, a territory embroiled in the Second Seminole War. The unknown loomed large. The journey south by steamship and overland route exposed Sherman to the vastness and diversity of his young nation, a stark contrast to the cloistered world of West Point. Each mile brought new wonders. For Sherman, Florida represented a new frontier, a world far removed from the intellectual pursuits and structured routines of academy life. Adventure beckoned. Here, he would face the realities of military service, the challenges of command in a hostile environment, and the moral complexities of a conflict fought against a determined indigenous population resisting forced removal from their ancestral lands. The stakes were high. The year 1861 dawned with an unsettling tension gripping the nation. In Charleston Harbor, South Carolina, a powder keg awaited its spark. The Union garrison at Fort Sumter. News of the Confederate attack on Fort Sumter on April 12, 1861, sent shockwaves through the North. The unthinkable had happened. Americans were firing upon their fellow countrymen. For William Tecumseh Sherman, stationed in Louisiana, the news was a personal and professional earthquake. Yet, as the drums of war beat louder, he could not ignore the call of duty. The American Civil War divided families and communities. Sherman, with deep ties to the South, chose to fight for the Union. The Western theater was crucial in shaping the Civil War. His experiences here forged him into a formidable military leader. The Battle of Shiloh was a brutal baptism by fire for Sherman. Despite being caught off guard, Sherman rallied his troops with determination. His courage under fire earned him respect and admiration. The Vicksburg campaign was pivotal. Splitting the Confederacy in two, Sherman played a key role in the siege, maintaining the lines and repelling counterattacks. The Battle of Chattanooga was a resounding Union victory. Sherman's forces captured a key position, but the victory came at a personal cost. Sherman led a 60,000-man army on a destructive march from Atlanta to Savannah. His objectives were to cripple the Confederacy's war capacity and demoralize the Southern population. The march to the sea remains controversial. Emerging from Georgia, Sherman's army turned north to the Carolinas. The Carolinas campaign aimed to crush the remaining Confederate resistance. Sherman's relentless advance, coupled with Grant's victories, broke the back of the rebellion. Victory settled over the South, but for Sherman, it held a bitter aftertaste. The march to the sea left a lasting stain on his soul. The South lay in ruins, a stark reminder of the war's destruction. The guns fell silent, and Sherman found himself in the role of peacemaker. He negotiated generous surrender terms with Confederate General Johnston. He recognized that true victory lay in reconciliation and lasting peace. With the Confederacy vanquished, William Tecumseh Sherman found himself navigating the treacherous terrain of Reconstruction. His name forever linked to the war's devastation and the South's agonizing rebirth. He toured the ravaged landscape, witnessing firsthand the scale of destruction wrought by his armies. The charred ruins, a constant reminder of the conflict's human cost. He met with former Confederate leaders, their interactions strained but respectful, a testament to the shared desire to move beyond the bitterness of the past. He listened to the pleas of Southern civilians, their lives upended by the war, their futures uncertain. He recognized the South's deep-seated resentment, the lingering anger over the loss of their cause and the disruption of their way of life. Yet, Sherman also saw glimmers of hope, signs of resilience and a willingness to rebuild. He observed the determination of freed slaves to embrace their newfound liberty, to educate their children, and to build a better future. He witnessed the efforts of Southerners, both former Confederates and Unionists, to mend the torn fabric of their society. Sherman, despite being reviled by many in the South, recognized the region's vital importance to the nation's future. He advocated for policies that would facilitate reconciliation, urging the North to temper its desire for retribution with compassion and understanding. He believed that true peace required more than just the absence of war. It demanded a genuine effort to bridge the divides that had torn the nation apart. In 1869, with the nation still grappling with the legacy of war and the challenges of Reconstruction, William Tecumseh Sherman assumed the mantle of Commanding General of the United States Army. It was a position of immense responsibility, requiring a steady hand, a keen strategic mind, and a deep understanding of the delicate balance between military might and civilian authority. Sherman's tenure as General-in-Chief marked a departure from the traditional role of the Army in peacetime. He recognized that the nation's focus had shifted from waging war to rebuilding infrastructure, healing divisions, and expanding westward. He oversaw the Army's role in protecting settlers, negotiating treaties with Native American tribes, and exploring the vast territories west of the Mississippi. Sherman, ever the pragmatist, embraced technological advancements that could enhance the Army's effectiveness. He recognized the importance of railroads, telegraphs, and improved weaponry in maintaining order and projecting American power. He oversaw the modernization of the Army, transforming it into a force capable of meeting the challenges of a rapidly changing world. Sherman's leadership during this pivotal period helped to shape the course of American history. He recognized that the Army's role extended beyond the battlefield, encompassing a wide range of responsibilities essential to the nation's growth and security. His vision of a modern, technologically advanced, and strategically astute military laid the foundation for America's emergence as a global power. Fame, often a fickle mistress, had chosen William Tecumseh Sherman as its unlikely suitor. His name, forever etched in the annals of American history, evoked a mixture of admiration, controversy, and enduring fascination. Yet Sherman, the complex and often contradictory figure, maintained an uneasy relationship with the accolades and notoriety that followed in the wake of his military triumphs. He recoiled from the hero worship bestowed upon him by some, recognizing the fine line between military necessity and the brutality of war. The adulation, the parades, the endless requests for speeches and appearances left him ill at ease. He preferred the solitude of his study, the company of books and maps to the clamor of public life. The criticism, the accusations of cruelty and barbarity leveled against him by those who could not comprehend the grim realities of war, wounded him deeply. He defended his actions with characteristic bluntness, arguing that war was, by its very nature, a brutal and unforgiving endeavor. Yet the scars of public scrutiny, the lingering doubts about his methods, left an indelible mark. Sherman, the reluctant hero, sought solace in the quiet satisfaction of a job well done, in the knowledge that he had played a pivotal role in preserving the Union and shaping the course of American history. He found peace in the company of family and friends, in the simple pleasures of life far removed from the battlefield's clamor. Fame, for Sherman, was a double-edged sword, a burden as much as a blessing, a testament to the complexities of a life lived in the shadow of war. As the years passed and the wounds of war began to heal, William Tecumseh Sherman emerged as an unlikely voice for reconciliation. He recognized that true peace required more than just the laying down of arms. It demanded a conscious effort to bridge the divides that had torn the nation apart. He attended veterans' reunions, both North and South, urging former enemies to find common ground in their shared experiences and sacrifices. He spoke out against the excesses of Reconstruction, advocating for policies that would reintegrate the South into the Union with dignity and respect. He believed that true healing required understanding, forgiveness, and a shared commitment to building a better future. Sherman's message of reconciliation resonated with many Americans, both North and South, who yearned for an end to the bitterness and division. He reminded them that they were, above all, Americans, bound together by a common heritage and a shared destiny. His efforts to heal the wounds of war, though often overshadowed by his military exploits, stand as a testament to his character and his unwavering belief in the promise of America. He understood that true victory lay not just in conquering enemies on the battlefield, but in conquering the hatred and division that festered in the hearts of countrymen. The guns of the Civil War had fallen silent, but for William Tecumseh Sherman the call to duty continued. His journey was far from over. The nation, scarred and weary, faced the daunting task of reconstruction, of rebuilding shattered lives and forging a new path forward. The stakes were high. Sherman, the seasoned warrior, found himself on a different kind of battlefield, one where the enemies were not Confederate soldiers but poverty, resentment, and the lingering wounds of war. Assigned command of the Military Division of the Mississippi, Sherman faced the formidable challenge of overseeing reconstruction in the South. It was a monumental task. He witnessed firsthand the devastation wrought by war, the smoldering ruins a constant reminder of the conflict's human cost. The scars ran deep. He saw the plight of former slaves, newly freed but facing an uncertain future in a society still grappling with the legacy of slavery. Their future was a mystery. Yet, amidst the challenges, Sherman also recognized the South's resilience, the determination of its people to rebuild their lives and their communities. Hope was not lost. He advocated for policies that would facilitate reconciliation, urging the North to temper its desire for retribution with compassion and understanding. It was a delicate balance. He believed that true peace required more than just the absence of war. It demanded a genuine effort to bridge the divides that had torn the nation apart. A bridge to a new future. At the same time, Sherman's responsibilities extended beyond the South. The West beckoned. The nation's westward expansion, fueled by dreams of gold and new beginnings, brought with it new challenges and conflicts. The frontier was a land of opportunity and danger. Sherman, the pragmatist, recognized the need for the Army to play a role in securing the frontier, protecting settlers, and mediating disputes with Native American tribes. It was a new kind of warfare. As the nation pushed westward, the inevitable clash of cultures erupted in a series of conflicts known as the Indian Wars. William Tecumseh Sherman, the seasoned campaigner, found himself thrust into this new theater of war, tasked with subduing Native American tribes resisting the encroachment of white settlers on their ancestral lands. Sherman approached this new challenge with his characteristic pragmatism, recognizing the futility of protracted warfare and the need for a lasting peace. He advocated for a policy of negotiating treaties with Native American leaders, seeking to establish reservations where tribes could maintain their traditional ways of life. However, the peace Sherman sought proved elusive. The encroachment of white settlers, the discovery of gold on Native American lands, and the broken promises of the government fueled resentment and led to renewed conflict. Sherman, bound by his duty to protect settlers and enforce government policy, found himself caught in a cycle of violence he had hoped to avoid. The Indian Wars, a tragic and often brutal chapter in American history, would cast a long shadow over Sherman's later years. His role in these conflicts, though shaped by the prevailing attitudes of his time, remains a subject of debate and scrutiny, a reminder of the complex legacy of westward expansion and the enduring struggle for justice and reconciliation. The years flowed by, etching their passage on William Tecumseh Sherman's face, turning his hair silver, and deepening the lines around his piercing blue eyes. The roar of cannons and the cries of battle had faded into a distant echo, but the memories lingered, indelible scars on the landscape of his soul. He had witnessed firsthand the horrors of war, the carnage of battlefields strewn with the dead and dying. He had made decisions that sent thousands of men to their deaths, decisions that weighed heavily on his conscience, even as he justified them as necessary evils in the pursuit of a greater good. The nightmares came unbidden, transporting him back to the blood-soaked fields of Shiloh, the siege lines of Vicksburg, the burning streets of Atlanta. The faces of the fallen, both friend and foe, flickered behind his eyelids, their voices a mournful chorus in the stillness of the night. He sought solace in the company of fellow veterans, those who had shared the burdens and understood the unspoken language of trauma. He found a measure of peace in writing, pouring his memories and reflections onto paper, seeking to make sense of the chaos he had witnessed and the decisions he had made. Yet the ghosts of war, those unseen casualties of conflict, never truly left him, their presence a constant reminder of the enduring cost of victory. William Tecumseh Sherman, the soldier who had mastered the art of maneuver and the destructive power of fire, found a new outlet for his intellect and restless energy in the quiet solitude of his study. He became a man of letters, wielding his pen with the same precision and strategic insight that had characterized his military campaigns. His memoirs, published in 1875, became an instant success, offering readers a candid and often controversial account of his experiences in the Civil War. He wrote with characteristic bluntness, sparing no details of the horrors he had witnessed and the difficult decisions he had made. He defended his actions, arguing that war by its very nature was a brutal and unforgiving business, and that victory often came at a terrible cost. Beyond his memoirs, Sherman maintained a voluminous correspondence, writing letters to friends, family, former colleagues, and even former enemies. His letters, filled with his characteristic wit, insight, and often brutal honesty, provide a fascinating glimpse into his personality, his evolving views on the war and its aftermath, and his reflections on the human condition. Sherman's literary output, a testament to his intellect, his candor, and his desire to shape the narrative of his life and times, has secured his place not only as a military giant, but also as a significant figure in American literature. Fame, that fickle mistress, pursued William Tecumseh Sherman relentlessly. His name, forever etched in the annals of American history, evoked a mixture of admiration, controversy, and enduring fascination. Yet Sherman, the complex and often contradictory figure, maintained an uneasy relationship with the accolades and notoriety that followed in the wake of his military triumphs. He recoiled from the hero worship bestowed upon him by some, recognizing the fine line between military necessity and the brutality of war. The parades, the speeches, the endless requests for appearances and endorsements, these held little appeal for a man who had seen firsthand the true cost of conflict. He preferred the quiet company of books, the intellectual stimulation of conversation with trusted friends, and the simple pleasures of family life. The spotlight, with its harsh glare and superficial judgments, held no allure for a man who had stared into the abyss of war and emerged with a profound understanding of the fleeting nature of fame. Sherman's reluctance to embrace the mantle of heroism, his aversion to the trappings of fame, revealed a depth of character often overlooked amidst the narratives of military prowess. He understood that true leadership lay not in seeking glory, but in serving a cause greater than oneself, and that the most enduring legacies are often built not on monuments, but on the quiet satisfaction of a life lived with integrity and purpose. Amidst the turmoil of war and the demands of public life, William Tecumseh Sherman found solace and grounding in the embrace of family and the enduring bonds of friendship. His wife, Ellen Ewing Sherman, a woman of deep faith and unwavering strength, provided him with a constant source of love and support throughout their long and often tumultuous marriage. Their relationship, tested by the strains of war, separation, and Sherman's own demanding personality, remained a bedrock of stability in his life. Ellen, with her quiet wisdom and unwavering devotion, provided him with a safe haven. a place where he could shed the burdens of command and find solace in the simple joys of domesticity. Sherman was a devoted father to his 8 children, finding immense joy in their company and taking an active interest in their upbringing. He instilled in them the values of hard work, integrity, and service that had guided his own life, but also encouraged their individuality and supported their pursuits. Beyond his immediate family, Sherman maintained a wide circle of friends and confidants, many of whom he had met during his years in the Army. These friendships, forged in the crucible of shared experience, provided him with intellectual stimulation, emotional support, and a sense of camaraderie that sustained him throughout his life. Time, that relentless river, continued its inexorable flow, carrying William Tecumseh Sherman toward the sunset of his days. In 1883, after decades of service to his nation, he shed the uniform for the last time, retiring from the Army and embracing the quiet rhythms of civilian life. He settled into a comfortable routine, dividing his time between his home in St. Louis, where he enjoyed the company of family and friends, and his travels, which took him across the country and even abroad. He indulged his love of literature, immersing himself in books, writing essays, and delivering lectures on his experiences in the war, and his reflections on American history. He continued to be a sought-after speaker, his words carrying the weight of experience, and his insights into the nature of war and peace resonating deeply with audiences. He used his platform to advocate for reconciliation, urging Americans to move beyond the bitterness of the past and embrace a shared future. As the years passed, Sherman's health gradually declined, but his mind remained sharp, his wit as dry as ever, and his interest in the world around him undimmed. He approached his twilight years with a mix of stoicism, gratitude, and a quiet acceptance of life's inevitable cycle. On February 14, 1891, the nation paused to mourn the passing of one of its most iconic figures. William Tecumseh Sherman, the soldier, the strategist, the reluctant hero, died peacefully in his sleep at the age of 71. The news of his death, telegraphed across the country, brought with it a wave of grief and a profound sense of loss. Tributes poured in from across the nation and around the world, hailing Sherman as a military genius, a champion of unity, and a symbol of American resilience. Former comrades, both North and South, set aside their differences to honor the man who had played such a pivotal role in their shared history. He was laid to rest in Calvary Cemetery in St. Louis, his grave marked by a simple but elegant monument, a fitting tribute to a man who had sought neither fame nor glory, but merely to do his duty as he saw it. The inscription on his tombstone, chosen by Sherman himself, reads simply, "William Tecumseh Sherman, General, U.S. Army." With his passing, an era came to an end, the curtain falling on a life that had spanned the birth pangs of a nation, the fiery crucible of civil war, and the challenges of rebuilding and reconciliation. William Tecumseh Sherman, the man of contradictions, left behind a legacy as complex and enduring as the nation he had served. More than a century after his death, William Tecumseh Sherman's legacy continues to fascinate, inspire, and challenge us. His name remains synonymous with the Civil War, his military strategies studied in military academies around the world. His march to the sea, though still debated, stands as a stark reminder of the brutal realities of war and the moral dilemmas faced by those who wage it. Yet Sherman's relevance extends far beyond the battlefield. His writings, filled with his characteristic candor and insight, offer a unique window into the mind of a man who grappled with the complexities of war and peace, leadership and duty. His struggles with the psychological scars of war, his efforts to promote reconciliation, and his reflections on the nature of power and the human condition resonate deeply in our own tumultuous times. As we navigate the challenges of a world still grappling with conflict, division, and the enduring legacy of past traumas, Sherman's story serves as a powerful reminder of the importance of understanding history, learning from its lessons, and striving to create a more just and peaceful future. His life, with all its complexities and contradictions, stands as a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit, the resilience of nations, and the enduring hope for a better tomorrow. The years leading up to the American Civil War were a time of immense social, political, and economic upheaval. The nation, deeply divided over the institution of slavery, teetered on the brink of a cataclysmic conflict. In the heart of this turbulent era, within the hallowed halls of Virginia Military Institute, emerged a young man whose name would become synonymous with the Confederacy's struggle, Joseph Eggleston Johnston. Born into a world defined by tradition, honor, and the complexities of Southern society, Johnston's life would become inextricably intertwined with the defining conflict of his generation. His journey, much like the nation he served, would be fraught with challenges, triumphs, and ultimately, the bitter taste of defeat. But amidst the chaos and bloodshed, Johnston's unwavering commitment to his cause, his strategic brilliance on the battlefield, and his complex legacy as a Confederate leader continue to captivate historians and enthusiasts alike. Join us now as we delve into the life and times of Joseph E. Johnston, a man forever etched in the annals of American military history. On February 3, 1807, Joseph Eggleston Johnston was born at Cherry Grove Plantation, Virginia. This ancestral home shaped young Joseph's upbringing. Virginia's military tradition instilled in him a deep sense of honor and duty. His father, Judge Peter Johnston, served as a cavalry officer in the Revolutionary War. Judge Johnston, a strict disciplinarian, valued education and integrity. Joseph grew up surrounded by tales of his father's exploits. His mother, Mary Wood Johnston, instilled in him a love of literature. Joseph displayed a keen intellect and a thirst for knowledge. He excelled in mathematics and military history. His upbringing laid the foundation for his future successes. At 18, Joseph Johnston secured an appointment to the United States Military Academy at West Point. This esteemed institution, known for its rigorous academic curriculum and demanding physical training, transformed the young Virginian. West Point's emphasis on discipline, strategy, and leadership resonated deeply with Johnston. He thrived, excelling in his studies and demonstrating a natural aptitude for military tactics. His professors often singled him out for praise. Graduating in 1829, ranked 13th in his class, he earned a commission as a second lieutenant. This marked the beginning of a long and distinguished military career. Following his graduation from West Point, Johnston's early military career took him to the untamed wilderness of Florida during the Second Seminole War. This brutal conflict, fought amidst the dense swamps and unforgiving terrain of the Everglades, provided Johnston with his first taste of combat and tested his mettle as a young officer. The Seminoles, skilled warriors fighting for their very survival, presented a formidable challenge to the U.S. Army. Johnston, serving as a lieutenant in the artillery, witnessed firsthand the brutality and complexities of this guerrilla war. He participated in numerous skirmishes and engagements, gaining valuable experience in reconnaissance, logistics, and the challenges of fighting a determined enemy in a hostile environment. The Seminole Wars, while often overshadowed in the annals of American history, proved to be a crucible for Johnston, shaping his tactical acumen and instilling in him a deep respect for the tenacity of his adversaries. The harsh realities of warfare in the Florida Everglades left an indelible mark on Johnston. He witnessed the horrors of combat, the loss of comrades, and the challenges of maintaining morale in a protracted and brutal conflict. These experiences, though trying, would prove invaluable as he navigated the even greater challenges that lay ahead in his military career. The Seminole Wars, while brutal and unforgiving, forged in Johnston a sense of resilience, adaptability, and tactical ingenuity that would define his later successes on the battlefield. They taught him the importance of understanding the terrain, respecting the enemy's capabilities, and adapting his strategies to the ever-changing realities of war. Following the Mexican-American War, Johnston, now a decorated officer with a growing reputation, found himself navigating the often mundane realities of peacetime Army life. The adrenaline rush of battle and the camaraderie forged in conflict were replaced by the routines of garrison duty, training exercises, and administrative tasks. While some officers chafed at the monotony, Johnston approached these duties with the same diligence and professionalism that had characterized his wartime service. He understood that a strong and well-prepared military was essential to safeguarding the nation's interests, even in times of relative peace. Johnston's assignments during this period took him to various posts across the expanding nation, from coastal fortifications to frontier outposts. Each posting presented unique challenges and opportunities, allowing him to further hone his leadership skills and gain a deeper understanding of the nation he served. Despite the lack of battlefield glory, Johnston found purpose in mentoring young officers, improving training protocols, and advocating for military preparedness. He was known for his fair but firm leadership style, his emphasis on discipline and training, and his unwavering commitment to the well-being of his soldiers. These seemingly uneventful years were crucial in shaping Johnston's character and preparing him for the momentous challenges that lay ahead. The lessons learned in peacetime, the relationships forged with fellow officers, and the deep understanding of the Army's strengths and weaknesses would prove invaluable when the nation was once again plunged into the chaos of war. In the 1850s, America's insatiable thirst for expansion propelled its citizens westward. Settlements were carved out of the vast wilderness. Johnston, a dedicated soldier, surveyed routes for the Transcontinental Railroad. This ambitious project aimed to connect the East Coast with California. Leading expeditions through treacherous terrains, Johnston faced many dangers. He approached these challenges with meticulous planning and determination. His detailed reports were invaluable for charting the railroad's course. Johnston's time on the frontier deepened his appreciation for the nation's vastness. He witnessed the transformative power of westward expansion and cultural clashes. In recognition of his logistical acumen and administrative skills, Johnston was appointed Quartermaster General of the U.S. Army in 1855. This crucial position placed him at the helm of the Army's vast supply chain, responsible for equipping, transporting, and provisioning troops stationed across the expanding nation. It was a role that tested his organizational abilities, his attention to detail, and his ability to manage complex operations on a grand scale. Johnston embraced this challenge with characteristic zeal, streamlining supply lines, improving efficiency, and advocating for modernization within the department. He understood that a well-supplied army was essential to success on the battlefield, and he worked tirelessly to ensure that troops had the resources they needed to carry out their missions. His tenure as Quartermaster General provided invaluable insights into the inner workings of the Army, the complexities of wartime logistics, and the challenges of managing a vast and geographically dispersed organization. These experiences would prove essential when he later assumed command of Confederate forces during the Civil War. Johnston's success in this role further enhanced his reputation as a capable and efficient leader, earning him the respect of his superiors and solidifying his place as one of the Army's rising stars. Little did anyone know that his organizational skills and logistical expertise would soon be tested on a scale far greater than anything he could have imagined. Throughout his pre-Civil War career, Johnston's exemplary service and unwavering dedication to duty were recognized through a series of brevet promotions. These were no ordinary promotions but marks of true distinction. These honorary advancements in rank, awarded for gallantry or meritorious service, allowed officers to hold higher ranks than their permanent grades, particularly in recognition of wartime achievements. Imagine the pride and honor in those moments. Johnston's brevet promotions reflected his consistent excellence in various roles, and foreshadowed his potential for higher command. His journey was just beginning. His bravery under fire during the Mexican-American War earned him brevets to captain and major, recognizing his courage and leadership in battle. These were moments of valor that would define his legacy. His subsequent performance in peacetime assignments, including his roles in frontier exploration and army logistics, further solidified his reputation as a capable and dependable officer. He was a man of many talents. While brevet promotions carried no additional pay or permanent authority, they served as a testament to an officer's merit and potential. They were symbols of trust and respect. For Johnston, these accolades underscored his growing stature within the Army and foreshadowed the significant responsibilities he would soon shoulder as the nation marched towards disunion. The stakes were rising. These honors, bestowed upon him by the nation he would soon renounce, reflected Johnston's complex relationship with the United States Army. A relationship filled with loyalty and conflict. He was a product of its rigorous training, a beneficiary of its meritocratic system, and a staunch believer in its importance. Yet he would soon find himself leading troops against the very flag he had sworn to defend. A paradox of duty and destiny. As the 1850s progressed, the issue of slavery cast a long shadow over the nation, fueling political discord, social unrest, and the steady drumbeat of disunion. The fragile peace brokered by earlier compromises crumbled under the weight of westward expansion. Abolitionist fervor and the entrenched beliefs of the slaveholding South. Johnston, a Virginian by birth and a product of Southern aristocracy, found himself increasingly torn between his loyalty to the United States Army and his allegiance to his home state. The escalating tensions, fueled by events such as the Fugitive Slave Act, the Kansas-Nebraska Act, and John Brown's raid on Harper's Ferry, created a climate of fear, mistrust, and simmering resentment. The once unthinkable prospect of secession, once a fringe idea, gained traction as a means for the South to protect its way of life and its economic interests. Johnston, a keen observer of national affairs, witnessed these developments with growing unease. He understood the devastating consequences of a divided nation. Yet he also felt the pull of his Southern heritage and the shared anxieties of his fellow Virginians. The looming specter of war presented Johnston with an agonizing dilemma. A choice between upholding his oath to the Union and remaining true to his roots. It was a decision that would test his loyalties, define his legacy, and thrust him onto the center stage of one of America's most tumultuous chapters. As the nation teetered on the brink of civil war, Johnston faced a heart-wrenching decision that mirrored the agonizing choices confronting countless Americans. With the secession of South Carolina in December 1860, followed by other Southern states, the Union he had served faithfully for over 3 decades was dissolving. The tension was palpable. For Johnston, the choice was particularly agonizing. He was a career military officer, deeply committed to his profession and the ideals it represented. Yet the stakes were incredibly high. Yet he was also a Southerner, born and bred in Virginia, a state deeply tied to the institution of slavery and states' rights. The conflict within him was intense. In April 1861, with Virginia's secession imminent, Johnston made the agonizing decision to resign his commission in the United States Army. It was a decision driven by a profound sense of duty to his home state and the belief that his loyalty lay with his people. The weight of this choice was immense. His resignation marked a pivotal turning point in Johnston's life, severing his ties with the only profession he had ever known and setting him on a new and uncertain path. A path filled with mystery and uncertainty. It was a path fraught with danger, sacrifice, and the weight of leading men in a war that would test the very fabric of the nation. The stakes had never been higher. With his resignation from the United States Army, Johnston joined the Confederacy. His decision, shared by many Southern officers, highlighted the nation's profound divisions. Johnston's military experience made him a valuable asset to the Confederacy. The opening salvos of the Civil War echoed across the nation on July 21, 1861, at the Battle of First Bull Run. Joseph E. Johnston, now a Confederate brigadier general, played a crucial role in this early Confederate triumph. As Union forces advanced towards Richmond, Johnston skillfully maneuvered his forces to reinforce the Confederate Army at Manassas Junction. Johnston's timely arrival with reinforcements proved decisive in repelling the Union assault. The inexperienced Union troops were routed back towards Washington, D.C. in a chaotic retreat. The Confederate victory at First Bull Run shattered the belief that the rebellion would be easily crushed. For the South, it was a morale boost, solidifying their resolve. In the aftermath of the Confederate victory at First Bull Run, Joseph E. Johnston faced a strategic dilemma. The Confederate Army, though victorious, was outnumbered and outgunned by the Union. Johnston advocated for a cautious and defensive strategy, seeking to preserve his limited manpower. This approach often brought him into conflict with Confederate President Jefferson Davis, creating tension between Johnston and the Confederate leadership. The spring of 1862 brought a dramatic change of fortune for Joseph E. Johnston and the Confederate Army. With the Union Army of the Potomac advancing up the Virginia Peninsula, Johnston faced a formidable challenge. Johnston conducted a series of skillful delaying actions, withdrawing his forces slowly towards Richmond. The stage was set for a pivotal clash that would test Johnston's tactical skills. On May 31 and June 1, 1862, the Battle of Seven Pines raged near Richmond. Johnston launched a daring offensive, seeking to exploit a perceived weakness in the Union lines. During the fighting, Johnston was severely wounded, forcing him to relinquish command. The Battle of Seven Pines, though a Confederate victory, proved costly for the South. Johnston's injuries paved the way for Robert E. Lee to assume leadership of the Army of Northern Virginia. With Joseph E. Johnston sidelined by his wounds, Confederate President Jefferson Davis turned to Robert E. Lee. Lee's appointment marked a significant shift in Confederate strategy, from Johnston's cautious approach to Lee's more audacious style. Lee believed that the South's best chance for victory lay in seizing the initiative. The change in command marked a turning point in the Civil War. As Robert E. Lee commanded in the East, Joseph E. Johnston was tasked with halting Union advances in the Western Theater. Johnston advocated for a concentrated defense of key points, particularly Vicksburg. The fall of Vicksburg to General Ulysses S. Grant in July 1863 dealt a devastating blow to the Confederacy. Johnston faced criticism for his inability to prevent its fall. In the spring of 1864, Joseph E. Johnston faced General William T. Sherman. Johnston employed delaying actions, utilizing the rugged terrain of northern Georgia. However, Johnston's tactics drew criticism from Confederate President Jefferson Davis. Despite Johnston's skillful defense, Sherman's relentless advance continued. On July 17, 1864, Confederate President Jefferson Davis relieved Joseph E. Johnston of command. Davis's decision, motivated by frustration with Johnston's tactics, remains a subject of intense debate. Johnston's removal from command sent shockwaves through the Confederacy. Whether Johnston could have altered the outcome of the Atlanta campaign is still hotly debated. February 1865, the Confederacy teetered on the brink of collapse. Union General William T. Sherman's march through Georgia had shattered Southern morale. In this desperate hour, Confederate President Jefferson Davis turned once more to Joseph E. Johnston. Johnston accepted the command, driven by a sense of duty to his nation. He inherited a battered and demoralized army, outmatched by Sherman's forces. Johnston resolved to make a stand, aiming to delay Sherman's advance. The Carolinas campaign, fought amidst the devastation of a war-torn land, would prove to be Johnston's final act on the stage of the Civil War. With his outnumbered and outgunned army, Johnston sought to delay Sherman's advance, employing a strategy of maneuver and defense, striking when opportunities arose and withdrawing before his forces could be decisively engaged. At Bentonville, North Carolina, on March 19 to 21, 1865, Johnston launched a surprise attack on a wing of Sherman's army, hoping to achieve a decisive victory that might breathe new life into the dwindling Confederate hopes. While initially successful, Johnston's attack faltered in the face of determined Union resistance and the arrival of Union reinforcements. Realizing that a prolonged engagement could lead to the destruction of his army, Johnston made the difficult decision to withdraw, prioritizing the preservation of his men's lives over the pursuit of a costly and ultimately unattainable victory. Despite Johnston's skillful maneuvering and the tenacity of his troops, the outcome of the Carolinas campaign was never in doubt. Sherman's relentless advance, coupled with the Confederacy's dwindling resources and collapsing morale, made a Southern victory virtually impossible. As news of Lee's surrender at Appomattox Courthouse reached Johnston's headquarters, the futility of further resistance became clear. On April 17, 1865, Johnston and Sherman met at Bennett Place to discuss terms of surrender. The nation, still reeling from the trauma of war and Lincoln's death, yearned for peace. Johnston sought generous terms from Sherman, who proved receptive to Johnston's requests. The surrender terms set a precedent for peaceful demobilization and the reintegration of the South into the Union. The years following the Civil War were a time of profound change and uncertainty for the South. And for Joseph E. Johnston, the transition from Confederate general to private citizen proved to be a challenging one. Haunted by the memories of war and the knowledge of the South's defeat, Johnston sought to reconcile his past actions with the realities of a reunited nation. Unlike some former Confederates who clung to bitterness and resentment, Johnston accepted the outcome of the war and urged his fellow Southerners to do the same. He recognized that the South's best hope for a prosperous future lay in reconciliation, not in clinging to the ashes of the Confederacy. In his post-war writings and speeches, Johnston defended his conduct during the war, arguing that he had always acted in the best interests of his men and the Confederacy. However, he also acknowledged the bravery and determination of his Union opponents, recognizing that the Civil War had been a tragedy for both sides. Johnston's post-war reflections, marked by a mix of pride in his service, sorrow for the losses suffered, and a pragmatic acceptance of defeat, provide valuable insights into the complex emotions and challenges faced by former Confederates as they navigated the uncertain waters of Reconstruction and sought to rebuild their lives in a nation forever changed by the war. The guns had fallen silent. The echoes of battle now a distant memory. The Confederacy lay in ruins, its grand ambitions shattered. And Joseph E. Johnston, once a proud Confederate general, found himself navigating a world turned upside down. The South he knew, built on the foundation of slavery and states' rights, was no more. It was a land transformed. In its place stood a region grappling with the physical and emotional scars of war. Its economy shattered, its social order in upheaval, and its future uncertain. Johnston, like many of his fellow Southerners, faced the daunting task of rebuilding his life amidst the wreckage of war. The challenge was immense. The plantation economy that had defined his upbringing lay in shambles, a relic of a bygone era, and the social order he had once known was irrevocably altered. Change was the new constant. Yet amidst the uncertainty and turmoil, Johnston emerged as a voice of reconciliation, a beacon of hope. He urged his fellow Southerners to accept the outcome of the war and embrace the challenges of reunion. It was a call to unity. He recognized that clinging to the bitterness of defeat would only hinder the South's recovery. Forward was the only way. Instead, Johnston advocated for a pragmatic approach, a path of practicality and progress. He urged his fellow citizens to embrace the opportunities presented by a reunited nation. however imperfect that reunion might be. His calls for reconciliation, while not always well received in a region still grappling with the humiliation of defeat, reflected Johnston's pragmatism and his deep-seated belief in the South's resilience. He believed in a brighter future. He believed that the South's best hope for a brighter future lay not in clinging to the lost cause of the Confederacy, but in embracing the challenges and opportunities of a new era. A new dawn was on the horizon. The future was uncertain, but it was theirs to shape. The post-war years saw Joseph E. Johnston transition from a military leader to a reluctant but vocal participant in the political arena. His wartime experiences, coupled with his reputation for integrity and his pragmatic approach to the challenges facing the South, thrust him into the role of an advocate for his former soldiers and a voice of moderation in a political landscape often characterized by extremism and division. In 1877, Johnston was elected to the U.S. House of Representatives, representing Virginia's Richmond district. His election, a testament to his enduring popularity in his home state, provided him with a platform to champion the interests of his constituents, many of whom were struggling to rebuild their lives in the aftermath of war and Reconstruction. Johnston used his position in Congress to advocate for policies aimed at healing the wounds of war, promoting economic development in the South, and securing the rights of all citizens. He believed that the federal government had a responsibility to assist the South in its recovery, not punish it for its secession. His foray into politics, though relatively brief, demonstrated Johnston's commitment to public service and his willingness to engage in the messy realities of post-war governance. He recognized that the process of reconciliation required not only words but also concrete actions aimed at rebuilding trust and fostering a more just and equitable society. With the South's traditional agrarian economy in tatters, Johnston, like many of his contemporaries, recognized the urgent need for economic diversification and modernization. He saw in the expanding railroad network a symbol of progress and an engine for economic growth, offering exciting opportunities for investment, job creation, and the reintegration of the South into the national economy. Johnston's wartime experience in logistics and transportation, coupled with his understanding of the South's need for improved infrastructure, led him to pursue business ventures in the railroad industry. He served as president of the Atlantic and Western Railroad and held leadership positions in other rail companies, using his influence to promote railroad expansion and connect the South to the burgeoning markets of the North and West. Johnston viewed railroads as a means to bridge the physical and economic divides that had long separated the South from the rest of the nation. He believed that improved transportation infrastructure was essential for the South's economic recovery and its reintegration into the national fabric. Johnston's business ventures, while not always successful, reflected his entrepreneurial spirit and his belief in the South's potential for economic revitalization. He recognized that the region's future prosperity depended on embracing new industries, modernizing its infrastructure, and forging stronger economic ties with the rest of the nation. The passage of time, as unforgiving as any battlefield, gradually took its toll on Joseph E. Johnston. The once robust general who had endured the hardships of multiple wars and the turmoil of a nation divided, found his physical strength waning as the 19th century drew to a close. The wounds of war, both physical and emotional, lingered, leaving him increasingly frail and susceptible to illness. Despite his declining health, Johnston's mind remained sharp, his memory vivid, and his interest in the world around him undimmed. He continued to follow political developments, engage in lively discussions about the war, and offer his insights on the challenges facing the nation. His home in Washington, D.C. became a gathering place for veterans, historians, and those seeking to understand the complexities of the Civil War and its aftermath. Johnston, always a gracious host, welcomed these visitors, sharing his recollections, offering his perspectives, and contributing to the growing body of knowledge about one of America's most defining periods. As his health deteriorated, Johnston faced his final days with the same stoicism and dignity that had characterized his long and eventful life. The former general, who had witnessed firsthand the horrors of war and the resilience of the human spirit, approached death with a sense of peace and acceptance, his legacy forever intertwined with the tumultuous era that had shaped him. On March 21, 1891, Joseph E. Johnston, aged 84, passed away peacefully at his home in Washington, D.C. His death marked the passing of one of the last high-ranking Confederate generals, prompting reflection on his controversial legacy. Newspapers recounted Johnston's strategic brilliance and devotion to duty, but also questioned his cautious approach and disagreements with leadership. Johnston's funeral in Richmond drew thousands, solidifying his place in Southern memory. Yet, his legacy remains complex, reflecting enduring divisions and unresolved questions of the Civil War. Over a century after his death, Joseph E. Johnston's legacy continues to be a subject of debate and reevaluation. His strategic brilliance and tactical acumen are generally acknowledged, even by his critics. However, his cautious approach to warfare, his strained relationship with Confederate leadership, and his role in prolonging a devastating conflict continue to fuel controversy. Some historians view Johnston as a tragic figure, a skilled commander whose talents were undermined by political interference, logistical challenges, and the inherent weaknesses of the Confederacy he served. They argue that his cautious approach to warfare, while often frustrating to those who craved decisive victories, was the most prudent strategy given the South's limited resources. Others, however, contend that Johnston's cautious nature ultimately hindered the Confederate war effort, arguing that his reluctance to seize the initiative and take bold risks contributed to the South's defeat. They point to his disagreements with Confederate President Jefferson Davis and his removal from command during crucial campaigns as evidence of his unwillingness to fully embrace the Confederacy's cause. The debate over Johnston's legacy reflects the broader struggle to come to terms with the complex and often contradictory narratives surrounding the Civil War. His story serves as a reminder that history is rarely black and white, and that even those who fight for lost causes can possess admirable qualities and contribute to the enduring narrative of a nation. Born in 1826, George McClellan was a man of privilege and ambition, a graduate of the prestigious West Point Military Academy, where he met future adversaries like Robert E. Lee and Stonewall Jackson. He served with distinction in the Mexican-American War and was drawn back into the military during the Civil War. McClellan, the young Napoleon, transformed the Army of the Potomac, but he was a hesitant field commander, clashing with President Lincoln himself. McClellan, you see, was a man who seemed to have it all. He was intelligent, charismatic, and a skilled military mind. He possessed an almost hypnotic hold over his men, who affectionately called him Little Mac. They saw in him a leader who could guide them to victory, a savior who could end the bloodshed and reunite their fractured nation. And early on, it seemed like McClellan might just live up to the hype. His Peninsula Campaign, a bold plan to capture the Confederate capital of Richmond, Virginia, was a masterpiece of military planning. He moved his army with precision and care, outmaneuvering his Confederate counterparts at every turn. But then, something changed. McClellan, always cautious, became paralyzed by indecision. He overestimated the strength of the Confederate forces, convinced that he was constantly outnumbered. He hesitated, delayed, and ultimately missed his chance to deliver a decisive blow. The Confederate capital, Richmond, remained elusive, and the war dragged on. Lincoln, desperate for a decisive victory, grew increasingly frustrated with McClellan's cautious approach. He urged his general to be more aggressive, to take the fight to the enemy. But McClellan resisted, convinced that any major offensive would result in a bloodbath that the Union could ill afford. See, that's the thing about McClellan. He was a man of immense talent, but also a man plagued by self-doubt, a man who seemed to carry the weight of the world on his shoulders. He was acutely aware of the human cost of war, of the thousands of lives lost in each bloody battle. And this awareness, this empathy, may have ultimately been his undoing. McClellan's cautious nature, his reluctance to commit his troops to battle unless he was absolutely certain of victory, earned him the scorn of his critics, who labeled him the Virginia Creeper and Tardy George. They argued that his hesitancy prolonged the war, costing countless unnecessary lives. And it's true, McClellan's caution did frustrate Lincoln and the Union High Command. They craved a decisive victory, a knockout punch that would break the back of the Confederacy. But McClellan, always the pragmatist, believed in a war of attrition, a slow and steady squeeze that would eventually force the South to surrender. In the end, McClellan's relationship with Lincoln, a relationship that had begun with such promise, deteriorated into distrust and animosity. Lincoln, desperate for a general who shared his vision of a swift and decisive victory, eventually relieved McClellan of his command. So, was McClellan a brilliant strategist hamstrung by overcaution and self-doubt? Or was he, as his critics claimed, a mediocre general who squandered opportunities and prolonged the bloodshed? These are the questions that continue to fascinate historians and armchair historians alike. And that's what we're going to explore in this here documentary. We're going to delve into the life and times of George B. McClellan, from his privileged upbringing to his rise through the ranks of the military, from his triumphs and failures on the battlefields of the Civil War to his controversial post-war career. We're going to separate fact from fiction, myth from reality, and try to understand the man behind the legend, the man who for a brief, shining moment held the fate of a nation in his hands. So buckle up, my friends, and get ready for a wild ride through the annals of American history. Our story begins in the bustling city of Philadelphia. It's December 3rd, 1826. Amidst the cobblestone streets and gaslight lamps, a young nation is finding its footing. Here, George B. McClellan is born, in a grand townhouse on Spruce Street. The McClellans were no ordinary family. His father, Dr. George McClellan, was a prominent surgeon. His mother, Elizabeth Brinton McClellan, hailed from Philadelphia, blue bloods. George B. McClellan is surrounded by privilege and a legacy of greatness. Now, growing up McClellan, he had it all. Private tutors, a top-notch education, he was a bright kid, quick to learn, but he yearned for adventure, for glory. He devoured stories of military heroes, he dreamed of leading armies to victory. His parents recognized this ambition. They nurtured his talents, instilled a sense of duty. But even with all the support, he had to prove himself. Now, any young man with McClellan's pedigree, with his family connections and ambitions, there was only one place to go for a proper education: the United States Military Academy at West Point. And let me tell you, folks, back then, West Point was the place to be if you were a young man looking to make a name for yourself in the military. It was tough, demanding, a crucible where boys were forged into soldiers, where discipline was drilled into you like a bayonet charge. But McClellan, he thrived in this environment. He was a natural leader, respected by his peers, admired by his superiors. He excelled in his studies, soaking up knowledge like a sponge, engineering, tactics, strategy. He mastered it all. And let's not forget, this is where he crossed paths with some fellas who'd play a pretty significant role in his life and in the fate of the nation down the line. I'm talking about guys like Stonewall Jackson, A.P. Hill, even a lanky fella by the name of Robert E. Lee. Talk about an all-star lineup, eh? Little did they know that in a few short years, they'd be facing off on battlefields, their friendship forged in the crucible of West Point, tested by the fires of Civil War. Now, McClellan graduates from West Point in 1846, second in his class, mind you. Not too shabby, eh? And he's immediately shipped off to fight in the Mexican-American War. Talk about a crash course in the realities of combat. He's a young lieutenant, eager to prove himself, to put all that fancy West Point training to the test. And prove himself he did. McClellan served with distinction, fighting in several major battles, including the Siege of Veracruz and the Battle of Cerro Gordo. He impressed his superiors with his coolness under fire, his eye for detail, and his ability to organize and motivate his men. But the war, it wasn't just about textbook maneuvers and glorious charges. McClellan saw firsthand the horrors of combat, the brutality and bloodshed that came with it. He witnessed the devastation wrought on both sides, the toll that war took on soldiers and civilians alike. And these experiences, they left an indelible mark on him, shaping his views on warfare and the human cost of conflict. He returned from the war a decorated hero, his reputation as a rising star in the Army firmly established. But he also returned a changed man, haunted by the memories of what he had seen and done. Alright, so the Mexican-American War is over and McClellan, he's back home, a hero. He's got a chest full of medals, a head full of battlefield experience, and a future that's looking brighter than a penny in a gold rush. The Army, they know they've got a good one on their hands, so they keep him busy. He's assigned to various posts, mostly out west, where he gets a taste of frontier life, dealing with everything from surveying new territories to keeping the peace between settlers and Native American tribes. And through it all, he impresses. He's a hard worker, a quick study, and he's got this way about him, a natural charisma that inspires confidence in those around him. Now McClellan, he's never been one to rest on his laurels. He's always looking to improve himself, to learn new things. So, he starts writing military manuals, sharing the lessons he's learned in combat, advocating for reforms in the Army. He wants to make sure that the next generation of soldiers is even better prepared than he was. And you know what? People listen. McClellan's star is on the rise, and it ain't long before he catches the eye of some pretty important folks. Folks who see in him the makings of a great leader. Now, the Army, they recognize McClellan's talents, not just as a soldier, but as a thinker, as a strategist. So, they give him a plum assignment instructor at West Point. That's right, folks, he's going back to his alma mater. But this time, he's the teacher, not the student. And McClellan, he throws himself into the role with his usual zeal. He's not content with just regurgitating textbook knowledge. No, sir, he wants to push his students to make them think, to challenge the conventional wisdom. He incorporates his experiences from the Mexican-American War into his lectures, teaching his cadets the importance of logistics, of discipline, of careful planning. He stresses the importance of engineering and technology in modern warfare, foreseeing the role that railroads, telegraphs, and heavy artillery would play in future conflicts. And his students, they hang on his every word. They can tell they're in the presence of someone special, someone who's not just talking the talk, but who's walked the walk. McClellan's time at West Point is brief, but it's impactful. He helps to shape the minds of a new generation of military leaders, men who will go on to fight on both sides of the coming Civil War. But fate, as it often does, has other plans for George McClellan. In 1857, he receives an offer he can't refuse, to become the president of the Illinois Central Railroad. Now, this is a big deal, folks. Railroads are the future, and McClellan, with his engineering background and his reputation as a rising star, he's the perfect man to lead the charge. And you know what? He excels in this role too. He expands the railroad, improves its efficiency, and makes it one of the most successful in the country. He travels extensively, rubs elbows with captains of industry, and gains valuable experience in organization and logistics, skills that will serve him well in the years to come. But even as he's building railroads and amassing a fortune, McClellan never forgets his military training, his sense of duty to his country. He can feel it in his bones, folks, that a storm is brewing, that the fragile peace that holds the nation together is about to unravel. And when that storm finally breaks, when the guns of Fort Sumter roar and the nation is plunged into civil war, George McClellan knows he can't stay on the sidelines. His country needs him, and he's not gonna let him down. The year is 1861, and the nation is teetering on the brink. The issue of slavery, that festering wound on the soul of America, has finally torn the country apart. Southern states, led by South Carolina, are seceding, declaring their independence, forming a new nation where slavery is not just tolerated, but enshrined as a way of life. The news of secession sends shockwaves through the North. Abraham Lincoln, a man who campaigned on a platform of preserving the Union, is inaugurated as president. facing the greatest crisis in American history. The question on everyone's mind, can this Union be saved? In the South, Confederate forces are mobilizing, preparing to defend their newly won independence. In the North, there's chaos, confusion, a frantic scramble to raise an army to meet the Southern threat. Experienced military leaders are few and far between, and the Union is desperate for anyone who can lead them to victory. And that's when all eyes turn to George McClellan. Word of McClellan's military prowess, his organizational skills, his reputation as a rising star, it reaches the ears of Ohio's governor, a fella by the name of William Dennison. See Ohio, it's a border state, strategically vital to both the Union and the Confederacy, and they're in dire need of a strong military leader. So, Governor Dennison, he reaches out to McClellan, offers him command of the Ohio militia, and McClellan, true to his sense of duty, doesn't hesitate. He gives up his lucrative railroad job, sets aside his personal ambitions, and answers the call to serve his country. He arrives in Cincinnati, Ohio on April 23, 1861, ready to whip those Ohio boys into shape. And let me tell you folks, the situation he finds is dire. The militia is disorganized, ill-equipped, their morale lower than a snake's belly in a wagon rut. But McClellan, he's got this air about him, this quiet confidence that inspires confidence in others. He rolls up his sleeves, gets to work, and starts turning those green recruits into soldiers. McClellan, he throws himself into the task of building an army with the same energy and determination he brought to building railroads. He understands that the Union's only hope lies in having a well-trained, well-equipped, and well-led fighting force. He demands discipline, drills his troops relentlessly, and instills in them a sense of pride and purpose. He uses his political connections to secure the best supplies and equipment for his men. He reorganizes the Army structure, improves its logistics, and creates a signal corps to ensure effective communication on the battlefield. He surrounds himself with a capable staff, officers who share his vision and his commitment to excellence. And slowly but surely, the Army of the Potomac, as it comes to be known, begins to take shape. Under McClellan's leadership, it transforms from a ragtag collection of volunteers into a formidable fighting force. A force that strikes fear into the hearts of the Confederacy. The soldiers, they love him. They call him Little Mac, a term of endearment that reflects the respect and admiration they have for their commander. They see in him a leader who cares about their well-being, a man who will lead them to victory. News of McClellan's successes in Ohio spreads like wildfire through the North. He's hailed as a hero, a savior, the man who can turn the tide of the war. On July 26, 1861, Lincoln appoints McClellan as General-in-Chief. Talk about a meteoric rise, from railroad executive to the most powerful military commander. The nation's hopes rest on his shoulders. They compare him to Napoleon, to Caesar. He's the young Napoleon, destined to crush the rebellion. But with great power comes great responsibility, and the burden of a nation's expectations weighs heavily on McClellan's shoulders. He's acutely aware of the task before him, the enormity of the challenge. He knows that every decision he makes, every order he gives, could mean the difference between victory and defeat, between life and death for thousands of his men. He's determined to prove himself worthy of the trust that's been placed in him, to live up to the legend that's been built around him. He spends countless hours studying maps, planning campaigns, drilling his troops. He demands perfection, both from himself and from those under his command. But even as he prepares for war, McClellan can't escape the political machinations that swirl around him. He clashes with Lincoln and his cabinet, who urge him to be more aggressive, to take the fight to the enemy. They want a quick, decisive victory, but McClellan preaches caution, arguing that the Union Army isn't ready for a major offensive. The stage is set for a clash of wills, a battle between a cautious general and a president desperate for results, and the fate of the nation hangs in the balance. All right, folks, so it's 1862, and the pressure's on McClellan. The North is getting restless. They want to see some action, some victories, and McClellan, he's got a plan. A bold plan, a daring plan. He's gonna capture Richmond, Virginia, the Confederate capital. Talk about a knockout punch, right? Now Richmond, it's nestled deep in Confederate territory, protected by rivers, swamps, and a whole mess of Confederate soldiers. But McClellan, he ain't afraid of a challenge. He's gonna load up his Army of the Potomac on ships, sail them down the Chesapeake Bay, and land them on the Virginia Peninsula, just a hop, skip, and a jump from Richmond. It's a risky move, no doubt about it. But if it works, it could shorten the war, save countless lives. Lincoln, he gives McClellan the green light, though he's got his doubts. He wants McClellan to move fast, to strike hard, to take advantage of the element of surprise, but McClellan, he's got other ideas. He's a cautious cuss, remember? He believes in being thorough and minimizing risks, in making sure his army's good and ready before he throws them into the meat grinder. Now, the first obstacle McClellan encounters on his march to Richmond is a little place called Yorktown. It's a heavily fortified Confederate position guarding the approaches to the peninsula. Now, any other general, he might be tempted to bypass Yorktown to keep moving, to maintain the element of surprise, but not McClellan. He's convinced that Yorktown is impregnable, that any attempt to storm those fortifications would result in a bloodbath. So what does he do? He digs in. He orders his engineers to build siege works, massive earthworks and artillery emplacements, and settles down for a good old-fashioned siege. Now Lincoln, he's pulling his hair out back in Washington. He's getting reports that the Confederate forces at Yorktown are outnumbered, outgunned, that they're on the verge of retreating. He's sending McClellan telegram after telegram, urging him to attack, to press his advantage. But McClellan, he won't budge. He's convinced that he's facing a much larger force than he actually is. He's seeing ghosts, folks, haunted by the fear of defeat, of sending his men into a slaughterhouse. Alright, so after a month of sitting around at Yorktown, McClellan finally gets his act together and captures the town. But by then, the element of surprise, it's long gone. The Confederates, they've had time to regroup, to reinforce their positions around Richmond, and they're ready for a fight. Now, over the next 7 days, from June 25th to July 1st, 1862, the two armies clash in a series of bloody battles. These battles, they become known as the 7 Days Battles, and they're some of the most brutal fighting of the entire war. Now McClellan, he wins some of these battles, but he loses others. And with each setback, his confidence, it seems to erode a little bit more. He starts seeing Confederate soldiers behind every tree, hearing phantom bugle calls in the night. He becomes convinced that he's outnumbered, outmaneuvered, that the jig is up. So what does he do? He orders a retreat. That's right, folks. Instead of pressing on towards Richmond, he pulls his army back, abandoning all the ground they've gained, all the blood that's been spilled. Now you can imagine how Lincoln took the news of McClellan's retreat. Not well, folks. Not well at all. He's furious. He'd staked his presidency, his reputation, on McClellan, and the young general had let him down. The North, which had been so hopeful after McClellan's early successes, is plunged into despair. Lincoln, he travels to McClellan's headquarters, tries to reason with him, to convince him to go back on the offensive. But McClellan, he's dug in, both literally and figuratively. He's convinced that he can't defeat the Confederates, that the war is unwinnable, and this is where the relationship between Lincoln and McClellan, a relationship that had started out with such promise, really starts to unravel. Lincoln, he sees McClellan's caution, his pessimism, as a sign of weakness, of a lack of resolve. McClellan, on the other hand, he sees Lincoln as a meddling amateur, a politician who doesn't understand the realities of war. The year is 1864, and the Civil War still rages. But for George McClellan, the clang of battle has been replaced by the murmur of political strategizing. Relieved of his command, McClellan finds himself a man without an army, yet not without ambition. He sees a nation divided, its leadership faltering, and he believes with unwavering conviction that he is the man to heal its wounds. The Democratic Party, seeking a figurehead to challenge the incumbent Lincoln, sees in McClellan a hero, a symbol of unity in a time of profound division. They court him, flatter him, and eventually nominate him as their candidate for President of the United States. McClellan, ever conscious of his image, understands the political tightrope he must walk. He accepts the nomination but distances himself from the more radical elements of the Democratic platform, particularly their stance on the war. He campaigns on a platform of peace, of restoring the Union, but without the harsh measures advocated by the Lincoln administration. He travels the country, his military bearing and reputation preceding him. Crowds gather, eager to hear the words of the man they once called the young Napoleon. But the political landscape has shifted, and the war has taken its toll on the nation's psyche. The 1864 election becomes a referendum on the war, on Lincoln's leadership, and on the very future of the nation. McClellan, despite his attempts to chart a moderate course, finds himself painted as the peace candidate, the man who would negotiate with the Confederacy, potentially jeopardizing the Union's hard-won gains. Lincoln, bolstered by recent Union victories on the battlefield, campaigns on a platform of strength and determination. He argues that McClellan's policies would only prolong the war, embolden the Confederacy, and betray the sacrifices made by so many Union soldiers. The election is close, but in the end, Lincoln prevails, securing a second term and a mandate to see the war through to its conclusion. McClellan, gracious in defeat, returns to private life, his political aspirations dashed. The sting of defeat is sharp, but McClellan finds solace in the knowledge that he fought for what he believed in, that he offered the nation an alternative path, a path that he believed would have led to a swifter and less painful resolution to the conflict. With his political ambitions thwarted, McClellan seeks solace in the familiar embrace of travel and intellectual pursuits. He embarks on a grand tour of Europe, immersing himself in the art, culture, and history of the Old World. He studies military tactics and fortifications, drawing lessons from the great battles of European history. He keeps detailed journals of his travels, filled with observations on everything from the latest engineering marvels to the social customs of foreign lands. He writes extensively on military history and strategy, sharing his insights and experiences with a new generation of soldiers and scholars. But even as he explores the world, McClellan cannot escape the shadow of the Civil War, the weight of his controversial command. He feels compelled to set the record straight, to defend his actions, to explain his decisions to a public that often misunderstood his motivations. Upon his return to the United States, McClellan settles in New Jersey, a state still grappling with the aftermath of the war. He resumes his career in engineering, working on projects that showcase his technical skills and vision. But the call to public service, the desire to shape the destiny of his nation, still burns within him. In 1877, McClellan is elected governor of New Jersey, a testament to his enduring popularity and the respect he commands, even among those who disagreed with his political views. As governor, he focuses on issues of infrastructure, economic development, and veterans affairs. He oversees the expansion of the state's railroad network, promotes industrial growth, and works to heal the wounds of war by advocating for reconciliation and national unity. His time as governor is marked by pragmatism, efficiency, and a deep commitment to public service. He governs with the same attention to detail and organizational skills that he brought to his military command. Throughout his post-war life, McClellan works diligently on his memoirs, seeking to shape his legacy and present his perspective on the events that shaped his life and the destiny of the nation. He meticulously reviews his wartime journals, letters, and official reports, crafting a narrative that defends his decisions and highlights his contributions to the Union cause. His memoirs, published posthumously in 1887 under the title McClellan's Own Story, offer a fascinating glimpse into the mind of a complex and often contradictory figure. He writes candidly about his relationship with Lincoln, his frustrations with the political establishment, and his unwavering belief in the righteousness of the Union cause. He defends his cautious approach to warfare, arguing that he always prioritized the lives of his men over reckless pursuits of glory. He expresses regret for the bloodshed and suffering caused by the war, but maintains that he acted with honor and integrity throughout his command. George B. McClellan dies on October 29, 1885 at the age of 58. His death is mourned by many, his life celebrated as a testament to duty, honor, and unwavering belief in the promise of America. But his legacy, like the man himself, remains complex and contested. To his supporters, he was a brilliant organizer, a gifted strategist, and a compassionate leader who always put the well-being of his men first. They argue that his cautious approach to warfare, while frustrating to some, ultimately saved countless lives and contributed to the Union's eventual victory. To his detractors, he was a hesitant commander, a man plagued by self-doubt and an inflated ego, who squandered opportunities and prolonged the bloodshed of the Civil War. They point to his repeated failures to capitalize on Confederate weaknesses, his contentious relationship with Lincoln, and his ultimately unsuccessful political ambitions as evidence of his shortcomings. So there you have it, folks, the life and times of George B. McClellan, a man who tasted both triumph and defeat, adulation and scorn, a man who carried the weight of a nation's hopes on his shoulders, only to see them dashed against the rocks of fate. His story is a tapestry woven with threads of brilliance and blunder, of unwavering loyalty and simmering resentment. History is written by the victors, and McClellan often finds himself relegated to the footnotes, overshadowed by the likes of Grant, Sherman, and Lincoln. But to dismiss McClellan as a mere footnote is to miss the profound impact he had on the course of the war. Imagine a different McClellan, unburdened by self-doubt, who struck swiftly and decisively. Would Richmond have fallen in 1862? Would the war have ended sooner? These are the questions that haunt historians, but we must grapple with the McClellan who was, not the McClellan who might have been. And that McClellan, for all his flaws, left an indelible mark on the American military and on the national psyche. Thank you so much for watching, and be sure to click on one of the playlists on your screen to learn more about the American Civil War.
The year is 1818. The United States, a young nation, stretches westward. In the South, a way of life thrives, built on the backs of enslaved Africans. Vast plantations, opulent and cruel, define the landscape. This is the antebellum South, a world on the precipice of change. This is the story of Pierre Gustave Toutant Beauregard, a man who embodied the triumphs and tragedies of the Confederacy. On May 28, 1818, near New Orleans, Louisiana, a son is born to the prominent Toutant Beauregard family. They christen him Pierre Gustave Toutant, a name that speaks to their French heritage. Little do they know that this child will one day command armies and shape the destiny of a nation. The Beauregards, members of the Creole elite, own a sprawling sugar plantation just outside New Orleans. Their wealth is built on the labor of enslaved Africans, a stark reality that will forever color young Pierre's upbringing. He grows up surrounded by the opulence and contradictions of plantation life. Life on the plantation is a double-edged sword for young Pierre. He enjoys a privileged existence, surrounded by luxury and attended to by a retinue of servants. Yet he also witnesses the brutal realities of slavery, the casual cruelty inflicted upon those deemed less than human. These early experiences leave an indelible mark on his psyche, shaping his worldview and influencing his future choices. Despite his privileged upbringing, Pierre is not immune to the harsh realities of plantation life. These formative experiences instill in him a sense of pragmatism and a deep sense of loyalty. As Pierre grows older, he becomes increasingly aware of the expectations placed upon him. His family's legacy weighs heavily on his shoulders. He is groomed for a life of leadership, expected to follow in the footsteps of his father and grandfather. At West Point, he excels in his studies, demonstrating a natural aptitude for military strategy and engineering. Despite occasional clashes with authority, he graduates with honors. His reputation as a brilliant but headstrong young officer preceding him. Upon graduation, he embarks on a promising military career, serving with distinction in the Second Seminole War and the Mexican-American War. As the 1850s dawn, the United States finds itself teetering on the brink of disaster. The issue of slavery, long a source of tension, has ignited into a raging inferno. Pierre, now a rising star in the U.S. Army, finds himself caught in the middle of this maelstrom. He is a Southerner by birth, raised in a society that views slavery as an integral part of its social and economic fabric. Yet he is also a patriot, sworn to uphold the Constitution and defend the Union. The year 1860 dawns with a palpable sense of dread. The United States, once a beacon of unity and hope, finds itself fractured by the divisive issue of slavery. The election of Abraham Lincoln, a staunch opponent of slavery in November 1860, proves to be the tipping point. Southern states, fearing the loss of their autonomy, view Lincoln's victory as a direct threat to their existence. Secession, once unthinkable, becomes a terrifying reality. In February 1861, as the newly formed Confederacy asserts its independence, Beauregard faces a heart-wrenching decision. He is summoned to Montgomery, Alabama, the Confederate capital, where he is offered the position of Brigadier General in the Confederate Army. Torn between his conflicting allegiances, Beauregard wrestles with his conscience. Despite his misgivings, Beauregard ultimately chooses to cast his lot with the Confederacy. On February 20, 1861, he resigns his commission in the U.S. Army and accepts the rank of Brigadier General in the Confederate Army. With Beauregard's defection, the Confederacy gains a skilled tactician and a charismatic leader. He is immediately dispatched to Charleston, South Carolina, where tensions are reaching a boiling point over the fate of Fort Sumter. Beauregard arrives in Charleston to find a city on edge, spoiling for a fight. On April 12, 1861, after days of escalating tensions, Confederate batteries open fire on Fort Sumter. The bombardment marks the beginning of the American Civil War. The bombardment of Fort Sumter ignites a firestorm across the nation. In the North, outrage at the Confederate attack fuels a wave of patriotic fervor. In the South, the attack on Fort Sumter is met with jubilation. Beauregard is ordered to Virginia, where a massive Union army under General Irvin McDowell is preparing to march on Richmond. On July 21, 1861, the two armies clash near the town of Manassas, Virginia. The First Battle of Manassas is a resounding victory for the Confederacy, solidifying Beauregard's reputation as a brilliant military strategist. The victory at Manassas, while a strategic triumph for the Confederacy, comes at a heavy cost. The battlefield is littered with the dead and dying, a grim testament to the horrors of war. Beauregard, despite his elation at the Confederate victory, is deeply affected by the carnage he has witnessed. The weight of command, the responsibility for sending men to their deaths, weighs heavily on him. Despite his personal misgivings, Beauregard knows that the war is far from over. He throws himself into fortifying Confederate defenses, training new recruits, and planning for future campaigns. As 1861 draws to a close, the initial euphoria of the Confederate victory at Manassas fades. The war settles into a grim stalemate, a bloody back and forth across a divided land. Beauregard, ever the strategist, recognizes the shifting tides of war. He advocates for a defensive strategy, arguing that the Confederacy's best hope lies in wearing down the Union's will to fight. In early 1862, Beauregard is transferred to the Western theater of the war. Beauregard adapts quickly to this new environment, employing his trademark tactical brilliance to counter the Union's advantages. In April 1862, Beauregard faces his toughest test yet. Grant, emboldened by victories, threatens the crucial rail junction at Corinth, Mississippi. Beauregard gathers his forces near Shiloh Church, determined to strike a decisive blow. The Battle of Shiloh rages for 2 bloody days in early April 1862. Confederate forces initially push back Grant's army. Grant, reinforced overnight, launches a fierce counterattack. The Battle of Shiloh is a tactical defeat for the Confederacy. The casualties are staggering, the bloodiest 2 days of fighting in American history. Beauregard is unable to overcome the Union's superior numbers. Shiloh marks a turning point in the war in the West. After the defeat at Shiloh, Beauregard retreats to Corinth, Mississippi, his army battered and demoralized. He knows that Corinth, a vital rail junction, is essential to the Confederacy's defense of the West. He throws himself into fortifying the city, determined to make it a fortress that will break Grant's advance. However, Beauregard, weakened by illness and exhaustion, is forced to relinquish command of the Confederate forces at Corinth in late May 1862. His departure is a severe blow to Confederate morale, as his soldiers and the Southern public had come to see him as one of their most capable commanders. Beauregard's absence is keenly felt as Union forces, under the command of Henry Halleck, lay siege to Corinth. The siege drags on for weeks, a war of attrition that takes a toll on both sides. In late May, Confederate forces abandoned Corinth, retreating south to Tupelo, Mississippi. The loss of Corinth is a strategic blow to the Confederacy, further weakening its hold on the West and opening the door for continued Union advances. For Beauregard, it is a bitter pill to swallow, a defeat that weighs heavily on his mind and spirit. Following setbacks at Shiloh and Corinth, Beauregard is reassigned to Charleston, South Carolina. The city he returns to is a far cry from the stronghold he left 2 years prior. The Union blockade has strangled Charleston's economy and tested its citizens. Beauregard throws himself into the defense of Charleston with zeal. He understands the city's strategic importance as a vital port and symbol of resistance. Determined to hold it at all costs, he strengthens defenses and prepares for siege. Central to Beauregard's defensive strategy is Fort Sumter, the very symbol of Confederate defiance since its capture at the war's outset. Once a mighty fortress, Fort Sumter has been reduced to rubble by repeated Union bombardments. Yet, Beauregard recognizes its symbolic importance and its potential as a thorn in the side of the Union Navy. Under his direction, Confederate engineers transform the ruined fort into a formidable obstacle. Earthworks are piled high, gun emplacements are reinforced, and intricate tunnels are dug to protect defenders from enemy fire. Fort Sumter, though a shadow of its former self, becomes a testament to Confederate ingenuity and determination. Beauregard also embraces new technologies in his defense of Charleston. He understands that the Confederacy cannot hope to match the Union's industrial might, but he can leverage innovation to level the playing field. One such innovation is the use of torpedoes, then a relatively new and untested weapon of naval warfare. Under Beauregard's direction, Confederate engineers develop and deploy a series of torpedoes, both tethered and floating in Charleston Harbor. These underwater mines, primitive by modern standards, pose a constant threat to Union warships, forcing them to exercise caution and slowing their progress. Beauregard's embrace of innovation extends beyond torpedoes. He sees potential in another, even more daring technological marvel, the submarine. In 1863, a Confederate engineer named Horace Lawson Hunley presents Beauregard with a prototype of a hand-cranked submarine, christened the H.L. Hunley. Beauregard, ever the visionary, recognizes the potential of this new weapon to break the Union blockade and strike a decisive blow against the enemy fleet. He authorizes the Hunley's development and deployment, despite the risks inherent in such an untested and experimental vessel. The Hunley, a cigar-shaped vessel powered by 8 men cranking a hand-turned propeller, is a dangerous and temperamental machine. Its early trials are plagued by accidents and mechanical failures, resulting in the loss of several crew members, including Hunley himself. Despite these setbacks, Beauregard remains convinced of the Hunley's potential. He pushes for its continued development, believing that its success could turn the tide of the war in the South. His gamble, however, is fraught with risk, a testament to his unwavering belief in Confederate ingenuity and his desperation to find a way to break the Union stranglehold on Charleston. Throughout 1863 and 1864, Charleston endures a relentless bombardment from Union guns. The city, once a bustling center of Southern commerce and culture, is transformed into a besieged fortress. Buildings crumble under the weight of artillery fire. Streets are reduced to rubble, and the lives of its citizens are upended by the constant threat of death from above. Beauregard, witnessing the destruction of the city he is sworn to protect, faces a moral dilemma. He knows that every shell that falls on Charleston brings the Confederacy closer to defeat, yet he cannot bring himself to surrender the city without a fight. He faces growing pressure from Confederate authorities, who demand that he hold Charleston at all costs. He also feels the weight of expectation from the Southern people, who see him as the last line of defense against the hated Yankees. Beauregard, torn between his duty to his country and his compassion for the suffering of Charleston citizens, continues to resist. He knows that surrender is inevitable, but he is determined to make the Union pay dearly for every inch of ground they take. He will fight for Charleston even as it burns around him. In the spring of 1864, with the Confederacy crumbling around him, Beauregard receives a desperate summons. Robert E. Lee, facing overwhelming Union forces under Ulysses S. Grant in Virginia, calls for reinforcements. Beauregard, leaving a skeleton force to defend the remnants of Charleston, boards a train westward, his heart heavy with the knowledge that he is riding towards the Confederacy's last stand. He arrives in Virginia to find Lee's army besieged at Petersburg, a strategic rail hub south of Richmond. Grant's forces, having captured Richmond after a long and bloody campaign, have Lee's army trapped and slowly starving it into submission. Beauregard, despite the hopelessness of the situation, throws himself into the defense of Petersburg with his trademark energy. He rallies the exhausted and demoralized Confederate troops, bolsters their defenses, and prepares for a last-ditch stand against the relentless Union onslaught. He knows that the odds are stacked against him, that the Confederacy's days are numbered. Yet, he cannot bring himself to surrender, not while Lee's army still holds out, not while the flicker of Confederate hope still burns, however faintly. Beauregard's arrival at Petersburg injects a much-needed dose of tactical acumen into the Confederate High Command. He immediately recognizes the flaws in the Confederate defenses and proposes bold, albeit risky, plans to counter the Union threat. He advocates for a counteroffensive, a desperate gamble to break the siege and buy precious time for Lee's army to escape westward. He argues that the Confederacy's only hope lies in a daring stroke, a last roll of the dice to change the course of the war. His proposals, however, are met with resistance. Confederate President Jefferson Davis, his government crumbling around him, is reluctant to authorize such a risky maneuver. He fears the political fallout of a failed offensive, the potential for complete and utter collapse if Beauregard's gamble fails. Beauregard, caught between his strategic vision and the political realities of the dying Confederacy, finds himself increasingly frustrated. He sees the writing on the wall, the inevitability of defeat, yet he cannot shake the feeling that one last, desperate move could change everything. The siege of Petersburg settles into a grim routine. Days bleed into weeks, weeks into months, as Union and Confederate forces face each other across a no-man's land of trenches, earthworks, and barbed wire. The fighting is brutal and unrelenting, a war of attrition that takes a heavy toll on both sides. Beauregard, confined to the trenches along with his men, witnesses the horrors of trench warfare firsthand. He sees the toll that the constant shelling, the sniper fire, the fear of sudden death takes on his soldiers. He shares their rations, their cramped and muddy quarters, their ever-present fear. Despite the grim conditions, Beauregard's spirit remains unbroken. He visits his men in the trenches, offering words of encouragement, sharing stories of past victories, reminding them of what they are fighting for. He knows that their situation is desperate, but he refuses to give up hope. He clings to the belief that something, some unforeseen event, might yet save the Confederacy. He believes in his men, in their courage and tenacity, and he refuses to let them down. He will fight alongside them to the bitter end, whatever that end may be. In late July 1864, a daring plan emerges from the ranks of the besieged Confederate Army. A group of Pennsylvania coal miners fighting for the Union proposed digging a massive tunnel beneath the Confederate lines and detonating explosives beneath their trenches. The explosion, they believe, will create a gap in the Confederate defenses, allowing Union forces to pour through and break the siege. The plan, though audacious, is fraught with risk. The tunnel must be dug in secrecy, the explosives placed with precision, and the assault coordinated with military precision. Failure, the engineers warn, could result in friendly fire casualties and a disastrous repulse. Despite the risks, General Ambrose Burnside, commander of the Union 9th Corps, approves the plan. The tunnel is dug, the explosives are placed, and on the morning of July 30th, 1864, the charge is detonated. The explosion is massive, creating a crater over 30 feet deep and 170 feet wide in the Confederate lines. The initial assault, however, is a disaster. Union troops, poorly led and unprepared for the chaos, become trapped in the crater, easy targets for Confederate counterattacks. The Battle of the Crater, as it comes to be known, is a costly failure for the Union Army. The Confederate defense, though shaken by the initial explosion, holds firm. Beauregard, rallying his troops with characteristic zeal, personally leads a counterattack that drives the Union forces back and seals the breach in their lines. The battle, however, marks a turning point in the siege of Petersburg. The Confederate Army, already stretched thin and running low on supplies, has suffered heavy casualties. Their morale, though briefly boosted by their stand at the crater, is crumbling under the weight of defeat after defeat. On April 2, 1865, after months of siege warfare and dwindling supplies, Confederate forces abandoned Petersburg. The city, a vital rail hub and the key to the defense of Richmond, falls to the Union Army. The fall of Petersburg marks the beginning of the end for the Confederacy. With their capital city captured and their armies in retreat, the Confederate cause is all but lost. Beauregard, his forces shattered and his hopes dashed, joins Lee's retreating army as it flees westward, pursued relentlessly by Grant's victorious forces. The retreat from Petersburg is a harrowing ordeal for the defeated Confederate Army. Hounded by Union cavalry, low on supplies, and demoralized by defeat, they trudge westward, hoping against hope to escape Grant's grasp and prolong the fight. Beauregard, his health failing after years of campaigning, witnesses the disintegration of the army he has served with such distinction. He sees the despair in the eyes of his men, the once proud Confederate gray now faded and tattered, their dreams of Southern independence shattered on the battlefields of Virginia. On April 9, 1865, surrounded and outgunned, General Robert E. Lee surrenders his army of Northern Virginia to Ulysses S. Grant at Appomattox Courthouse. The surrender marks the effective end of the American Civil War. The Confederacy's dream of independence extinguished in the rolling hills of Virginia. Beauregard, present at the surrender, is devastated by the defeat. He knows that the South has fought bravely, that his men have sacrificed everything for their cause, but the war is over, and the Union has prevailed. He can only watch, his heart heavy with sorrow, as the Confederate flag is furled for the last time. The roar of cannons, the clash of steel, the cries of the wounded, these were the sounds that dominated P.G.T. Beauregard's life during the American Civil War. Beneath the stoic facade, a different battle raged within his heart. The war was a deeply personal tragedy for those caught in its grip. Beauregard was not immune to the emotional turmoil that shadowed every campaign. The weight of command left an indelible mark on his soul. Amidst the chaos and carnage of war, one constant source of solace and strength remained for Beauregard, his beloved wife, Caroline Deslandes. Their love story, forged years before the first shots were fired at Fort Sumter, served as an anchor, grounding him in a world teetering on the brink of destruction. Caroline, a woman of grace, intelligence, and unwavering loyalty, stood by her husband's side throughout the war's darkest chapters. She understood the burdens he carried, the sacrifices he made, and the emotional toll exacted by the conflict. Her unwavering love and support provided him with a safe haven, a refuge from the storms that raged around him. When the war separated them, as it often did, their letters became lifelines, fragile threads of love and longing spun across battlefields and through enemy lines. Caroline's missives, filled with news from home, words of encouragement and unwavering faith in her husband's abilities, provided a beacon of hope amidst the darkness. Her presence in his life, whether by his side or through the written word, served as a constant reminder of what he was fighting for, not just a political ideal or a way of life, but the love of a good woman and the promise of a future together. The life of a general, particularly during wartime, offered little respite from the demands of duty. Beauregard, despite his love for Caroline and their children, often found himself torn between his responsibilities to the Confederacy and his longing for a normal life, for quiet evenings by the fireside and the simple joys of family. The war, a relentless and unforgiving master, demanded his constant attention. Campaigns were planned, battles fought, and strategies debated, leaving little time for personal matters. Letters were often delayed, visits postponed, and precious moments with loved ones sacrificed on the altar of military necessity. Yet, even amidst the chaos of war, Beauregard never lost sight of his family. He wrote to Caroline whenever he could, his letters filled with a mixture of military updates, tender words of affection, and a palpable longing for the day when they could be reunited. He carried their portraits with him, small tokens of love and hope tucked away in his breast pocket, tangible reminders of the life that awaited him beyond the battlefield. These small acts of devotion, these glimpses into the heart of the general, revealed the depth of his love for his family and the sacrifices he made in the name of duty. The war's cruel hand extended beyond the battlefields, casting a long shadow over the lives of those who loved and depended on the men who fought. For Beauregard, the separation from his children, particularly his young sons, weighed heavily on his mind. He had always been a devoted father, cherishing the time he spent with his children, sharing stories, imparting wisdom, and reveling in their youthful energy. The war, however, had erected an insurmountable barrier between them, robbing him of precious years and leaving an aching void in his heart. He wrote to them often, his letters filled with a mixture of fatherly advice, tales of adventure, and a palpable longing to be reunited. He sent them gifts whenever he could, small tokens of affection meant to bridge the vast distance that separated them. Yet he knew that nothing could truly compensate for his absence, for the missed birthdays, the unspoken words, the stolen moments of childhood. The war had robbed him of their laughter, their hugs, their unconditional love, leaving him with a profound sense of loss and a heart heavy with unspoken grief. The American Civil War, a conflict born of irreconcilable differences, tore apart the very fabric of the nation, dividing families, communities, and even those bound by the sacred ties of blood. The Beauregard family, despite their shared history and deep Southern roots, found themselves on opposing sides of the chasm that had opened up between North and South. Beauregard's brother, Henry Toutant Beauregard, a career officer in the United States Navy, remained loyal to the Union. His decision, though painful for both brothers, reflected the complex loyalties of the time. a testament to the war's ability to shatter even the strongest of bonds. The two brothers, once close confidants, found themselves on opposite sides of the battlefield, their shared heritage overshadowed by the ideological divide that had fractured the nation. Their story, a microcosm of the war's tragic impact on families across the land, served as a stark reminder of the conflict's human cost. Despite their differences, a sense of familial duty and a shared respect for their chosen paths bound them together. Letters were exchanged, albeit infrequently, carrying news of loved ones and offering glimpses into their respective worlds forever altered by the war's destructive path. The written word, a lifeline in a world consumed by conflict, offered a unique window into the private thoughts and emotions of those caught in the maelstrom of the American Civil War. Beauregard's letters to Caroline and his children, penned in moments snatched from the jaws of war, provide a poignant and intimate portrait of a man wrestling with the demands of duty, the pangs of love and loss, and the ever-present shadow of death. His words, often hastily scribbled on scraps of paper or composed by candlelight in the confines of his tent, reveal a depth of emotion rarely glimpsed on the battlefield. He wrote of his longing for home, his anxieties for his family's well-being, and his unwavering belief in the righteousness of the Confederate cause. He shared his triumphs and his setbacks, his moments of despair and his flickers of hope, offering Caroline a glimpse into the inner life of the general, the man behind the uniform. These letters, carefully preserved and cherished by his family, serve as a testament to the enduring power of love and the human spirit's ability to find solace even in the darkest of times. Through his words, we catch a glimpse of the man behind the myth, the loving husband, the devoted father, the complex and deeply human figure who navigated the treacherous currents of war with courage, conviction, and an unwavering belief in the cause for which he fought. History often remembers its generals through their military exploits and triumphs. Yet beneath the rank and ambition lay men capable of great love and profound sorrow. P.G.T. Beauregard was a man of deep feeling. He loved his family fiercely, carried the weight of his decisions heavily, and yearned for peace. His compassion extended to his men. He cared for their well-being and mourned their losses. He understood their sacrifices and the toll of battle. His humanity shone through in his interactions, his concern for their welfare, and his belief in their courage. Despite his flaws, he was a man worthy of respect. True strength lay in compassion and shared sacrifice. As the Confederacy crumbled around him, as the dream of Southern independence faded into the annals of history, P.G.T. Beauregard found himself drawn back to the one constant in his life, his family. The war, for all its horrors and sacrifices, had only served to strengthen the bonds of love and loyalty that bound them together. With the war's end, he returned to Caroline, his beloved companion, her steadfast love a beacon of hope in the aftermath of defeat. He sought solace in the embrace of his children, their laughter a balm to his war-weary soul. Though the war had exacted a heavy toll, leaving scars both physical and emotional, Beauregard found a measure of peace in the quiet rhythms of family life. He devoted himself to rebuilding their lives, seeking to provide for their future and instill in his children the values of honor, integrity, and perseverance that had guided him through the darkest of times. The war may have defined his public persona, but it was his family, his unwavering love for them, and their unwavering love for him that sustained him through the trials of war and provided him with a sense of purpose and belonging in the uncertain years that followed. The year is 1865. The American Civil War has ended, the Confederacy lies shattered, its cities scarred, its people grappling with defeat. For P.G.T. Beauregard, defeat is a bitter pill. Stripped of his rank, he returns to a changed South. The plantation society is gone, swept away by war and emancipation. He returns to Caroline, their reunion bittersweet. the South faces the daunting task of reconciliation and reconstruction. Beauregard grapples with defeat and reconciliation, the South occupied and in disarray. Some cling to the lost cause, refusing defeat. Beauregard sees the futility of clinging to the past. He urges acceptance and rebuilding within the reunited nation. Despite criticism, he believes in reconciliation for the South's future. Beauregard seeks to rebuild the South, finding new purpose beyond the battlefield. In 1869, he becomes president of the Louisiana Lottery Company, a financially rewarding but ethically controversial decision. The lottery raises revenue for the state, but draws criticism for its questionable practices. Critics argue it targets the poor and fosters corruption. Beauregard justifies it as a means to generate funds for a struggling state. He believes it offers hope and financial salvation, yet his association with the lottery tarnishes his reputation. Despite his involvement in business ventures, Beauregard never strays far from his military roots. He remains a keen observer of military affairs, writing articles and essays on strategy, tactics, and the lessons learned from the Civil War. He also embarks on a project close to his heart, the writing of his memoirs. In his memoirs, published posthumously, Beauregard seeks to set the record straight about his role in the war, to defend his decisions, and to offer his perspective on the Confederacy's triumphs and failures. His writings, though colored by the inevitable biases of a Confederate general, provide valuable insights into the Southern perspective on the war, its causes, and its consequences. Beauregard, in his memoirs, emerges as a complex figure, a man of undeniable military talent, unwavering conviction, and deep-seated loyalty to the South. His voice, though silenced by death, continues to resonate through his writings, offering a glimpse into the mind of one of the Confederacy's most enigmatic and enduring figures. His memoirs, though controversial in their time, remain valuable primary sources for historians seeking to understand the complexities of the American Civil War and its enduring legacy. P.G.T. Beauregard died in New Orleans on February 20, 1893, at the age of 74. He was laid to rest with full military honors, his passing mourned by many in the South, where he was remembered as a hero, a symbol of Confederate defiance, and a brilliant, if flawed, military leader. In the decades since his death, Beauregard's legacy, like that of the Confederacy itself, has been the subject of much debate and reevaluation. His statues, once prominent symbols of Southern heritage, have become flashpoints in the ongoing debate over race, history, and the legacy of slavery in the United States. To understand Beauregard's legacy, one must grapple with the complexities of his time, the contradictions inherent in a man who fought for a cause rooted in the preservation of slavery, yet who also exhibited moments of compassion and humanity. His story serves as a reminder of the enduring power of the past to shape the present, the importance of engaging with history in all its complexities, and the need to acknowledge both the triumphs and the tragedies that have shaped the nation we are today. Pierre-Gustave Toutant Beauregard's life was a tapestry woven from the threads of a nation divided. Born into the privilege and contradictions of the antebellum South, he rose to prominence as a military strategist. From Fort Sumter to Appomattox, he served the Confederacy with unwavering conviction. His story is not just a chronicle of battles won and lost. It's a testament to the complexities of a man shaped by his time. We've seen his triumphs, the victory at First Manassas, the defense of Charleston, the hope ignited at the crater. Yet alongside these moments of military prowess, we've witnessed the personal toll of war, the anguish of separation from loved ones, the burden of command etched upon his features. Through his letters, we've glimpsed the man beneath the uniform, a devoted husband and father, a leader respected by his men even in defeat. His life reminds us that history is not merely a collection of dates and battles, but a tapestry woven from the lives of individuals, each with their own motivations and moments of both greatness and despair. P.G.T. Beauregard remains a figure of fascination and controversy. His statues, once symbols of Southern heritage, now force us to confront the legacy of slavery and the Civil War. How do we reconcile his military brilliance with the cause he fought for? There are no easy answers to the complexities of history. Beauregard's legacy challenges us to grapple with difficult questions about race and justice. It compels us to confront the past, to understand how it shapes the present. Beauregard's story reminds us that history is messy, contradictory, and open to reinterpretation. Howdy, folks. Today, we're journeying back to the heart of America's most turbulent era, the Civil War. But we ain't focusing on the usual suspects. No, sir. Today's tale is about a man often overshadowed, yet instrumental in preserving the Union. General Philip Sheridan. He was a force of nature, a whirlwind on the battlefield, feared by his enemies and revered by his men. But who was this fiery Irishman who rose from humble beginnings to the highest ranks of the Union Army? What drove him, shaped him, and ultimately led him to become a legend? Now, some might say, another general? Haven't we heard it all? But trust me, Sheridan's story ain't your grandpappy's history lesson. It's a tale woven with grit, determination, and a healthy dose of that Irish fire. From the battlefields of Shiloh to the Shenandoah Valley, Sheridan's name became synonymous with victory, his tactics revolutionizing warfare and leaving a permanent mark on the art of war. So, buckle up, y'all, as we delve into the life and times of one of the Civil War's most intriguing figures. Picture this: America, 1861. The country is on the brink of a monumental conflict that will forever alter its course. The landscape is dotted with small towns and burgeoning cities, each with its own story, its own hopes and fears. The air is thick with anticipation, as if the very land itself knows that something momentous is about to unfold. The nation's torn in two, brother against brother, over the issue of slavery. Families are divided, friendships shattered, as the country grapples with its conscience. The question of human bondage has reached a boiling point, and there is no turning back. The lines are drawn, and the stage is set for a conflict that will test the very fabric of the nation. The air crackles with tension, thick as the humidity in a Georgia cotton field. Soldiers on both sides prepare for battle, their faces etched with determination and fear. The camps are alive with the sounds of marching feet, clinking weapons, and the murmur of anxious voices. Each soldier knows that the coming days will bring trials and tribulations unlike any they have ever faced. It's a time of great uncertainty, a time when the very soul of a nation hangs in the balance. The battles that lie ahead will be fierce and unforgiving, with each side fighting not just for victory, but for their vision of what America should be. The skies darken with the smoke of cannon fire, and the ground trembles under the weight of marching armies. The future of the nation is anything but certain. In the North, the Union rallies, determined to preserve the nation their forefathers fought so hard to build. They believe in a united country, free from the chains of slavery, where liberty and justice are not just ideals, but realities. The Union soldiers march with a sense of purpose, their flags waving proudly in the wind, symbols of their unwavering resolve. In the South, the Confederacy rises, fueled by a belief in their right to self-determination and a way of life intrinsically tied to the institution of slavery. They see themselves as defenders of their homes and their heritage, willing to fight to the last man to protect their way of life. The Confederate soldiers, too, march with determination, their banners flying high, symbols of their fierce independence. Amidst this maelstrom of ideologies and ambitions, a young Philip Sheridan, a recent graduate of West Point, finds himself thrust into a conflict that will test his mettle and shape his destiny. Sheridan, like many of his peers, is eager to prove himself, to make his mark on history. But he is also acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, the immense responsibility that rests on his shoulders. Every decision he makes could mean the difference between victory and defeat, life and death. The pressure is immense, but so is his resolve. Sheridan knows that he must rise to the occasion, that he must be a leader his men can look up to, a beacon of hope in the darkest of times. Little did he know, his journey would take him from obscurity to the annals of American history. He would face countless challenges, endure unimaginable hardships, and witness the horrors of war firsthand. But through it all, he would remain steadfast, his courage and determination unwavering. Sheridan's story is one of resilience, of rising above adversity to achieve greatness. He would become a pivotal player in this epic struggle, a beacon of hope for the Union, and a figure of enduring fascination for generations to come. His leadership and bravery would inspire countless others, and his legacy would be forever etched in the pages of American history. As we look back on this tumultuous time, we remember not just the battles and the bloodshed, but the individuals like Philip Sheridan who rose to the occasion and helped shape the nation we know today. Born in 1831 in Albany, New York, to Irish immigrant parents, Philip Sheridan's early life was far from glamorous. He was a scrappy kid, full of grit and determination, traits that would serve him well in the years to come. Growing up in the rough-and-tumble environment of Somerset, Ohio, he learned the value of hard work, resilience, and never backing down from a challenge. Imagine young Philip navigating the muddy streets, a mischievous glint in his eye, already displaying the tenacity that would one day make him a legend. Now, Somerset wasn't exactly a hotbed of military ambition, but fate, it seems, had other plans for young Sheridan. His path led him to West Point, where he excelled in his studies, demonstrating a keen strategic mind and a natural aptitude for leadership. It was here, amidst the hallowed halls of the prestigious military academy, that the seeds of greatness were sown. Little did anyone know this son of Irish immigrants, this boy from small-town Ohio, would soon rise to become one of the most celebrated military leaders in American history. Philip Henry Sheridan, a name that would echo through the corridors of military history, had a beginning far removed from the grandeur and glory of his later years. His story is one of perseverance, resilience, and the relentless pursuit of a dream that seemed almost unattainable from his humble start. Born on March 6, 1831, his entry into the world was one of humble origins. The small town of Albany, New York, where he was born, was a burgeoning community, filled with the hopes and struggles of many immigrant families like his own. His parents, John and Mary Mina Sheridan, were recent Irish immigrants, seeking a better life on the shores of America. They had left behind the familiar landscapes of County Cavan, Ireland, driven by the promise of opportunity and the hope of a brighter future for their children. They carried with them the hopes and dreams of countless others who had braved the perilous journey across the Atlantic, their hearts filled with a mix of trepidation and anticipation. The voyage was long and arduous, marked by the uncertainty of what lay ahead and the bittersweet farewell to their homeland. John Sheridan, a sturdy man with a strong back and calloused hands, found work as a laborer. He toiled tirelessly, taking on any job that would provide for his family, from laying railroad tracks to working in the burgeoning construction industry. It was honest work, the kind that built a nation brick by brick, road by road. His efforts were part of the larger tapestry of American progress, contributing to the infrastructure that would one day support a growing and thriving nation. Mary, his wife, possessed a quiet strength and unwavering faith. She was the backbone of their small household, managing the daily chores and ensuring that their home was a place of comfort and love. She tended to their small household, her days filled with the endless tasks of motherhood and the ever-present worry of making ends meet. From dawn till dusk, Mary worked diligently, her hands never idle, her heart always full of hope for her children's future. Their lives were simple, their means modest, but within the walls of their home, they nurtured a love for their children that transcended their material circumstances. The Sheridans instilled in their children the values of hard work, integrity, and the belief that with determination, anything was possible. Young Philip, like many children of immigrant families, attended a local school where he showed an early aptitude for learning. His parents, despite their limited means, understood the importance of education and encouraged him to pursue his studies with diligence. Books became his window to the world, offering glimpses of far-off places and the lives of great men who had come before him. He devoured stories of military heroes and historical figures, dreaming of one day making his own mark on the world. The small town of Albany, with its bustling streets and close-knit community, was the backdrop of his formative years. It was here that the seeds of his future greatness were sown, nurtured by the love and sacrifices of his parents and the lessons learned from his humble beginnings. Philip Henry Sheridan's early life was a testament to the enduring spirit of the American dream. From the modest home of an immigrant family, he would rise to become one of the most celebrated military leaders in American history, his journey a beacon of hope and inspiration for generations to come. Now, there's a bit of a mystery surrounding Philip's exact birthplace. This enigma has puzzled historians and enthusiasts alike for generations. Some say he was born in Albany, New York, the bustling port city where his parents first set foot on American soil. Albany, with its vibrant docks and busy streets, was a melting pot of cultures and a gateway to new opportunities for many immigrants. Others believe he was born in County Cavan, Ireland, his family carrying the secret of his true origins with them to the New World. County Cavan, with its rolling green hills and quaint cottages, was a place steeped in tradition and history, a stark contrast to the bustling life they would encounter in America. The truth, shrouded in the mists of time and lost to history, remains elusive. Old documents and records offer conflicting information, leaving us to piece together the puzzle from fragments of the past. But whether he was a son of the Empire State or the Emerald Isle, one thing is certain: America would become the stage upon which he would leave his indelible mark. His contributions to the nation would transcend the mystery of his origins. Regardless of where his cradle was rocked, young Philip's early years were spent in the melting pot of immigrant life. The neighborhoods were teeming with families from all corners of the globe, each bringing their unique customs and traditions. The air would have been filled with the sounds of different languages, a symphony of voices blending together in a cacophony of daily life. Each language carried stories of distant lands and dreams of a better future. The smells of unfamiliar cuisines, tantalizing aromas wafting through the streets, inviting passers-by to taste the flavors of far-off homelands. These scents were a reminder of the diverse origins of the community, a tapestry of cultures woven together by the common threads of hope and hardship. Festivals and gatherings showcased the rich cultural heritage of the immigrants, creating a vibrant mosaic of traditions and celebrations. It was in this vibrant, chaotic environment that Philip's character began to take shape. The bustling streets and diverse community provided a unique backdrop for his formative years. He learned to navigate the complexities of a new world, understanding the nuances of different cultures and the importance of community. These experiences would later influence his worldview and actions, to rely on his wits, developing a keen sense of resourcefulness and adaptability. The challenges he faced in his youth honed his problem-solving skills and strategic thinking, and to stand his ground. In a world where survival often depended on resilience and determination, Philip learned to hold his own, a trait that would serve him well in his future endeavors. In search of opportunity, the Sheridan family moved westward, eventually settling in the small town of Somerset, Ohio. Located in the heart of the young state, Somerset offered a different pace of life from the crowded streets of Albany. Here, amidst the rolling hills and fertile farmland, the Sheridans sought to establish roots and build a future for their growing family. Life wasn't easy for the immigrant family, but they persevered, their spirits unbroken. For young Philip, Somerset was his playground and his classroom. The vastness of the American landscape ignited a sense of adventure within him. He spent his days exploring the surrounding woods, swimming in the clear streams, and testing his limits against the backdrop of nature's grandeur. These formative experiences instilled in him a deep appreciation for the outdoors and a resilience that would serve him well in the years to come. As Philip grew older, the realities of life in frontier America became increasingly apparent. He learned the value of hard work, toiling alongside his father and older brothers. The family scraped by, their days filled with the demands of eking out a living from the land. There was little time for frivolous pursuits, education taking a back seat to the necessities of survival. Despite the lack of formal schooling, Philip possessed a sharp mind and an unquenchable thirst for knowledge. He devoured every book he could lay his hands on, his imagination ignited by tales of adventure and heroism. The local library became his sanctuary, a refuge from the hardships of daily life. It was here that he first encountered the stories of great military leaders, their exploits fueling his dreams of a life beyond the confines of Somerset. Fate, it seemed, had other plans for young Philip Sheridan. An opportunity arose, a chance to escape the drudgery of his existence and pursue a path that had always seemed beyond his reach, an appointment to the United States Military Academy at West Point. Now, how this came to be is a story in itself, shrouded in a bit of local lore and political maneuvering. It's said that Philip's quick wit and even quicker fists caught the attention of a prominent citizen, a storekeeper named Henry W. Stowe, no less than the husband of Harriet Beecher Stowe, the author of Uncle Tom's Cabin. Stowe, recognizing the spark of potential in the young man, used his influence to secure Philip a nomination to the prestigious academy. And so, in 1848, at the tender age of 17, Philip Sheridan bid farewell to his family and the familiar comforts of Somerset, embarking on a journey that would forever alter the course of his life. Arriving at West Point, perched majestically above the Hudson River, must have been a daunting experience for the young man from rural Ohio. The imposing granite buildings, the strict discipline, the air thick with the weight of tradition. It was a world away from everything Philip had ever known. Yet he met the challenge head-on, his determination fueled by an unwavering belief in himself and the opportunity that lay before him. West Point in those days was a crucible for forging leaders. The curriculum was rigorous, demanding both physical and intellectual prowess. Philip excelled in his studies, demonstrating a natural aptitude for mathematics, strategy, and military tactics. He soaked up knowledge like a sponge, his mind sharp, his ambition burning bright. Life at West Point wasn't all about textbooks and drills, however. Philip's fiery temper and unwavering sense of justice occasionally landed him in hot water with his superiors. He had a knack for speaking his mind, even when it was advisable to hold his tongue. One particular incident, involving a heated altercation with a fellow cadet, nearly resulted in his expulsion, but even his detractors couldn't deny his abilities. He possessed a natural charisma, a way of inspiring those around him. On the parade ground, he commanded attention, his movements precise, his bearing confident. In the classroom, he impressed his professors with his sharp intellect and insightful observations. And on the fields of friendly competition, he displayed a fierce determination to succeed, whether it was on the football field or the dueling ground. The years at West Point molded Philip Sheridan into a formidable soldier, honing his natural abilities and instilling in him the values of discipline, honor, and duty. As graduation approached, a sense of anticipation hung in the air. The young men, now seasoned cadets, stood on the precipice of their destinies, ready to embark on careers that would shape the future of a nation on the brink of war. Little did Philip Sheridan know, as he received his commission as a brevet second lieutenant in the United States Army in 1853, that he would soon be called upon to lead men in battle, his name forever etched in the annals of American military history. The lessons learned on the banks of the Hudson, the friendships forged, the challenges overcome, they had all prepared him for the momentous events that lay ahead. The year was 1861. The fragile peace that had held the nation together for decades finally shattered. Fort Sumter, a lonely bastion of Union authority in the heart of Charleston Harbor, came under Confederate bombardment. The unimaginable had happened. America was at war with itself. News of the conflict reached Philip Sheridan, stationed at the time on the distant frontier. The young officer, eager to prove himself, found himself swept up in the maelstrom, his destiny forever intertwined with the fate of his nation. Gone were the familiar rhythms of garrison life, replaced by the urgent preparations for war. Sheridan, like countless other soldiers on both sides of the conflict, found himself thrust into a world turned upside down. The neatly drawn lines on maps now represented battlefields, places where lives would be lost and destinies decided. The young lieutenant, his West Point training put to the ultimate test, embraced the challenges ahead with a mix of apprehension and resolve. Sheridan's early experiences in the war were a baptism by fire. Assigned to the 13th Infantry Regiment, he found himself thrust into the thick of the fighting in Missouri, a border state racked by internal divisions and guerrilla warfare. The reality of combat, far removed from the sanitized maneuvers of West Point, proved to be a harsh teacher. He witnessed firsthand the horrors of battle, the courage and sacrifice of ordinary men, and the fickle hand of fate that determined who lived and who died. Through a series of small engagements and skirmishes, Sheridan honed his skills as a commander. He learned the importance of quick thinking, decisive action, and the ability to inspire men under fire. His natural leadership qualities, evident even in his days at West Point, shone through. He earned the respect of his men, not through bluster or bravado, but through his unwavering courage and his willingness to share their hardships. While Sheridan proved himself a capable infantry officer, fate had other plans for him. A chance encounter with General Henry W. Halleck, commander of the Department of the Missouri, would forever alter the course of his career. Halleck, recognizing Sheridan's logistical acumen and his keen understanding of terrain, offered him a position as Chief Quartermaster of the Army of Southwest Missouri. It was a crucial role, responsible for supplying the Army's needs, but one that many viewed as a backwater assignment. Sheridan, however, approached the task with his characteristic zeal. He excelled in the role, ensuring that supplies flowed smoothly to the front lines, a vital factor in any military campaign. But his heart yearned for the heat of battle, for the opportunity to lead men in combat. His prayers were answered when he was given command of the 2nd Michigan Cavalry, a regiment known for its fighting spirit but in desperate need of discipline and direction. The 2nd Michigan Cavalry, under Sheridan's command, quickly distinguished itself in battle. Sheridan, despite his short stature, he was only 5'5", earning him the nickname Little Phil, possessed a commanding presence and a natural ability to inspire his men. He led from the front, his courage under fire unquestioned. He understood the importance of speed and maneuverability in cavalry operations, utilizing his horsemen to disrupt enemy supply lines, gather intelligence, and harass Confederate forces. His successes on the battlefield did not go unnoticed. Promotions came quickly, from captain to colonel to brigadier general in the span of just a few short years. Sheridan's star was on the rise, his name becoming synonymous with victory, particularly in the Western theater of the war. He had found his true calling as a cavalry commander, his skills perfectly suited for the fast-paced, fluid nature of mounted warfare. The Battle of Shiloh, fought in southwestern Tennessee in April 1862, was a pivotal moment in the war, a bloody clash that shocked the nation with its ferocity and high casualties. Sheridan, now a brigadier general, commanded a division in the Army of the Tennessee, led by the flamboyant General Ulysses S. Grant. The battle tested Sheridan's mettle like never before, as wave after wave of Confederate attacks threatened to overwhelm the Union lines. Despite being caught off guard on the first day of the battle, Sheridan's division held its ground, their stubborn resistance buying valuable time for Union reinforcements to arrive. Sheridan, in the thick of the fighting, displayed remarkable coolness under fire, rallying his men and directing their movements with a calmness that belied the chaos swirling around him. Shiloh, for all its horrors, solidified Sheridan's reputation as a rising star in the Union Army. Following the costly Union victory at Shiloh, the war in the West shifted to Kentucky, where Confederate forces under General Braxton Bragg sought to reclaim the bluegrass state for the Confederacy. Sheridan, now a trusted commander under General Don Carlos Buell, played a key role in the Battle of Perryville, a hard-fought engagement that halted the Confederate advance. Sheridan's division, positioned on the Union left, bore the brunt of the Confederate assault. His men fought with tenacity, their lines holding firm against repeated attacks. Sheridan, ever the aggressive commander, seized an opportunity to counterattack, driving the Confederates back and securing a crucial victory for the Union. Perryville, while not as well known as other Civil War battles, proved to be a turning point in the Western theater. As 1862 drew to a close, the war in the West raged on. The Battle of Stones River, fought near Murfreesboro, Tennessee, would prove to be one of the bloodiest engagements of the war. Sheridan, now commanding a division in the Army of the Cumberland under General William Rosecrans, once again found himself at the center of the storm. The battle raged for 3 days, a brutal back-and-forth struggle that tested the limits of human endurance. Sheridan's division, positioned on the Union right, fought with their usual ferocity. On the second day of the battle, Sheridan's lines were shattered by a massive Confederate assault. Undeterred, Sheridan rallied his men, reforming his shattered division and mounting a desperate defense that helped to save the Union Army from disaster. Following the carnage of Stones River, both sides licked their wounds and regrouped. The spring of 1863 saw a shift in the war's tempo in the West, as Union forces under General Rosecrans launched the Tullahoma Campaign, a brilliant display of strategic maneuver that drove the Confederates from Middle Tennessee. Sheridan's division, now part of the Army of the Cumberland's 14th Corps, played a crucial role in the campaign. Sheridan, applying the lessons he had learned in earlier battles, utilized his cavalry to great effect, screening Rosecrans' movements, gathering intelligence, and harassing the retreating Confederates. The Tullahoma Campaign, while not as well known as other Civil War campaigns, demonstrated Sheridan's growing strategic acumen. The summer of 1863 witnessed one of the most significant battles in the Western theater, the Battle of Chickamauga. Fought near Chattanooga, Tennessee, Chickamauga was a Confederate victory, but one that came at a terrible cost. Sheridan, now a trusted Corps commander, played a pivotal role in the battle, his actions on the second day of the fighting helping to avert a complete Union disaster. The battle began with a series of Confederate attacks against the Union left flank. As the fighting raged, Rosecrans, in an attempt to shore up his left, inadvertently created a gap in the Union center. Confederate forces poured through the gap, routing several Union divisions and threatening to split the Union Army in two. Sheridan, recognizing the gravity of the situation, launched a desperate counterattack, his men smashing into the advancing Confederates and buying precious time for the beleaguered Union Army to regroup. Despite Sheridan's heroic efforts at Chickamauga, the Union Army was forced to retreat to Chattanooga, where they found themselves besieged by Confederate forces under General Braxton Bragg. The situation for the Union forces looked dire, their supply lines cut, their morale low. It was at this critical juncture that Sheridan's leadership and determination would once again shine through in what would become known as Sheridan's Ride. With Union forces pinned down on Missionary Ridge, their position seemingly untenable, Grant, now in overall command, ordered a limited attack to relieve pressure on the Union center. Sheridan, misinterpreting Grant's orders, or perhaps sensing an opportunity, ordered his men forward in a full-scale assault. Up the slopes of Missionary Ridge they charged, Sheridan, as always, leading from the front. The Confederates, caught off guard by the ferocity of the Union assault, broke and ran, their lines collapsing in disarray. Now, y'all know Sheridan as a fierce warrior, a whirlwind on the battlefield. But even the toughest soldier, deep down, yearns for a haven, a heart's ease from the storms of war. Imagine this, the constant clang of sabers, the earth trembling under cannon fire, the ever-present specter of death. In the midst of such chaos, finding love seems like a far-off dream. But for Philip Sheridan, fate, it seems, had a plan. Despite his rough-hewn exterior and the demands of his military career, Sheridan possessed a charm that drew people to him, a certain magnetism that transcended his gruff demeanor. He was known for his quick wit, his hearty laugh, and his genuine concern for the well-being of his men. Beneath the hardened exterior of the battle-tested general beat the heart of a man longing for companionship, for a love to anchor him amidst the uncertainty of war. Enter Irene Rucker, a young woman whose life couldn't have been more different from the whirlwind of battles and campaigns that consumed Sheridan's world. Hailing from a prominent Virginia family, Irene represented the genteel South, her upbringing a stark contrast to Sheridan's humble beginnings. Yet despite their differences in background and upbringing, a spark ignited between them, a connection that transcended the political and social divides of their time. Irene was known for her beauty, her intelligence, and her unwavering spirit. She possessed a quiet strength, a resilience forged in the crucible of a nation at war. While Sheridan faced the enemy on distant battlefields, Irene navigated the challenges of life on the home front, her heart heavy with worry for the safety of loved ones caught in the conflict. Now, their courtship wasn't your typical love story, not with a war raging and all. Imagine stolen moments amidst the chaos, letters filled with longing and whispered promises. They met while Sheridan was stationed in Washington, D.C., a city teeming with political intrigue and the anxieties of a nation on edge. For them, it was a sanctuary, a place where they could steal precious moments away from the tumult of war. Their courtship, carried out against the backdrop of a nation divided, raised eyebrows on both sides of the conflict. Here was a Union general, a rising star in the North's fight against the Confederacy, smitten with a Southern belle, a daughter of the very society he was sworn to defeat. Yet, love, as they say, conquers all. And in June of 1875, after a courtship that weathered the storms of war and the disapproval of some, Philip Sheridan and Irene Rucker exchanged vows, their union a testament to the enduring power of love in the face of adversity. Their early years of marriage were marked by the separations and uncertainties of war. Sheridan, ever the dedicated soldier, spent long periods away from his bride, leading his troops in campaigns that took him from the Shenandoah Valley to the Carolinas. Yet their love endured, sustained by a shared faith, a deep respect for one another, and a constant stream of letters that bridged the physical distance between them. These letters, often written by the light of a flickering candle after a long day of battle or amidst the bustle of camp life, offer a glimpse into the private world of Philip and Irene Sheridan. They are filled with expressions of love and longing, anxieties about the war, and hopes for a future when they could build a life together, free from the shadow of conflict. With the war's end in 1865, Sheridan, now a hero of the Union, finally had the opportunity to build a life with his beloved Irene. They settled in Chicago, a city on the rise, its energy and optimism a reflection of the nation's hopes for a brighter future. Sheridan, his military career far from over, embraced his role as a husband and father, finding solace in the warmth of family life. Their Chicago home became their sanctuary, a place where they entertained friends and colleagues, their laughter and conversations a stark contrast to the horrors of war they had witnessed. Sheridan, despite his gruff exterior, was known for his warmth and generosity as a host. his love for Irene evident in the way he doted on her, his eyes twinkling with pride whenever she entered the room. The Sheridan household was blessed with the arrival of 4 children: Mary, Philip Henry Jr., Irene, and Philip. These children, born into a nation still healing from the wounds of war, became the center of Philip and Irene's world. Sheridan, known for his stern demeanor on the battlefield, was a doting father, his love for his children evident in the way he played with them, read to them, and instilled in them the values of honor, integrity, and perseverance. The Sheridan children grew up surrounded by the legacy of their father's military accomplishments. Stories of his exploits on the battlefield filled their childhood, shaping their understanding of courage, sacrifice, and the complexities of American history. They carried the weight of their family name with grace and humility, their lives a testament to the enduring bonds of love and family that transcended the tumultuous times in which they lived. The post-war years were a time of healing and rebuilding for the nation. But they were not without their challenges. The scars of war ran deep, and the process of reconciliation was fraught with tension and uncertainty. Sheridan, despite his role in the Union victory, approached the challenges of Reconstruction with a sense of pragmatism and a deep respect for the South and its people. He understood that true peace required more than just military victory. It required compassion, understanding, and a willingness to bridge the divides that had torn the nation apart. His marriage to Irene, a symbol of unity in a nation still grappling with the legacy of division, served as a testament to his belief in the power of reconciliation. Philip Sheridan's life, from his humble beginnings in Ohio to his rise through the ranks of the Union Army, is a testament to the power of determination, courage, and unwavering resolve. But it is his love story with Irene Rucker that reveals the depths of his character, his capacity for tenderness, and the importance of family in a life often defined by conflict and sacrifice. Their love story, a beacon of hope amidst the darkness of war, reminds us that even in the most challenging of times, love has the power to unite, to heal, and to endure. Philip and Irene's legacy lives on, not just in the history books, but in the countless lives touched by their story, a testament to the enduring power of love, family, and the human spirit's ability to find light in the darkest of times. August 5th, 1888. A somber day descended upon the nation. General Philip Henry Sheridan, the fiery Irishman who had risen from obscurity to become one of the most celebrated and controversial figures of the Civil War, drew his last breath. He was 57 years old. News of his passing spread like wildfire, carried on telegraph wires and whispered from town to town. Across the country, flags flew at half-mast, a visible symbol of the nation's grief. Newspapers north and south paid tribute to the fallen general, their words reflecting a mix of admiration for his military genius and acknowledgement of the complex legacy he left behind. Even his former adversaries, those who had faced him across the battlefields of Virginia and the Shenandoah, expressed their respect for the man they had once considered their most formidable foe. Sheridan's passing was met with an outpouring of grief befitting a national hero. His funeral, held in Washington, D.C., was a grand affair, a solemn procession of dignitaries, military leaders, and ordinary citizens come to pay their respects. The streets were lined with mourners, their heads bowed in silent tribute as the horse-drawn caisson carrying Sheridan's flag-draped coffin made its way to his final resting place. He was laid to rest in Arlington National Cemetery, high on a hill overlooking the capital city he had fought to defend. His tombstone, a simple yet imposing granite monument, bears the inscription, Philip Henry Sheridan, Lieutenant General, United States Army. Now, most folks remember Sheridan for his Civil War exploits, and rightfully so. But his story ain't confined to those tumultuous years. After the war, he played a pivotal role in shaping the destiny of the American West. In 1867, he was appointed commander of the Department of the Missouri, a vast territory encompassing much of the Great Plains and the Rocky Mountains. His mission to subdue the Native American tribes who had long resisted the encroachment of white settlers. It was a controversial chapter in Sheridan's career, one marked by conflict and bloodshed. He led campaigns against the Cheyenne, the Sioux, and the Arapaho. His tactics often characterized by brutality and a scorched earth approach. His actions, while effective in quelling Native American resistance, remain a subject of debate to this day, a stark reminder of the complex and often tragic history of the American West. Now, despite his reputation as a warrior, Sheridan possessed a deep appreciation for the beauty and grandeur of the American landscape. He was an avid outdoorsman, a keen observer of nature, and a strong advocate for the preservation of wilderness areas. In fact, he played a pivotal role in the establishment of Yellowstone National Park, the world's first national park, in 1872. Sheridan, recognizing the importance of protecting these natural wonders for future generations, advocated for the creation of a system of national parks, a vision that would eventually lead to the establishment of the National Park Service in 1916. It's one of those ironic twists of history, ain't it? The general who waged war against Native Americans and their way of life also helped to preserve some of the most breathtaking landscapes in the American West. So, what's the legacy of Philip Henry Sheridan? It's a complex question, one with no easy answers. He was a man of contradictions, a brilliant military strategist who wasn't afraid to resort to ruthless tactics. He was a champion of national unity who also played a role in the subjugation of Native Americans. He was a man who embodied both the triumphs and the tragedies of his time. One thing's for sure, Sheridan's impact on American history is undeniable. His name is etched in the annals of military history, his tactics studied in war colleges to this day. His story, from his humble beginnings to his rise to prominence, continues to fascinate and inspire, a reminder that even amidst the chaos of war, individuals can make a difference, for better or for worse. Now, we can't talk about Sheridan's legacy without addressing the elephant in the room, the controversy surrounding some of his actions. His scorched earth tactics in the Shenandoah Valley, while effective in breaking the back of Confederate resistance, earned him the label, the Burner, and sparked accusations of war crimes. Similarly, his campaigns against Native Americans in the West were marked by brutality and displacement, actions that continue to be condemned by many. These are difficult aspects of Sheridan's story, ones that challenge our perceptions of heroism and the complexities of war. There's no easy way to reconcile these actions with his other accomplishments. It's up to each of us to grapple with these complexities, to acknowledge the full scope of his legacy, and to engage in thoughtful discussion about the ethical dilemmas faced by military leaders throughout history. Sheridan, like all military leaders, faced impossible choices, decisions made under the immense pressure of war. He believed, rightly or wrongly, that his actions were necessary to achieve victory, to preserve the Union, and to secure peace. But we must also acknowledge the human cost of those decisions, the suffering inflicted on civilians caught in the crossfire, and the long-lasting consequences of his actions on Native American communities. It's easy to judge the past through the lens of our own values and perspectives. But to truly understand Sheridan, we must try to see the world through his eyes, to comprehend the weight of the decisions he faced, and to grapple with the enduring question of whether the ends justify the means, especially in the crucible of war. Despite the controversies, Sheridan remains a potent symbol of Union victory, his name forever linked to the preservation of the United States. His statue stands proudly in Washington, D.C., a testament to his service and a reminder of the sacrifices made to hold the nation together. His story, for all its complexities, is woven into the fabric of American history, a reminder of the enduring power of determination, resilience, and the human capacity for both great good and great harm. It's important to remember that history ain't just about dates and battles. It's about people, their choices, and the impact of those choices on the world around them. Sheridan's life, for all its complexities, offers a window into a pivotal period in American history, a time of great upheaval and transformation. Beyond the battles and the controversies, Sheridan's life offers valuable lessons in leadership. He rose from humble beginnings, proving that determination and hard work can overcome even the most daunting obstacles. He inspired his men with his courage under fire, his willingness to share their hardships, and his unwavering belief in their ability to achieve victory. And he left behind a legacy of service, a reminder that true leadership requires more than just ambition. It demands a commitment to something larger than oneself. These qualities, while tested in the crucible of war, remain relevant today, applicable to all walks of life. Among the many names etched into the annals of Civil War history, one stands out for its unique blend of military misfortune and enduring cultural impact: Ambrose Everett Burnside, remembered as much for his distinctive facial hair as for his battlefield exploits. Burnside's story is one of triumph and tragedy. His name, forever linked to the Battle of Fredericksburg, would become synonymous with military blunder and the devastating consequences of poor leadership. This is the story of Ambrose Burnside, the man behind the sideburns, a man who, despite his flaws and failures, embodied the spirit of a nation locked in a fight for its very survival. Join us as we delve into the life and legacy of this complex and enigmatic figure, exploring his journey from ambitious young officer to reluctant commander, from battlefield glory to political exile, and ultimately to his place in the pantheon of American history. Ambrose Everett Burnside, a name that would forever be etched in the annals of American history, began its journey far from the battlefields of the Civil War. Born in 1824 in the modest town of Liberty, Indiana, Burnside's early life was a tapestry woven from the threads of a young nation still finding its footing. His childhood was a blend of simple pleasures and rigorous education, instilling in him a strong work ethic and a deep-seated sense of duty. As Ambrose matured, his sights turned towards a career that would test his mettle and allow him to serve his nation, a career in the military. In 1843, at the age of 19, Ambrose Burnside entered the hallowed halls of West Point. He graduated in the class of 1847, ready to embark on a military career that promised both adventure and the opportunity to make a difference. Upon graduating from West Point, Second Lieutenant Ambrose Burnside received his first taste of combat. Amidst the arid landscapes of the Mexican-American War, he served with distinction, demonstrating courage under fire and a cool head in the heat of battle. The experience of leading men in combat, witnessing firsthand the horrors of war, left an enduring mark on Burnside. By the spring of 1861, the nation that Ambrose Burnside had dedicated his life to serve was teetering on the brink of collapse. Burnside, a man of principle and unwavering loyalty to the Union, could not stand idly by as the nation he loved tore itself apart. He immediately volunteered his services to the Union Army, his experience and reputation as a capable officer preceding him. The early months of the Civil War were a chaotic and uncertain time for both sides. For Ambrose Burnside, the early battles of the war served as a baptism by fire, testing his leadership abilities. Despite the defeat at Bull Run, Burnside's performance did not go unnoticed, marking him as an officer of promise. As the war progressed, Burnside's reputation for boldness and innovation began to take shape. In early 1862, He was given command of a newly formed expeditionary force, tasked with capturing key Confederate ports and coastal defenses in North Carolina. The North Carolina campaign, though often overshadowed by larger battles, was a resounding success for the Union and a defining moment in Burnside's career. Flush with the successes of the North Carolina campaign, Burnside and his men were redeployed to Virginia in the summer of 1862. The Union Army of the Potomac, under the command of the ever-cautious General George McClellan, was bogged down in the Peninsula Campaign, a series of bloody battles aimed at capturing the Confederate capital of Richmond. Burnside, eager to contribute to the Union effort, found himself thrust into the crucible of some of the war's most brutal fighting. At the Battle of Second Bull Run, a humiliating defeat for the Union, Burnside's troops fought with their usual tenacity, but were ultimately forced to withdraw along with the rest of the Union Army. The defeat at Second Bull Run shook Union morale and emboldened the Confederacy, who, under the leadership of General Robert E. Lee, launched a daring invasion of Maryland. The stage was set for one of the most pivotal battles of the Civil War, the Battle of Antietam. On September 17, 1862, near the small town of Sharpsburg, Maryland, the two armies collided in a maelstrom of blood and steel. The Battle of Antietam would prove to be the single bloodiest day in American history, with over 22,000 casualties inflicted on both sides. Burnside's 9th Corps was positioned on the Union left, tasked with capturing a crucial bridge over Antietam Creek, a seemingly simple objective that would prove to be anything but. Throughout the day, Burnside's men launched repeated assaults against the Confederate defenders, only to be repulsed with heavy casualties. The bridge, later dubbed Burnside's Bridge and a grim testament to the fighting that raged there, became a symbol of both Union valor and the terrible cost of the war. The Battle of Antietam raged for hours, a back-and-forth struggle for every inch of ground. Burnside, despite suffering heavy losses, finally managed to capture the bridge late in the afternoon. His troops, exhausted but elated, pushed forward, threatening to break the Confederate right flank and secure a decisive Union victory. However, just as victory seemed within grasp, Confederate reinforcements arrived, led by the legendary General A.P. Hill, who had marched his men rapidly from Harper's Ferry. The Confederate counterattack was swift and brutal, driving back Burnside's exhausted troops and pushing them back towards the bridge they had fought so hard to capture. The Union advance stalled, and with it, the hopes of a decisive victory at Antietam slipped away. As darkness descended on the battlefield, both sides were left to contemplate the horrific carnage they had inflicted upon one another. The Battle of Antietam, though tactically a draw, was a strategic victory for the Union. Lee's invasion of Maryland had been halted, and the Confederacy had suffered heavy losses. However, for Ambrose Burnside, Antietam cast a long shadow. He was criticized by some for the slow pace of his attack and the heavy losses his corps sustained. The horrors he had witnessed, the sacrifices of his men, weighed heavily on his mind. The Battle of Antietam, for all its strategic significance, marked a turning point in Burnside's Civil War experience, a moment when the weight of command and the brutal realities of war began to take their toll on the once optimistic general. In the aftermath of Antietam, President Lincoln, frustrated by General McClellan's cautious approach, made a pivotal decision. He relieved McClellan and offered command to Ambrose Burnside. Burnside, aware of his limitations, initially refused. He argued he lacked the experience and strategic brilliance. However, Lincoln persisted, impressed by Burnside's decisiveness. Reluctantly, Burnside accepted the command. He knew the expectations were immense. The eyes of the nation were now fixed on him. As winter approached, Burnside, eager to make his mark and relieve the pressure on the Union capital, devised a bold plan. He would march his army south, cross the Rappahannock River at Fredericksburg, and strike at the Confederate capital of Richmond before Lee's army could react. The plan, on paper, had merit. It emphasized speed and decisiveness, qualities that had been sorely lacking in previous Union campaigns. However, the execution of the plan was plagued by delays and logistical nightmares that would prove fatal. The pontoon bridges needed to cross the Rappahannock River arrived late, giving Lee ample time to fortify the heights overlooking Fredericksburg. Burnside's army, over 120,000 strong, found itself bottled up in the town of Fredericksburg, facing a well-entrenched enemy on the high ground. The stage was set for a disaster. On December 13, 1862, Burnside launched a series of futile frontal assaults against the Confederate positions. Wave after wave of Union soldiers, brave but poorly led, marched into a hail of Confederate gunfire. The Union attacks were met with withering fire from Confederate artillery and rifles. The slopes in front of the Confederate lines littered with Union dead and wounded. The Battle of Fredericksburg, as it came to be known, was a disaster for the Union Army. They suffered over 12,000 casualties, compared to just over 5,000 for the Confederates. The defeat sent shockwaves through the North, eroding public support for the war, and raising serious doubts about the Union's ability to defeat the Confederacy. The defeat at Fredericksburg had broken the Army of the Potomac, not in spirit, but in its faith in its commander. Burnside, devastated by the losses his men had suffered, accepted full responsibility for the disaster. He had staked his reputation, his career, on a plan that had been poorly conceived and even more poorly executed. The price of his failure was measured in the lives of thousands of his men. In January 1863, he submitted his resignation to President Lincoln, who, though deeply disappointed by the defeat at Fredericksburg, recognized Burnside's anguish and accepted his resignation. The Army of the Potomac, once a beacon of hope for the Union, was now demoralized and leaderless. The war, far from being over, seemed as intractable as ever. Fredericksburg marked a turning point in Burnside's Civil War experience. The man who had once been hailed as a hero for his victories in North Carolina was now burdened with the weight of one of the Union's most devastating defeats. His name, forever linked to the slaughter at Fredericksburg, became synonymous with military blunder and the tragic consequences of poor leadership. Burnside's story, however, does not end in the aftermath of Fredericksburg. Despite the shadow of that defeat, he continued to serve his country with distinction throughout the remainder of the war, demonstrating resilience, loyalty, and a deep commitment to the preservation of the Union. His journey, marked by both triumph and tragedy, offers a poignant reminder of the human cost of war and the enduring legacy of the American Civil War. The sting of Fredericksburg lingered, a stark reminder of the unforgiving nature of war and the heavy burden of command. Yet Burnside, ever the dutiful soldier, did not allow defeat to break his spirit. He remained committed to the Union cause, his desire to serve undeterred. In the spring of 1863, he was given command of the 9th Corps Army of the Potomac, once again finding himself face to face with the brutal realities of the Eastern Theater. His new command, though a far cry from the immense responsibility of leading the entire Army of the Potomac, offered a chance for redemption, an opportunity to prove his mettle as a Corps commander. The 9th Corps, composed of seasoned veterans and eager recruits, was a formidable force, and Burnside was determined to mold them into an effective fighting unit. He drilled his troops relentlessly, instilling in them a sense of discipline and camaraderie that had been shaken by the defeats of the previous year. Burnside, despite the criticisms leveled against him, had a knack for inspiring his men, for earning their loyalty and respect. He led by example, sharing their hardships and always placing their well-being above his own. The Army of the Potomac, now under the command of General Joseph Hooker, was preparing for a new offensive against Lee's Army of Northern Virginia. Burnside, eager to atone for past mistakes, threw himself into the preparations, determined to see the 9th Corps play a decisive role in the coming campaign. A new chapter in Burnside's Civil War experience was about to unfold, one that would test his resolve, his leadership, and his ability to overcome the shadow of Fredericksburg. As the echoes of cannon fire faded and the smoke cleared from countless battlefields, Ambrose Burnside, like so many other veterans of the Civil War, found himself standing at a crossroads. The war had tested him, broken him, and ultimately forged him into a figure of enduring historical significance. But the transition from battlefield commander to civilian life was a daunting one, a journey fraught with uncertainty and the lingering weight of wartime experiences. The once familiar rhythms of military life, the drills, the camaraderie, the adrenaline rush of battle, were replaced by an unsettling quietude. The sense of purpose that had driven him throughout the war seemed elusive in the aftermath of such profound national upheaval. Yet Burnside, ever resilient, was determined to find his place in a nation still grappling with the wounds of conflict. He returned to Rhode Island, a state that had embraced him as one of their own, and sought solace in the familiar embrace of family and friends. The horrors of war, however, were not so easily left behind. The memories of fallen comrades, the weight of command decisions that had resulted in unimaginable loss. These burdens continued to haunt Burnside's thoughts. Despite the challenges of reintegration, Burnside was not a man to remain idle. He yearned to contribute to the rebuilding of a nation torn asunder, to find a new purpose that would honor the sacrifices made by so many during the war. His experiences had shaped him, instilled in him a deep sense of patriotism and a desire to serve the nation he had fought so valiantly to preserve. In the bustling heart of post-war America, a new kind of battle was being waged, a battle for progress, for unity, and for economic prosperity. The nation's railroads are ravaged by years of conflict, represented both a challenge and an opportunity. Burnside, recognizing the pivotal role railroads would play in reconnecting a divided nation and fostering economic growth, saw in this challenge a new calling. He became president of the Indianapolis and Vincennes Railroad in 1866, bringing his characteristic energy and organizational skills to the task of rebuilding and expanding the nation's rail infrastructure. Burnside saw railroads as more than just a means of transportation. They were arteries of commerce, conduits of communication, and threads that could help weave together the frayed fabric of a nation still healing from the wounds of war. Under his leadership, the Indianapolis and Vincennes Railroad flourished, connecting distant communities, facilitating trade, and opening up new markets. Burnside's vision extended beyond the balance sheets and profit margins. He saw railroads as instruments of progress, tools for binding together a nation still grappling with the legacy of division. His efforts in the railroad industry earned him both financial success and the respect of his peers. Burnside had found a new avenue for his leadership, a way to channel his energy and expertise into a project that benefited not only his own fortunes but also the nation as a whole. The railroads, under his guidance, became tangible symbols of progress, their iron tracks carrying the hopes and dreams of a nation rebuilding and redefining itself. Burnside's commitment to service extended beyond the boardrooms of the railroad industry. He felt a deep sense of duty to the people of Rhode Island, the state that had stood by him throughout the tumultuous years of the Civil War. In 1866, he was elected governor of Rhode Island, a testament to the respect he commanded and the trust the people placed in his leadership. As governor, Burnside championed a progressive agenda, advocating for education reform, infrastructure improvements, and veterans' rights. He believed that the government had a moral obligation to care for those who had sacrificed so much in defense of the nation. His time as governor was marked by a deep commitment to public service and a genuine desire to improve the lives of everyday Rhode Islanders. However, Burnside's foray into politics was not without its challenges. The political landscape, even in a state as small as Rhode Island, was fraught with factionalism and ideological divides. Burnside, a man accustomed to the clear chain of command and decisive action of military life, found the compromises and negotiations inherent in politics to be frustrating at times. Despite these frustrations, Burnside served as governor with integrity and a deep commitment to the well-being of his constituents. He viewed his role as a public servant as an extension of his military service, a way to continue fighting for the ideals he had defended on countless battlefields. His time as governor, though brief, left an indelible mark on Rhode Island, a testament to his unwavering dedication to public service. The Civil War had ended, but its legacy lived on in the countless veterans who bore the physical and emotional scars of conflict. Burnside, himself deeply affected by the horrors he had witnessed, felt a profound sense of responsibility to his fellow veterans. He became a tireless advocate for their well-being, using his influence and platform to champion their rights and ensure they received the care and support they deserved. He lobbied tirelessly for veterans' pensions, healthcare benefits, and job training programs. Burnside understood that the transition to civilian life could be particularly challenging for veterans, many of whom struggled to find their place in a society that often failed to recognize the sacrifices they had made. Burnside's advocacy extended beyond mere words. He took concrete actions to improve the lives of veterans. He played a pivotal role in the establishment of veterans' homes, sanatoriums, and support organizations. These institutions provided a vital lifeline for countless veterans, offering them a place of solace, camaraderie, and access to much-needed medical care. His unwavering commitment to veterans' welfare earned him the enduring respect and admiration of those who had served alongside him. Burnside understood that true victory in war extended beyond the battlefield. It required a commitment to healing, reconciliation, and ensuring that those who had sacrificed so much were never forgotten. Ambrose Everett Burnside, the man behind the iconic sideburns, lived a life of remarkable contradictions. He was a reluctant general, thrust into positions of immense responsibility, a battlefield commander who experienced both triumph and devastating defeat. Yet throughout his life, he remained a man of unwavering principle, deep patriotism, and an unyielding commitment to serving his nation. His military career, though forever linked to the disaster at Fredericksburg, was also marked by significant accomplishments. The North Carolina campaign, his tireless advocacy for his troops, and his willingness to accept responsibility for his failings. These aspects of his character deserve to be remembered alongside his more publicized setbacks. Beyond the battlefield, Burnside's contributions to the railroad industry, his dedication to public service as governor of Rhode Island, and his unwavering advocacy for veterans' rights solidified his legacy as a true American patriot. He embraced the challenges of peace with the same determination he had shown in war, seeking to rebuild and reunite a nation shattered by conflict. Ambrose Burnside's story is a reminder that history is rarely neat or straightforward. It is a tapestry woven from threads of triumph and tragedy, of courage and miscalculation, of unwavering dedication and the enduring burden of command. His life, in its entirety, serves as a valuable lens through which to view the complexities of the Civil War era and its enduring legacy. And while his name may forever be linked to the iconic sideburns he sported, Ambrose Burnside's legacy extends far beyond mere fashion. It is etched in the annals of American history as a testament to the enduring spirit of service, resilience, and the enduring power of the human spirit. James Longstreet, a name etched in the annals of American history, evokes images of Civil War battlefields and Confederate valor. Born on January 8, 1821 in Edgefield District, South Carolina, Longstreet emerged from a lineage steeped in Southern heritage and military tradition. His ancestors of Dutch and Huguenot descent had settled in America generations earlier, their stories interwoven with the fabric of the newly formed nation. The Longstreet family had deep roots in the South, their lives intertwined with the region's agrarian economy and social customs. Growing up in the heart of the antebellum South, Longstreet witnessed firsthand the complexities and contradictions of Southern society. The institution of slavery, an integral part of the Southern economy, cast a long shadow over the region, shaping the social order and fueling the political tensions that would eventually lead to the Civil War. Longstreet's own family owned enslaved people, a fact that would later become a source of controversy and debate among historians. Despite the idyllic image often associated with the antebellum South, life in the 19th century was harsh and unforgiving. Disease was rampant, and infant mortality rates were high. Educational opportunities were limited, especially for those living in rural areas. Yet, amidst these challenges, Longstreet's parents, James and Mary Ann, instilled in their son a strong work ethic and a deep sense of honor. These values would serve him well in the years to come as he navigated the treacherous path of a military career. Longstreet's childhood was a blend of rustic simplicity and genteel traditions. He spent his formative years on his family's plantation Westover in northeast Georgia. The rolling hills and dense forests provided an idyllic backdrop for his youthful adventures. Life on the plantation was not all carefree play. Longstreet was expected to contribute to the daily operations. This early exposure to responsibility and leadership proved invaluable. The path to West Point was not an easy one for a young man from the rural South. Competition for admission was fierce, and the curriculum was rigorous. Longstreet, however, was determined to succeed. He excelled in mathematics and military strategy. His natural leadership qualities soon became evident. At West Point, Longstreet forged deep and lasting friendships. Among his classmates were future military leaders like Ulysses S. Grant and Stonewall Jackson. He graduated in 1842, ranked 54th out of 56 cadets. Despite his rank, Longstreet had proven himself to be a capable young officer. These qualities would serve him well in his military career. Little did he know, he was about to enter a period that would define his life. Upon graduating from West Point, Longstreet received his commission as a second lieutenant. He was assigned to the 4th U.S. Infantry Regiment on the Texas frontier. The annexation of Texas in 1845 ignited conflict, leading to the Mexican-American War. For Longstreet, the war was his baptism by fire. He fought in major battles like Palo Alto and Monterrey. At Contreras, he led a daring charge and was wounded. His bravery earned him a brevet promotion to major. These experiences shaped his views on warfare and influenced his Civil War decisions. Following the Mexican War, Longstreet returned a decorated hero. He served in various posts along the western frontier. Life was arduous and dangerous, but Longstreet thrived. He served in Texas, Kansas, and New Mexico, protecting settlers. He witnessed westward expansion and growing north-south tensions. The years leading to the Civil War were politically and socially tumultuous. Longstreet saw Lincoln's election as a threat to Southern self-government. He was torn between loyalty to Alabama and his oath to the Union. As the nation teetered on the brink of civil war, Longstreet found himself at a crossroads. He had spent his entire adult life in service to the United States Army, rising through the ranks to become a respected officer. He had fought bravely for his country in Mexico, and he had witnessed firsthand the sacrifices made by countless soldiers in defense of the Union. However, Longstreet was also a Southerner by birth and upbringing. He shared the deep-seated cultural values and beliefs of his region, including a belief in the sanctity of states' rights and a deep suspicion of Northern abolitionists. The secession of his home state of Alabama placed him in an untenable position. He could remain loyal to the Union, upholding his oath to the Constitution, but in doing so, he would be turning his back on his family, his friends, and his homeland. Or he could cast his lot with the Confederacy, joining the fight for Southern independence, but at the cost of being branded a traitor by the Union he had sworn to defend. Longstreet's decision to resign his commission in the United States Army and join the Confederate Army was not made lightly. He agonized over the choice, knowing that it would have profound consequences for himself and for his family. In the end, his loyalty to his Southern heritage and his belief in the right of secession outweighed his allegiance to the Union. He submitted his resignation, effectively ending his career in the United States Army and embarking on a new and uncertain path as a soldier in the Confederate Army. James Longstreet resigned from the U.S. Army to join the Confederacy as a brigadier general. For Longstreet, it was a matter of duty, defending his homeland from northern aggression. His experience quickly earned him recognition, and he rose through the ranks. Assigned to Richmond, he organized raw recruits into a fighting force. Longstreet's West Point training was invaluable to the Confederacy. The First Battle of Bull Run was a chaotic and bloody affair. Longstreet's brigade was initially held in reserve. Beauregard ordered Longstreet's brigade into the fray. Longstreet rallied his troops and led counterattacks. The Union forces began a chaotic retreat. Longstreet emerged with a reputation as a skilled commander. Following the Confederate victory at First Manassas, the war in the East settled into a stalemate. The Union Army, now under the command of General George B. McClellan, began to amass a massive force near Washington, D.C., preparing for a renewed offensive against the Confederate capital of Richmond, Virginia. Longstreet, promoted to Major General after his performance at Bull Run, was transferred to the Confederate Army of Northern Virginia, commanded by General Joseph E. Johnston. In the spring of 1862, McClellan launched his offensive, moving his army by sea to the Virginia Peninsula, southeast of Richmond. The Peninsula Campaign, as it became known, was a series of battles and engagements fought over several months in the spring and summer of 1862. Longstreet's role in the campaign was primarily defensive. Johnston, wary of McClellan's larger and better equipped army, adopted a strategy of delaying the Union advance and inflicting as many casualties as possible. Longstreet's division played a key role in this strategy, fighting a series of stubborn rearguard actions as the Confederates slowly withdrew towards Richmond. He clashed with McClellan's forces at Yorktown, Williamsburg, and Seven Pines, using his knowledge of the terrain and his tactical acumen to slow the Union advance. Longstreet, a master of defensive warfare, used earthworks, trenches, and artillery emplacements to great effect, forcing the Union Army to pay a high price for every yard of ground they gained. The Peninsula Campaign culminated in the 7 Days Battles, a series of bloody engagements in late June and early July of 1862. General Johnston was wounded, and command passed to Robert E. Lee, who became a legend in the South. Lee's forces repulsed McClellan, forcing the Union to abandon its campaign to capture Richmond. Lee then led his army north into Maryland, aiming to carry the war into Northern territory. The Second Battle of Bull Run cemented Lee's reputation and enhanced Longstreet's standing. However, Longstreet's preference for defensive tactics clashed with Lee's audacious strategies, sowing seeds of future discord. Emboldened by their victory at Second Manassas, the Confederacy, under Lee's command, invaded Maryland. Lee aimed to sever Union supply lines and bolster European support. However, his plans were compromised when Special Order 191 fell into Union hands. This gave McClellan a clear picture of Lee's intentions. The stage was set for a bloody confrontation at Antietam. The Battle of Antietam, fought on September 17, 1862 near Sharpsburg, Maryland, was the bloodiest day in American history. Longstreet's I Corps, positioned along Bloody Lane, repelled wave after wave of Union attacks. Longstreet, calmly surveying the battlefield, symbolized Confederate defiance. Antietam ended in a tactical draw but was a strategic victory for the Union. It provided Lincoln the cover to issue the Emancipation Proclamation, transforming the war into a crusade to end slavery. At Fredericksburg, Longstreet's First Corps, positioned along Mary's Heights, formed an impregnable line of defense overlooking the open ground where Burnside chose to make his attack. Union forces, attempting to cross the Rappahannock River under withering fire from Confederate artillery and sharpshooters, were mowed down in droves. Longstreet, a master of utilizing terrain to his advantage, had transformed Mary's Heights into a killing field. His men, sheltered behind stone walls and earthworks, poured a deadly fire into the advancing Union ranks. The Battle of Fredericksburg was a one-sided Confederate victory, with Union casualties far exceeding those of the Confederates. Longstreet, his reputation as a defensive genius further enhanced, emerged from the battle as one of the most respected and feared commanders in the Confederate Army. However, the victory at Fredericksburg came at a personal cost for Longstreet. During the battle, his youngest son, 5-year-old James Longstreet Jr., fell ill and died. The loss of his son, coming amidst the horrors of war, weighed heavily on Longstreet, casting a pall over his personal life, even as his professional star continued to rise. Despite their victory at Fredericksburg, the Confederacy was not out of danger. The Union Army, though defeated, was far from destroyed. In the spring of 1863, the Army of the Potomac, now under the command of General Joseph Hooker, launched a new offensive, crossing the Rappahannock River upstream from Fredericksburg and threatening the Confederate left flank. The Battle of Chancellorsville, fought in early May 1863, would prove to be one of the most daring and controversial battles of the Civil War. At Chancellorsville, Lee, outnumbered and outmaneuvered, took a calculated risk. Dividing his army in the face of a larger enemy force, a risky move that violated conventional military wisdom, he sent Stonewall Jackson on a daring flanking march to attack the exposed Union right flank. Longstreet, ever cautious, advised against this risky maneuver. He believed that the Confederacy, already outnumbered, was taking too great a risk by dividing its forces. He favored a more defensive posture, waiting for Hooker to overextend his lines and then counterattacking at a time and place of their choosing. However, Lee, emboldened by past successes and confident in Jackson's abilities, decided to proceed with his plan. Jackson's flanking attack, launched on the evening of May 2, 1863, caught the Union Army completely by surprise. The Confederate assault, spearheaded by screaming rebel yell, smashed into the Union right, sending their lines reeling in disarray. The Union 11th Corps, routed by the ferocity of the attack, fled in panic, earning the dubious distinction of being called the Flying Dutchman. The Confederate victory at Chancellorsville, however, came at a terrible price. Stonewall Jackson, Lee's most trusted lieutenant and a hero to the Confederacy, was mortally wounded by friendly fire during the battle. His loss was a devastating blow to the Confederacy, both militarily and psychologically. Longstreet, despite his earlier misgivings about Lee's plan, was deeply affected by Jackson's death. He recognized Jackson's military genius and considered him a friend, despite their differing views on strategy. Chancellorsville, while a Confederate victory, had exposed a critical weakness in the Confederacy's high command. There was no one who could truly replace Stonewall Jackson. The death of Stonewall Jackson at Chancellorsville left a void in the Confederate high command. Lee now faced leading the Army of Northern Virginia without his most trusted lieutenant. Jackson's death shifted the balance of power within the Army. The Confederacy stood at a crossroads. Lee decided to invade the North again, targeting Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Longstreet believed the invasion was a risky gamble. He argued for a defensive strategy but prepared his corps for the march north. The disagreements between Lee and Longstreet would have far-reaching consequences for the Confederacy. The Battle of Gettysburg, a cataclysmic clash of arms, marked a turning point in the American Civil War, left an indelible mark on James Longstreet's legacy. The Confederate defeat led to a search for scapegoats. Longstreet, once hailed as one of Lee's most trusted lieutenants, found himself at the center of controversy. His actions during the battle faced intense scrutiny. Much of the criticism stemmed from his reluctance to embrace Lee's plan. Longstreet argued against another invasion of the North, favoring a more cautious approach. However, Lee overruled Longstreet's objections. The clash of wills would blossom into full-blown controversy. One of the most enduring criticisms leveled against Longstreet concerns the timing of his attack on the second day of the Battle of Gettysburg. Lee's plan called for a coordinated assault on the Union left flank, with Longstreet's encore delivering the main blow. However, Longstreet's attack, scheduled to commence early in the morning, was delayed for several hours. By the time his men stepped off, the element of surprise had been lost. The delay became a focal point for post-war criticism. His detractors argued that Longstreet's tardiness had cost the Confederacy a crucial victory. They claimed that if Longstreet had attacked earlier, his fresh troops would have overwhelmed the Union defenses. In the aftermath of the Confederacy's defeat, James Longstreet, once revered, was ostracized by former comrades and lost cause proponents. The lost cause narrative deified Robert E. Lee and needed a scapegoat for the defeat at Gettysburg. Longstreet, who disagreed with Lee's strategy and embraced reconciliation, became that scapegoat. He was branded a traitor, his actions twisted to fit the narrative. Jubal Early, a staunch lost cause defender, accused Longstreet of delaying his attack at Gettysburg. Longstreet spent his post-war life defending his actions, but the lost cause narrative was hard to dislodge. It took decades for Longstreet's reputation to recover. In recent decades, historians have begun to reassess James Longstreet's legacy, moving beyond the simplistic portrayals of the lost cause mythology. Modern scholarship has painted a more complex picture of Longstreet as a skilled military commander and a man of principle. His criticisms of Lee's strategy at Gettysburg were often rooted in sound military logic. Longstreet understood the limits of Confederate resources and preferred defensive tactics. His soldiers, inspired by his stoicism, fought with determination and earned respect. Longstreet's contributions to Confederate military history are undeniable. The embers of the Civil War had barely cooled when James Longstreet ignited a firestorm of controversy within Southern society. His embrace of Reconstruction policies alienated him from many former comrades and cemented his status as a pariah in the eyes of lost cause proponents. Longstreet advocated for reconciliation with the North and acceptance of freedmen's rights. He believed the South needed to embrace the realities of a changed nation. He publicly endorsed Republican policies, much to the chagrin of his former Confederate compatriots. He even commanded a predominantly black militia in New Orleans, a testament to his commitment to racial equality and a shared future for all Americans. This stance earned him the label of scalawag, a derogatory term for Southern whites who supported Reconstruction. Longstreet's willingness to challenge the prevailing orthodoxy came at a steep personal cost. Despite facing ostracism, Longstreet remained committed to public service and rebuilding the South after the Civil War. He held government positions during Reconstruction, demonstrating his administrative skills. President Grant appointed him to several federal posts, including Surveyor of Customs for New Orleans. These roles offered financial stability but also made him a target for criticism. Longstreet engaged in private business ventures to aid the South's economic recovery. He invested in railroads, insurance companies, and cotton plantations. However, his ventures often failed due to economic downturns and wartime destruction. Longstreet faced social ostracism and financial hardship. Despite challenges, he advocated for reconciliation and racial progress. He spoke out against the lost cause mythology, believing it hindered healing. Longstreet maintained friendships with former Union officers, including Grant. As the years passed and the passions of the Civil War generation began to fade, James Longstreet's legacy remained a subject of contention and debate. The lost cause narrative, with its enduring grip on the Southern imagination, continued to cast a long shadow over his reputation. However, there were also glimmers of recognition for his military talents and his contributions to the Confederacy. In his later years, Longstreet published his memoirs, From Manassas to Appomattox, in which he defended his actions during the war and offered his perspective on key events, including the Battle of Gettysburg. His memoirs, while providing valuable insights into the Confederate war effort, did little to quell the controversies surrounding his role at Gettysburg. Lost cause proponents continued to vilify him, using his own words to reinforce their narrative of betrayal and lost opportunity. Despite the enduring criticism, Longstreet found some solace in the recognition he received from former adversaries. Union veterans who had once faced him across the battlefields of Virginia and Maryland expressed admiration for his military skills and his willingness to embrace reconciliation. He attended veterans' reunions on both sides of the Mason-Dixon line, sharing his wartime experiences and advocating for healing and understanding. Longstreet's later years were also marked by personal tragedy. He lost his wife, Louise, in 1889, a devastating blow that left him heartbroken. He remarried a few years later to Helen Dortch, a woman 34 years his junior, but their relationship was met with disapproval from some quarters due to the age difference. James Longstreet died on January 2, 1904, at the age of 82. His passing marked the end of an era, the last of the major Confederate commanders who had shaped the course of the Civil War. His death, however, did not end the debate over his legacy. Lost cause proponents continued to portray him as the villain of Gettysburg, the man whose actions had snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. However, a growing number of historians and writers began to challenge this simplistic and inaccurate narrative, recognizing the complexity of Longstreet's story and the unfairness of the accusations leveled against him. In the decades following his death, Longstreet's reputation underwent a gradual rehabilitation. Historians, delving into primary sources and moving beyond the lost cause mythology, began to appreciate his military talents, his loyalty to his men, and his willingness to embrace reconciliation. They recognized that his criticisms of Lee's strategy at Gettysburg, far from being acts of treachery, were often rooted in sound military judgment. Today, James Longstreet is remembered as a complex and tragic figure, a man who served his cause with honor, endured decades of unfair criticism, and ultimately embraced a vision of reconciliation that transcended the bitterness of the past. His story serves as a reminder that history is rarely black and white, and that even the most vilified figures often possess redeeming qualities that deserve to be acknowledged and understood. James Longstreet's journey from revered Confederate general to ostracized figure and finally to a symbol of reconciliation embodies the complexities and contradictions inherent in historical memory. His reputation suffered under the weight of lost cause mythology, which cast him as the scapegoat for the Confederacy's defeat at Gettysburg. Modern historians have begun to disentangle Longstreet's legacy from myth and misinformation. What emerges is a portrait of a gifted military leader whose strategic acumen and tactical brilliance were often overshadowed by his pragmatism. Longstreet's post-war embrace of Reconstruction demonstrated a remarkable capacity for forgiveness and a forward-thinking vision for a reunited nation. His life serves as a powerful testament to reconciliation and bridging divides. The life and career of James Longstreet offer valuable lessons in leadership that transcend the battlefields of the Civil War. Effective leadership requires critical thinking, voicing dissent, and prioritizing the well-being of subordinates. Longstreet's willingness to challenge Robert E. Lee's decisions stemmed from a sense of responsibility for his soldiers' lives. His preference for defensive tactics often proved prudent, sparing lives and maximizing resources. Longstreet's post-war embrace of Reconstruction showed growth, forgiveness, and adaptability. His story is a timeless example of moral courage and principled leadership. Longstreet's legacy reminds us that history is a dynamic and evolving narrative. His journey from battlefield commander to symbol of reconciliation highlights the possibility of healing and understanding.